Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 551, Insectoid Egg. Outside the Chiun system, Luze and the rest dragged the high-level members of the space pirates into the huge warship. This was the largest one in their fleet. It should be the main ship. Although there were still pilots and workers, they couldn't stop Luze and the others. Nangongjing easily tore open the defense barrier and pulled the metal doors open like a cosmic dinosaur. Everyone was trembling under her terrifying actions. Luze and the group followed behind Nangongjing casually. Soon, they entered the main podium. They dumped the high-level pirates on the ground. These 5 people were covered in blood and wounds. Bing Li was still unconscious. Terry West was in the worst state. He fought Nangongjing, and his right hand and left leg were gone. Dark blue blood kept flowing out of his wounds. Luze and the others were tired and bloodied, but their faces were excited. This was a special delivery for them. Nangongjing grinned and drank some wine. "Fox demon, you make them speak." Terry West sneered. "Keep dreaming. Even if we, brothers, die, we'll take our treasures with us." Meanwhile, Terry East knew of Kaioulyuhesha's power. He just fought her recently, after all. Thinking about this, he opened his mouth and was about to speak. At this moment, Kaioulyuhesha looked at Terry East and smiled. "Where is your treasure?" Terry East was covered in wounds, and his right hand was severed. His consciousness was fading. Even though he tried to resist Kaioulyuhesha's charm god art, he only lasted a few seconds and looked at her with crazy eyes. Kaioulyuhesha frowned. She had gone through this countless times, but she still felt it was disgusting. Terry East answered without hesitation, "We've placed all the stuff we have stolen in Dino warehouse. I can take you there. The rest of the treasures are hidden in a small planet in the Void Sea. I have the star map for the location and the entry method." Terry West saw this and went crazy. "Terry East? Wake up! What happened to you?" He stared at Kaioulyuhesha. "Human, what evil craft have you used?" His eyes were full of fear. This human could make people lose their own will. This was too terrifying. Khandra and Kuris were trembling too. All these humans weren't normal. That male human on the side was the most abnormal. He defeated 3 planetary states, even though his cultivation was only level 3 mortal evolution state. Kaioulyuhesha smiled but said nothing. She looked at Terry East. "Lead the way." Terry East quickly nodded and struggled up to the front. After some twists and turns, they arrived at a black metal door. Terry East pressed on a small device and a sliver of spirit wave came out. A dark blue rune appeared on the door, forming a whiskered head. Thereafter, the door split from the middle. Behind it was a 20 square meters room. There was nothing inside, except for flat walls. At this moment, Terry East knocked on the wall with some kind of rhythm, and soon, 2 spots sunk into the wall. One notch contained a lot of storage rings, and the other notch contained a dark red-black ball. There were complex runes on the ball, as well as dark red flashes. Then, he smiled at Kaioulyuhesha. "Here is our harvest this time." Kaioulyuhesha nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad." Then, she blinked at Luze and the rest and smiled. "Little brother Luze, keep them for now. We'll divide them once we get back." Luze nodded and glanced at the notch. There were 18 storage rings of different styles. He took them and then looked at the black ball. "What is this?" The other girls were also confused. Kaioulyuhesha looked at Terry East, and he immediately explained, "This is a sleeping insectoid queen egg." "What?" Luze and the group stared at the object in disbelief. They had heard about the queen egg a while ago. The Black Smoke race wanted to control the insectoids and thus conducted experiments in human territory. They seemed to have obtained a queen egg too. Yet, they encountered one here? They were too lucky. Luze asked, "Are insectoids all over the Void Universe?" Nangongjing frowned. How is that possible? This region of the void universe isn't very wealthy. It's very hard to encounter insectoids. Lin Ling asked, then, what is this? Everyone was stunned. Kaiouhesha asked Terry East, how did you get this egg? Terry East said, we raided a small blade demon ship outside the human territory. The opponents were very strong. Our two brothers, Terry North and Terry South, died in battle. Nangang Jing frowned. Blade demon's insectoid egg? Where did they get it? Their greatest enemy right now was blade demons. Everyone fell silent. Moments later, Luze spoke. I heard Jack say that the Black Smoke race is also a sub-race of the advanced demon race. Are they allies with the blade demons? Last time, the Black Smoke race used an insectoid egg for an experiment. Did they give the egg to the blade demons? Kaiouhesha nodded. That's possible. Lin Ling asked in confusion, but if it's a deal between the two races, how could the Terry brother pirates raid it? These Terry brothers were only level 3 planetary states. For something like the Insectoid Queen, given its precious quality, it wasn't an overreaction to send a high-level planetary state to protect it. Chapter 552 You have some self-realization. Lin Ling's words made everyone fall silent again. Moments later, Kaiouhesha looked at Terry East. Where did you raid the blade demons? Point it out on the map. Terry East took out a fist-sized black device and soon projected a map of the cosmos. Luze and the others recognized that this region was the void border. One corner was the human territory void border. Terry East pointed to a place 500,000 light-years away from the human territory and said, we found it there. We just left the warp dimension and saw a blade demon ship fly over. We wanted to avoid it at the time. It was deep in the void ocean, and it was perilous, but they fired without saying anything. Couldn't they just pass by? Why did they have to fight? Luze and the rest felt great upon hearing this. Those blade demons were probably scared by their sudden appearance and just fought them. This was great. But they looked at the position and frowned. This region wasn't near the blade demons nor Black Smoke race's region. Neither was it in between the two races. That region was in deep space. There was not a single cosmic body within 10,000 light-years. Why would they appear there? Luze and the others glanced at each other but said nothing. This region was outside of human control. It was too dangerous for them. It was best not to think about it. Kaiouhesha looked at Terry East and asked once again, where are your previous loots? The pirates couldn't have stored all their treasure on their ship. Immediately, Terry East pointed out the location of their treasures. It was a region farther away than where they encountered the blade demons. It was 800,000 light-years away from the human race. That region was also dark and seemingly empty. Terry East said, this region has an asteroid that has a special orbit. Our treasures are on that asteroid. Kaiouhesha nodded. Then, she asked about the precise information and how to open it. After all that was cleared up, Kaiouhesha smiled. In that case, follow us and drive your ship to the human race post. These 3 ships were powerful planetary state ships. The Shinwu army would recycle it for sure. This was another bout of reward points. At this moment, Luze saw the other 3 look at him with complaints. Luze, feeling confused, asked, what's wrong? Lin Ling answered, you made 3 holes on that black ship. Luze felt stunned. He forgot about it. He had completely mastered blood lightning. When he fused it, he felt the urge to be cruel. He just wanted to torment those 3 and forgot about this matter. Thinking about this, Luze's heart ached. How many reward points would that be? Nangang Jing patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's fine. It's just 3 holes. We'll drive it back and let them fix it themselves. Luze looked at Nangang Jing gratefully. She was so nice. Kaiouhesha sneered. The gate of this ship is torn by you, right, T-Rex? Nangang Jing's smile froze, and she argued, if I didn't tear the door open, how would we come in? Lin Ling said, Sister Hesha can control them with her god art and order them to open it. What? Nangang Jing looked at Lin Ling in shock. How could this be? How could the cute innocent Lin Ling be this sharp with her words? Nangang Jing's mood dropped instantly. She took out her bottles of alcohol and began drinking. Subsequently, Kaiyu Hesha controlled the pilots on the ship to fly these 3 ships while they took the heavily injured high-level pirates back to the New Dawn. They were rather strong, and it would be troublesome if they recovered and ran. Luze didn't kill them directly. They raided humans and ate human flesh before. There might be a reward for bringing them back. Soon, the fleet reached the inner area of the Chiun Galaxy. This galaxy also had a diameter of 6,000 light-years. It took a day or so to go from the outer region to where the Third Army stayed. Luze ordered New Dawn to activate the warp drive. Accordingly, the ships behind followed too. After locking up the pirates, the group returned to the living room. Kaiyu Hesha looked at her bloodied body and smiled. I'm going to shower first. Nangang Jing agreed. Me too. Lin Ling spoke, you too, shower first. I'll wait. Kaiyu Hesha smiled. Lin Ling, we're all girls. We can shower together. It's good to have a hot bath after a battle. It'll be a long while after we finish showering. Nangang Jing smiled. Yes, let's shower together. Both of them walked over and grabbed a hand of Lin Ling's. They then dragged her to the bathroom. Lin Ling struggled anxiously. I'll wait for you guys to finish. I can wait. Kaiyu Hesha smiled. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. You have some self-realization. Lin Ling was speechless. She didn't believe this at all. She could only look pleadingly to Luze after seeing that she couldn't break free. Luze looked at Lin Ling in admiration. He wanted to have a bath with them together too. Why didn't they invite him? Luze sighed. By the way, why did Lin Ling look at him? Was it his invitation? However, if he dared to say it, Nangang Jing and the Fox Demon would beat him up badly. Therefore, Luze could only give her a strange look. Lin Ling. What was this retard thinking again? Lin Ling was dragged away into the bathroom by Nangang Jing and Kaiyu Hesha in despair, and then, the door shut. Luze sighed once more and took off his broken battle armor. The armor had recovery capabilities, and this level of damage can be automatically repaired by itself. He didn't need to spend money to fix it. He looked at his torn clothes and shook his head. Luze felt that as long as he fought powerful beings, his clothes would be ruined. This was such a waste, but there was nothing he could do about it. He sat down on the couch and started to recount the battle. Chapter 553 That works. In the previous battle, he used Blood Lightning again. This transformed his lightning a bit more to Blood Lightning. By the time his lightning god art was completely converted to Blood Lightning, his combat power could probably reach level 2 of the planetary state. Were there special ways to evolve other god arts too? Luze thought of the yellow earth he saw in the range rabbit's hive. Would that allow him to possess special earth god art? The red fire wolf and level 8 range rabbit both seemed to have divine arts, and their combat power reached the planetary state. If it was during the day, Luze didn't have body of darkness. As a consequence, his combat power would be a little weaker than the planetary state. However, Luze felt that even if he was no match for that range rabbit boss, he wouldn't be defenseless. He could run whenever he wanted. Perhaps he could try getting that earth blob again? The last time he attempted to bring it out, it felt that the blob was connected to the ground and couldn't be taken away. He didn't know whether it was because he was too weak or that he could only comprehend it in that place alone. The third map was too vast, and Luze hadn't encountered that range rabbit hive for a long time. He hoped he could see it again. Moreover, that golden echidna. It probably had divine art too, but he never encountered it again. Luze thought for a long while. Up until now, his greatest chance of improvement stemmed from that golden echidna or that earth blob. As for the other beasts, like the black and white pythons and golden monkeys, they were too strong. Luze then thought about their encounter. They were targeted by pirates as soon as they left. Other people wouldn't be this unlucky, right? Their squad was definitely the strongest squad among the young dukes. Despite so, they still had a difficult time dealing with the pirates. If other people encountered this, Ying Ying would have to interfere, right? She would be very tired then. Luze smiled thinking about her chubby face. He would feed her some light orbs later on. On some planet in a black bamboo forest, 2 male and 2 female young dukes were greatly weakened. Their combat armors were crushed. Surrounding them were hundreds of meters long, black anacondas. Their eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent. One short-haired man spat some blood and said, "Damn it, I didn't expect there were so many beasts around this dark gold bamboo. We miscalculated this time." The other red-haired woman shook her head. "Let's think about how to get out of here first." The bulky man smiled bitterly. "We can't. There's a very powerful anaconda outside. It's probably the leader. Its cultivation level might be level 9 mortal evolution state. Level 9 of the mortal evolution state. This was lethal to them. Were they going to die on their first mission at the Void Border?" The short-haired man grinned. "Then, let's fight. I'll pave the way. We'll try to get as many as we can." Suddenly, the ground shook. Tens of kilometers away, 1,000-meter, long-horned black anaconda flew up into the sky and left. The four stared at this scene in a daze. Before they could react, the 2 anacondas behind them, which were 1,000 meter long, also flew off in the direction of the first anaconda. 11. 3 creatures that were at level 9 of the mortal evolution state? What happened to them? I don't know. Did they find something? The other anacondas were also confused upon seeing their boss suddenly leave. Good opportunity. Run. They were talented young dukes and weren't going to waste this slim opportunity. They immediately flew to the weakest defended area. Rumble. They used their most powerful attacks and paved an exit. Hiss. The anacondas hissed, but they were hesitant to chase after since their bosses had left. That brief moment of hesitation allowed the 4 to fly off very far. The short-haired man took out his ship, and the 4 quickly got on and left the planet. Inside, the 4 smiled and relaxed. That was too close. In a particular region of space, a purple spaceship flew across. Xuanyuji and Daphne's eyes still had some fear. Roar! There were a lot of irregular flesh bodies chasing behind their ship. There were terrifying spirit waves everywhere they went. The 2 were getting close. Xuanyuji said, "Planetary state. Not an ordinary one too." Daphne clearly didn't expect they would encounter this. "What do we do?" Xuanyuji bit her teeth. "Fight with your life. The ship can't outrun it with its speed." Just at this moment, a huge universal storm suddenly appeared and swept the monster in. Roar! The monster's tentacles writhed, but they were drawn deeper into the storm. Consequently, the 2 were stunned, but the ship didn't stop at all and soon flew off. The monster was still unscathed, even though it faced such a universal storm. It was much stronger than they had imagined. They were too lucky this time. Even Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha would have to run from that. Most young dukes were rather successful with their missions. On some border planet, the surface was filled with several metallic buildings and cannon stands. Ships landed and flew up non-stop. In the military barracks, Ying Ying was sitting on the bed inside a double suite. She was happily watching cartoons. Sometimes, the stars would speak to her, and she would easily save the young dukes. She remembered clearly to only intervene when the young dukes were about to die. This wasn't hard for her. Most of the time, she was watching her cartoons happily. At this moment, the doors opened. Lu Li and Alice came back to their dorms while covered in sweat. They had just finished their training. This double suite was specially prepared for them. Upon entering, they saw Ying Ying watching cartoons happily on the couch and smiled. Alice asked, "Ying Ying, are you hungry? Big sister will cook food for you after a shower." Ying Ying quickly nodded. Yay! She hadn't eaten anything for an entire day since the two sisters left in the morning. The two quickly showered and soon cooked dinner. Lu Li thought of something and asked, "Ying Ying, is brother fine?" She knew Luze was strong but the void border was unsafe. They had heard of all sorts of dangerous situations today already. Ying Ying ate and said, "They're fine. Sister Jing and they encountered some enemies, but they were no match for them." Hearing this, the two girls felt assured. Alice asked curiously, "What about the others?" Ying Ying said with some pride, "They're all fine. I didn't let anyone see." Alice hugged Ying Ying and gave her a big drumstick. "Here, eat this Ying Ying." Ying Ying's eyes immediately lit up. She loved this, and Luze wasn't here to fight over it with her. Chapter 554. They're actually called Terry Amen. An hour later, Kai Huyahesha, Nangang Jing, and Lin Ling came out of the bathroom wearing their bathrobes. Their hair was still wet, and they had a satisfied smile on their faces. Kai Huyahesha looked at Luze who was resting and said, "Little brother Luze, have a bath too. We've made the hot water ready for you." Luze nodded and got up. He walked in the bathroom and closed the door. The place was filled with steam and some faint aroma. Luze took off his clothes and washed the blood stains before entering the bath. The temperature was perfect. Accordingly, Luze's tense body relaxed. Half an hour later, the water grew cold, and Luze came out. He used spirit force to dry the water on his body and put on a bathrobe before walking out. The three girls were chatting in the living room. Nangang Jing patted the empty spot next to her and said, "Zi, come over. Let's count our loot." Kai Huyahesha and Lin Ling appeared to be looking forward to this moment. Luze walked over and took out the 18 storage rings. The group checked them one by one and smiled. There were 12 Heaven Yang spirit fruits, 2 planet forge fruits, and 3 planetary state spirit herbs they didn't recognize. There were also tens of mortal evolution state spirit herbs. At the same time, there were many precious ores, which included the Chiun ore they needed for their mission. On top of that, there were also powerful crystals and materials from powerful beasts. They even found a blue dragon's shell. Luze was speechless. These guys weren't Terry brothers, they were Terry Amen. They had everything. They couldn't take out everything onto the ship, but they could sense with their mental force. There were about 5 tons of Chiun ores. Half a kilogram of this was equivalent to 10,000 federal contribution points. This meant that they had 100 million federal contribution points from just the ores alone. Great! There weren't a lot of blue shell dragon. One of them was a level 2 planetary state while 3 of them were level 1 shells. Furthermore, 12 of them ranged from level 7 to 9 shells. Nangang Jing frowned. Why aren't there shells below level 7 of the mortal evolution state? Kai Huyahesha said, "I'll call Terry East over and ask." Then, she brought Terry East out. Nangang Jing asked the question again. Terry East explained, "We found a small blue shell dragon lair. We bombarded it with cannons, and only these dragons ran out. Then, we killed them all. Those low-level shells weren't too precious, so we didn't care. It's probably destroyed." Everyone. That was Shenwu merits. How was it not precious? Level 1 to level 3 mortal evolution state shells were worth half a Shenwu merit. Level 4 to level 6 was worth 1 Shenwu merit. This was hard to bear. They lost a few hundred Shenwu merits for no reason. Level 2 planetary state shell was priced at 20 Shenwu merits while level 1 was priced at 10 Shenwu merits. That was 50 Shenwu merits. As for level 6 to level 9 shells, they discussed it and decided to take out 5 to fulfill the federal missions. Each mission was worth 400,000 federal contribution points. That would be 2 million federal contribution points in total then. The remaining 7 would be 14 Shenwu merits. Compared to the Chiun ores, this was nothing. They also took Terry Brothers' weapons and armors. There was nothing suitable for them. Although they were damaged, there would still be some reward points if they were recycled. After this, Kaiouhesha locked Terry East back in the room. The group deliberated and decided to give the Heaven Yang Spirit Fruit and Star Forge Fruit to Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha. They were already planetary states, after all. As for the rest, they would be recycled, and the reward points would be given to Luze and Lin Ling. Everyone smiled happily. This was a great start for them. Nangongjing thought of something and said, "By the way, the pirates' treasure is outside the human territory. Are we going to get it? They acquired a lot of things here, but the real treasure was outside." Luze smiled. "Although we have Terry East's star map, it's outside the control of the Federation. It's too dangerous to go now. We'll wait for Li and the rest to join and then take Ying Ying with us." Kaiouhesha smiled. "We can also go check out where they found the Blade Demon ship." Everyone nodded. It was too unusual for Blade Demons to appear there. Since it was abnormal, then something must be amiss there. Lin Ling got up and smiled. "I'll go cook." After dinner, the group returned to their own rooms to cultivate. Luze sat on his bed and entered the pocket hunting dimension. He appeared on the barren lands and sensed his surroundings. There were tens of powerful Kais not far away. He immediately flew towards them. What a lucky start! There were tens of golden-horned sheep happily grazing the grass. They had dual god arts, metal god art and earth god art. The strongest in this pack was a level 8 mortal evolution state. With Luze's current power, he was not weaker than it, even during the day. Thus, he proceeded above their location without hesitation. Rumble! Lightning and thunder reverberated. Luze descended like the thunder god. Chapter 555. Does Lady Luck have another favorite? In the pocket hunting dimension, lightning flashed and tens of golden-horned sheep fell to the ground in unison. Those weaker than level 7 mortal evolution state died on the spot. Meanwhile, those level 7 sheep had their earth shield crushed by the lightning. They were heavily injured and kept writhing in the lightning. Although they didn't die on the spot, they lost their combat power. The only one standing was that level 8 mortal evolution state sheep. The lightning could break its defenses, but the remaining power wasn't enough to pose a threat. Upon seeing all his little pals get killed, the sheep was furious. Dang! With a metal clashing sound, the horns of the sheep shot out 2 eye-piercing golden blade rays. The blades proceeded to cut Luze's black gold battle armor. Upon making contact, clanking sounds could be heard. Luze grinned. The green wind moved around his body, and he disappeared from his current spot. Luze dodged the blade rays and rapidly closed in on the sheep while lightning kept flashing in the air. Thunderbolts rained down. Rumble! 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 The consecutive hits produced substantial cracks on the sheep's earth shield. Eventually, it shattered like glass. At this moment, Luze appeared on the sheep's side and clenched his right fist, which formed a bolt of terrifying purple-red lightning. He was just planning to crush it. During this time, the sheep suddenly stood back on its hind legs as metallic and earth elements radiated from its body. Then, there was a slight tremor from the ground. Countless earth spears shot out from it. Golden blades flew around the sheep like a blade storm. Sensing the danger coming from all directions, Luze's hair stood up. Oh shit! This guy was waiting for him to get close. This sudden burst caught Luze off guard. He didn't even have time to dodge. There were too many blade rays and earth spears. Luze could only attempt to avoid the lethal attacks while using his black gold battle armor to take on the weaker hits. Rumble. The violent spirit force swept across all directions. The grass was pulverized, and a layer of the soil was plowed through. When the shockwave dissipated, Luze's body was revealed. His black gold battle armor had been broken. All sorts of wounds appeared on his body. Some were deep to the bone. Blood kept dripping to the ground too. His chi became extremely weak. This was really painful. If he didn't keep forming the black gold battle armor and using super regeneration, he would have been half dead already. This wasn't a hit ordinary people could take. After using such powerful attacks, the sheep's chi also weakened. However, its eyes were still blood red as it glared at Luze. Luze returned the gaze with equally cold eyes. Suddenly, Luze disappeared from the spot. The previous carcass had turned to orbs. He quickly picked up the orbs and fled. This wasn't worth it. He was heavily injured and exhausted. He still needed some time to recover. It really wasn't worth it to keep fighting now. Roar. The sheep didn't expect Luze to suddenly run. It let out a roar and chased after Luze. However, it wasn't too plausible to catch up to Luze, who had Blue Bird 1 divine art. Eventually, it could only watch Luze disappear into the distance. Luze panted. It was quite hard to fight level 8 mortal evolution state boss without the body of darkness. If he had the body of darkness, he could have dodged that wave of attack. What a pity! Grey light flowed around him, and his deep wounds rapidly healed. He used Chi stealth god art while he carefully flew in the air. An hour later, Luze grinned confidently and began hunting again. He was so heavily injured before that it took him nearly an hour to fully recover. Now, he could fight again. Luze sensed a chi not far away. He changed directions and flew to the left. Moments later, Luze appeared before a small forest. This sort of forest was, at most, considered a shrub in the pocket hunting dimension. The real ones were boundless. At this moment, Luze saw a figure that was only half a meter tall. It was round and golden. It had small dark eyes that were very cute. When Luze figured out what this was, he was very excited. It's that small thing. Great! He was too lucky. But soon, Luze found that this little thing was a level 4 mortal evolution state. He didn't expect that this little thing's power would increase. He had always thought that the beasts in the pocket hunting dimension retained the same power throughout their lifetime. This little thing was already so strong last time as a level 3 mortal evolution state. Now that it was a level 4 mortal evolution state, how strong would it be? Luze hesitated for a moment but still decided to fight it. However, another golden figure suddenly ran out of the forest. It was also another golden echidna. Luze thought that only one of these magical beasts existed. The two echidnas seemed to have great fun playing together. Luze's eyes focused, and he charged up. Rumble. Lightning flashed. Luze used large amounts of power and drew out hundreds of purple-red lightning bolts from the lightning clouds. Just in case, he used his strongest power to attack. If he couldn't beat them, he would run straight away. Chit chit chit, the two echidnas screeched furiously. Their bodies flashed with golden light and thick clusters of golden needles to try to block the lightning bolts. Rumble. In just a few seconds, the purple-red light suppressed the golden beams. Luze gritted his teeth and inserted more power into the lightning clouds. The golden needles were gradually eradicated, and then, the lightning headed towards the two echidnas. Yet, just when the lightning was about to strike them, a golden beam flashed and a 5-meter-tall echidna appeared before the two small ones. Its sharp claws slapped the lightning, and the lightning clouds were easily suppressed. Luze. He looked dazedly at the huge echidna. What to do? Could he still survive? Suddenly, a golden beam flashed. Thereafter, Luze died before he could react. Chapter 556. Do you think there's no one strong left in the human race? The sudden appearance of the creature disrupted Luze's plan. He didn't expect that those small echidnas had a big boss supporting them. This was very awkward. Now, Luze could only set his focus on the earth blob in the rabbit hive. Indeed, rabbits were the easiest to abuse. However, would the rabbits have a super boss in their hive? Luze shook his head. He had to go check it out himself. Half an hour later, the painful sensation disappeared, and Luze began cultivating on his bed. A day later in the Chiun galaxy, there was a small solar system near the center of the galaxy. There was a star that was smaller than the Sun. It was emitting red light. There were 3 planets revolving around this star. The planet at the outermost orbit had many ships going in and out. Some of these ships were military warships, and some were private ships. At this moment, a small wormhole appeared, and a ship, on which a sun was inscribed, flew out. There were 3 strange ships behind it. One of the black ships had 3 huge holes. This was Luze's fleet. After a day, they finally arrived at the place where the Third Army was stationed. Luze was sitting in his room. He was emitting a misty white light around him. Pant. Luze clenched his fists and smiled. His 6 bowels had completely formed planetary seeds. At most, the day after tomorrow, he would be able to reach level 4 of the mortal evolution state. By then, his combat power would increase again. At that point, he would be able to achieve a planetary state power even during the day. If it was at night, perhaps he could fight a level 9 mortal evolution state dark wolf? Luze suppressed his bold thoughts. He should play it safe. Ever since entering the 3rd map, he never seemed to have made it out alive. When he reached level 4 of the mortal evolution state, he must make it out of the pocket hunting dimension alive. He went out of his room. Nangongjing also walked out too. Her face showed some joy. Clearly, she had made some considerable progress after using the fruits from yesterday. She saw Luze and grinned. Thereafter, she put her arm around Luze's neck. Good morning, Ze. Immediately, an aroma entered Luze's nose, and a somewhat soft sensation came in contact around his neck. Luze. She really didn't consider him as a guy, did she? He slapped off her claws and said, watch it, or I might transform. Nangongjing waved her fists at Luze. I'll beat you up then. You can't beat me anyway. Luze was speechless. When they went into the living room, they found that Kaiuyuhesha and Lin Ling were already out. Kaiuyuhesha smiled. We're about to arrive. Luze stretched his back. It's like arriving at home in this void space. At this moment, the Third Army's stationing grounds rang the alarm. Warning! Unknown spaceship approaching. Suspected space pirates. The alarm blared through the entire grounds. The people were stunned. Space pirates? Which space pirate is bold enough to come here? This region was controlled by humans, and there were star states guarding here. Star State was considered extremely strong in this region. Would they be lost? Should we go help them? There might be rewards. Let's go. Free reward points. Only an idiot wouldn't want them. Yeah, there's no danger anyway. In this boring void space, these retarded pirates were quite the entertainment. Meanwhile, the new dawn brought the spaceships closer to the stationing grounds. During this time, New Dawn's robotic voice could be heard. Master, a large number of ships are closing in. Luze and the others were surprised. They looked outside the window. There were indeed many ships approaching, and some were military ships of the Shenwu army. Some seemed to be ships of an adventure guild. The group was confused. Luze said, even if this is a welcoming ceremony, it's a bit too grand. Did they do something amazing? Nangongjing scratched her head. We only annihilated a group of pirates. Is this something very amazing? Nu Don's voice sounded again. Master, we're locked by a warship weapons system. What should we do? The four were completely stunned. The ships weren't here to welcome them back. At this point, a short-haired, middle-aged man on the main warship frowned. Isn't that Monarch of the Nu Don's private ship? Then, he looked at the three ships behind it. Things didn't seem so simple. Was Luze abducted? Luze was accompanied by a few talented young dukes as well. Thinking about this, his face sunk. Connect me to Nu Don. He was going to see which pirate dared to abduct their Federation prodigy and come to their station so boldly. Did they think there was no one strong left in the human race? Even the people coming to watch the show realized that the ship at the front was Monarch of the Nu Don's private ship. I seem to have heard that the four-race social gathering is about to begin, so young dukes come to the Void Border to train. Could it be that Monarch of the Nu Don encountered space pirates while they were doing missions and was caught alive? They didn't know what to say. Were the group too weak or unlucky? If they encountered very powerful space pirates, they wouldn't be able to escape. Anything could happen in the void space. Nu Don's voice came out, Master, the Vice Commander of 3rd Army Gilles Carey is requesting for communication and asking to release you. Everyone. Chapter 557 I want him to be my master. As it turned out, it was the Vice Commander of the 3rd Army, right? This was quite a scene. He would at least be a high-level planetary state, wouldn't he? What did he mean by release Luze? Luze wondered what he should do to release himself. Luze nodded. Accept the communication. He felt that there was some misunderstanding. They were good children. As soon as Luze answered, a short-haired, powerful middle-aged man appeared in the living room. He was surprised when he saw Luze and the rest, and then, he looked around in confusion. When he didn't see anyone else, he studied Luze and everyone. Monarch of the Nu Don, young Duke Nangong, Kaihuyu, and Lin, what are you doing? Why are you with the pirates? Since they weren't captured, then did they willingly go with space pirates? If it was other people, he would have captured them without asking anything, but Luze and the others were young dukes. The situation might be different. Wait. Gilles thought of a possibility. Could it be? He looked at them strangely while waiting for an explanation. Luze and the rest finally realized what went wrong. Was it because there were pirate ships following behind them and they were misunderstood? Luze explained. We captured the high-level crew of that space pirates. We were going to see if you wanted to recycle those 3 ships. Gilles. Moments later, Gilles pulled the corner of his mouth. Cough, ha ha ha, you're indeed the Monarch of the Nu Don and the 3 young dukes. You annihilated a crew of space pirates as soon as you came to the Void Border. But, these space pirate ships are different from your private ships. They aren't registered. If you want to bring them back, you need to contact us first, or it would be considered an invasion. Luze and everyone felt embarrassed. No wonder so many ships came. It was all because of the alarm. Luze felt he lost all his face as the Monarch of the Nu Don. Nangongjing, Kaihuyu Hesha, and Lin Ling looked outside speechlessly. Luze nodded. All right, we'll take note next time. We won't make such mistakes again. Gilles nodded and smiled. In that case, please allow us to send people to take over the 3 ships. Otherwise, they can't enter the station. This is for safety measure. Gilles was very polite. He was a young duke himself, albeit an ordinary one. He can't compare with Nangongjing and the others. Luze nodded. Sure, do as you wish. Gilles breathed easy. He feared that the talented young dukes like Luze were difficult to talk to. It would be troublesome if that were true. Gilles cut the communication and ordered, "Send people to take over the 3 ships." The officer heard the conversation and was very shocked. Those who could be space pirates had at least a few planetary states. Yet, Luze and his group annihilated a crew as soon as they came, and they captured all the high-level pirates alive? Gilles shook his head and sighed. They're indeed people that ordinary young dukes can't even compare with. He knew what level of power an ordinary young duke would reach at this stage. If it were him, he would have been killed already. The officer quickly sent out the orders. The other soldiers were also dazed upon hearing the situation. Despite being shocked, they were very well trained and soon enacted their orders. The ships flew over, and soldiers went in to search for potential threats. Those people who were watching made some comments. Wasn't Monarch of the New Dawn captured alive by pirates? How are they sending people in to take the ships already? Or is it that the space pirates are actually captured by Monarch of the New Dawn and the rest? Everyone fell silent. This really might be the case. Oh shit, Monarch of the New Dawn is too strong. That's a space pirate crew. It would have at least 4 to 5 planetary states, right? The strongest would, at the very least, be a level 3 or 4 planetary state. Does this mean that Monarch of the New Dawn is strong enough to capture level 3 or 4 planetary state alive? This progress is too terrifying. Not necessarily. Do you not know how close young Dukes Jing and Hesha are with Monarch of the New Dawn? They're definitely on there too. Perhaps, they took on the strongest. I really admire him. Not just his power and talent, but even his love life is so successful. I want him to be my teacher. Don't think about it. You need to have his talent and his looks first. Ouch, that hurts. Soon, the interiors of the ships were checked by the soldiers. They reported after there were no threats found. Gilles then contacted the New Dawn again. Luze and the rest felt this was quite awkward. There were so many people watching as well. Gilles called them again and appeared in the living room. He smiled. Monarch of the New Dawn, 3 young dukes, these 3 ships are fine. If you want to recycle it for the Shenwu army, we gladly appreciate it. As for the Shenwu merits, we would have to tell you after an analysis. It would take about a day. Luze smiled. No problem. He thought of the high-level crew. By the way, we captured 5 planetary state high levels. 2 of them are level 3 planetary states, 1 is a level 2 planetary state while the other 2 are level 1 planetary states. Do you want them? Gilles nodded. Of course. Powerful people were needed to explore dangerous parts of the void space, but they couldn't waste human lives like that. This was when these captives come into play. Many powerful beings would be sold like slaves. If the human race was annihilated, perhaps humans would be sold too. This was very bloody, but compared to the lives of your own race, this was nothing. Gilles smiled. 1 quantity of a level 3 planetary state is worth 600 Shenwu merits. A level 2 is worth 300 Shenwu merits. Meanwhile, a level 1 is worth 100 Shenwu merits. This comes to a total of 1,700 Shenwu merits. Luze and the others smiled. This trip was too worth it. They didn't expect space pirates to be worth that much. Gilles smiled. If you've acquired things you don't need from the space pirates, you can also recycle them at the resource building. Luze and everyone nodded. Chapter 558 This is a fake boss. The 3 ships were taken away by the Shenwu army and so were those high-level pirates. As for Shenwu merits, they would be notified after they were calculated. Luze and everyone didn't need to worry about being targeted and given less than what they deserve. If the Shenwu army was really that corrupt, the human race would have been annihilated already. The audience left upon seeing there was nothing to watch, but what happened today was quite a good conversation topic for them. Soon, the ships surrounding the New Dawn cleared up. Inside the living room of the New Dawn, Luze smiled. Next time, we should notify the army about bringing ships back. This is our first time after all. Lin Ling and the rest nodded. Nangang Jing smiled. Let's go back to the stationing ground first. The ship soon reached the outermost planet in the solar system. There was a medium-sized city there. The New Dawn stopped at the space station. Luze, along with everyone, alighted and placed the ship in the storage ring. There were quite some people present there at the moment, and they looked over. After all, Luze annihilated a space pirate crew. This feat was rather outstanding. Only those adventurers who weren't strong enough would stay in the human-controlled region to accomplish missions. Those who were confident in their power all left to find more resources. The power to annihilate a pirate crew was quite strong for the people who stayed here. Luze and the others were already immune to these curious glances. The four left the space station and entered the city. Compared to Shenmue City, this city was smaller but still had what was necessary. Luze and the rest went ahead to get a suite first. This place was more expensive than Shenmue City. It cost 300,000 star coins. Then, they went to the resource hall. This was also smaller than the one in Shenmue City. It was a 10-meter tall, huge square structure with a radius of 300 meters. They recycled all the armor and treasure they got from the pirates there. In total, they received 1,100 Shenmue merits. This was quite a decent amount, especially considering it was only their first time. They definitely earned more than the other young dukes. As for the Blue Shell Dragon and Chiun ores, they didn't recycle them since it would be worth more to redeem the rewards from the missions. When all their loot was converted to reward points, Luze got 700 and Lin Ling got 400. Nangang Jing and Kaiou Hesha got the spirit fruits before, so they didn't take any. Luze was very confident now. He had 700 Shenmue merits. He could even buy 2 of those shadow leopard armor. He was confident to go look at the shops to see what was good. However, Luze knew that he could probably only afford ordinary things. Still, that didn't matter. He would take it slow. Once they saved up enough merits, they would be able to acquire many good things. After leaving the resource hall, Luze looked around and said, "I'm hungry." The other 3 smiled. "Me too, let's go eat." They weren't hungry at all, but they still wanted to eat. They ate spirit food, and this was beneficial for their cultivation, so it wasn't a time waster. They went around the streets and found a spirit food restaurant. Upon coming in, Luze and everyone looked around and found there were very few people in here. There were only a few tables filled with people. They were drinking spirit fruit wine and spirit food. They seemed to be celebrating a mission. Luze and his group found a corner and sat down to order food. During this time, the conversation on the other table made their expressions turn strange. What was that alarm? Old Wang, did you go see? What was the situation? It was just a misunderstanding. I was even thinking about whether I could get some freebies, but it wasn't an invasion at all. Then, what is it? This should soon spread. You know Luze, right? Yes, of course, monarch of the New Dawn Luze. Who doesn't know him? It was Luze and his female friends. They came here? But even if they came, the alarm shouldn't sound. Then, Old Wang explained what happened. Luze and the others shook their heads. They just came to eat and still encountered this. This news spread too fast. Another person said, the young dukes came here now to train themselves. The 4-race social gathering is about to begin. They're the prodigies of the young generation. They need to perform well. But, the results of these recent few social gatherings haven't been good for the human race. There's nothing we can do about that. The barbaric and winged race are old races in the elf cosmic realm. Round race has had much more time to develop than the human race. Their foundation is much greater than the human race. But, this year will really be exciting. Yes, we have Monarch of the New Dawn. There should be no prodigy that's a match for him among those who had the same cultivation level as him, right? Not just him, young Duke Nanggong, Kaiyu, and Lin are all very strong among those with the same cultivation level. By the way, Green, haven't you been out of the galaxy? How do you think they compare with the prodigies of other races? Green sat up. He ate some food slowly before saying, I actually didn't see any prodigies when I went out. Pfft. The others rolled their eyes at him. Green immediately said, I haven't, but the boss I followed last time has. We talked a lot. The other people were immediately interested. What happened? Green said, it's said, that the number one prodigy of the elf race, their sacred girl, is a prodigy who was born as Star State. She reached the cosmic system state in less than 100 years. Now, it's said her power is beyond the cosmic system state. According to ordinary elf race age, she's only about 20. Everyone fell silent. Luze and his group looked among themselves. Cosmic cloud state before 20. She must be the devil. Luze made some calculations. He was 19 now. A year later. He was confident that he could reach the planetary state. Her starting point was the end point that most humans don't even dare to dream of. How could they compare? However, Ying Ying was born a cosmic realm state. Nevertheless, she was too cute. Luze thought of the girl watching cartoons and asking to be fed. She's probably a fake boss. Chapter 559 Little Heart Pumping Fast. The atmosphere in the restaurant was silent. Luze and his group were still shocked regarding the news of the elf race prodigy. Nevertheless, when they thought about Ying Ying, they felt better. Worst comes to worst, they'll just rely on Ying Ying. But Luze's eyes flashed with light. The bosses in the pocket hunting dimension were very strong. He felt he could be able to struggle. Perhaps there was some invincible boss in there, which would become crazy and commit suicide in front of him. Then, he would become invincible. Luze grinned and smiled. The three girls saw this strange smile and looked worriedly at Luze. Nanggong Jing said, Ze, are you defeated? Luze's talent was the strongest in the Federation. He had never suffered any defeats. They were concerned. Kaiyu rubbed Luze's hair and said gently, Little brother Luze, our foundation isn't great enough. We don't need to compare with those monsters in the short term. If you really feel a lot of pressure, how about I help you release some? Luze. Release pressure? How? Should he agree? Luze smelled the aroma coming from Kaiyu, and his heartbeat quickened. Nanggong Jing gripped her fists and said, I feel I can help you release some pressure too. Sensing the killing intent from Nanggong Jing, Luze's heart stopped beating. He quickly coughed. Teacher Kaiyu and Nanggong, what are you talking about? Am I that sort of weak-minded person? I'm just thinking about other things. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. At this moment, that Green spoke again, the demonic prince of the advanced demon race is also born a star state. He's as strong as the elf sacred girl. Old Wang interrupted, tell us something we can compare with. The elf and advanced demon race had enormous territory. Even in the entire universe, they had some status. How could the human race compare with them? Green coughed. To be honest, Monarch of the New Dawn's talent is already top-notch, except for a few rare prodigies of the elf cosmic realm races. We'll go and see in the 4-race social gathering. This is the one wherein the human race will perform the best. Luze and the others were also excited. What they could do now was just cultivate and improve their power. Right then, a beautiful aperture opening state waiter walked over with the food. Time to eat. After the meal, Luze and everyone returned to the suite. The group sat on the couch and opened the void border communicator immediately. They looked at the list of items up for the exchange. They were all very hopeful. They wanted to see what could be exchanged and work towards it. The things up for exchange were spirit fruits, spirit material, metals, special material, armors, weapons, equipment, serum, martial technique, secret technique, divine arts, and so forth. They ignored spirit fruit and serums due to the existence of red and purple orbs. As for spirit material, they received quite some of them from the celebration, so they didn't need to worry about it for now. Metals and special materials. Luze and the others didn't need to forge any pieces of equipment, so they didn't need this either. They looked towards equipment, divine arts, and secret techniques. Luze had enough divine art to use for now, but Lin Ling and the rest had very little compared to him. Luze only had one divine art rune for each divine art, so he didn't have any surplus to give them. Luze smiled. Let's look at the equipment first. The three nodded. They opened the section. At the front was mortal evolution state equipment. There were armors, weapons, and specially inscribed rings to increase one's power. They just had a glance and stopped. Mortal evolution state pieces of equipment were useless to them. Luze selected a piece of planetary state equipment. As for star state equipment, it was best not to look at them. It would be too painful. The one listed at the top was a black huge sword. This sword was called Black Cleaver. Wait. Luze thought of something. That seemed to be an axe. The Black Cleaver sword cost 55,000 Shenwu merits. If it was converted to federal contribution points, it would be 5.5 billion federal contribution points. This disappointed the group. This was too expensive. It was just planetary state equipment. Nangongjing scratched her head and smiled. Luckily, none of us uses huge swords. Kaiuyuhesha smiled and nodded. She's right. The second piece of equipment was dark black armor. Luze and the rest couldn't even look away after seeing it. The armor was called Martial God Set. It was a special armor of the Shenwu army. Once you wore it, your use of spirit force would increase a level. This was a huge help for battle. Moreover, the armor had powerful runes that could recycle spirit force back to the body. This would greatly increase power and speed. This armor was suitable for everyone. No matter if a person had god art or not, speed, power, and agility, spirit force will always be the foundation. Anyone wearing this would have those attributes increased. The information provided that this was a simplified version of the combat armor belonging to the god Martial Saint. It was the top-level armor for a planetary state. The materials used were very rare, so only 12 remained. Luze and the rest loved this. Their personal armor could no longer increase their powers by one level at planetary state. This would only decrease as time went on. Still, the price was unbearable. 50,000 Shenwu merits. Who could handle it? Even the mortal evolution state shadow leopard armor was only 300. If all of them would get one, they would need 300,000 Shenwu merits. After a moment of silence, Nangongjing said firmly, "We'll work hard on missions during this period. When Li and the rest come back, we'll go to that treasure." The other three agreed in unison. Chapter 560. They're injured? Luze and the others continued to look down. They found that Zhuoqiu Sunhuang was right. There were so many more treasures they could trade here than in the Dawn system. Their grade was much higher too. Most importantly, these treasures can only be exchanged through merit points. This was probably an incentive for the powerful beings in the Federation. Accordingly, they would be encouraged to visit the Void Border to improve themselves and search for more resources for the Federation. This was why there were far stronger people at the Void Border than inside the Federation. Whether it was Luze, Kaiuyuhesha, Nangongjing, or Lin Ling, they all saw pieces of equipment that would greatly improve their power. However, they couldn't even afford the Martial God Set. They shouldn't even think about other things. They were too poor. Too poor. Extreme poverty made the four feel dejected. After looking through gears, they moved on to divine arts, secret techniques, and martial techniques. They were much cheaper compared to gears. After all, these knowledge-type things could be given repetitively. Meanwhile, gears required precious resources to forge. In some cases, the Federation couldn't forge them at all. Therefore, their prices were naturally much higher. There were a lot more divine arts in the treasure depot of Shenwu Army than the Dawn system. Their prices were about the same. Divine arts stronger than the fire clone only cost 10,000 merit points here. This was about 100 million federal contribution points. Luze didn't lack divine arts, so he didn't feel anything. However, the three girls naturally had a longing look in their eyes. Now that they had Luze's purple orbs and the help of the Dao Enlightenment Room, their learning speed for divine art was unimaginably fast. Compared to gears, divine arts were much more cost-effective to them. However, they didn't have merit points. Their eyes were filled with firm resolve. They were determined to work hard and save up merit points. Everyone breathed out to calm down. The atmosphere remained silent for a long while, and then, Luze said, "Let's find if there is any news related to Blue Shell Dragon or Chiun Rock Ores." Luze opened the information hotspot and chose the local network. He started to scan through it. There were already several reports regarding the misunderstanding just then. Luze and everyone ignored these reports and focused on what they needed. Soon, they found a piece of news. This was a group forum. The person who posted the information found a large blue shell dragon cave. There were a few level 5 planetary state blue shell dragons. Most were below level 4 of the planetary state too. Their squad couldn't take this alone, so they wanted to find a few squads to go annihilate that hive. Seeing this, Luze and the rest looked among each other. Luze asked, "Should we contact them?" Nangongjing nodded. It's hard to find one. Let's contact them and see." Kaiyuhesha and Nangongjing nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Luze messaged the person. Soon, the other party called, and a projection appeared. It was a kind-looking, bald-headed man. When he saw Luze and the group, he was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect them to contact him. But soon, he smiled. "So it's Nangong and Kaihuyu, you two little girls." Then, he studied Luze. "Monarch of the New Dawn Luze, I've heard so much about you lately. You started trouble as soon as you came over." Luze was shocked. By the looks of it, this bald-headed dude knew the alcoholic and everyone. Nangongjing was dazed due to the statement of the man, and then, she smiled. "So it's Senior Yan Gu. I didn't expect you to be at Chiun System too." Kaiyuhesha also nodded. Subsequently, she introduced him to Luze and Lin Ling. "This is Senior Yan Gu. He's a young duke from the same period as Elliot. He's also a graduate of Federal University. He's very strong and nice." Luze was surprised. This person was previously a young duke from the same period as Elliot. Elliot was a bad person. Luze took note of this. That guy seems to be a level 5 planetary state. How strong was this Yan Gu? They were both young dukes, so they should be about the same, right? Yan Gu waved his hand. "You guys don't need to talk about my strength. With your talents, you would probably soon surpass me." He also heard about the matter regarding Luze and his group annihilating a pirate crew as soon as they arrived. This meant that Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha had a combat power reaching level 3 or even level 4 of the planetary state. This power was shocking to him. As for Luze's combat power, he couldn't guess yet, but it shouldn't be bad. Thereafter, Yan Gu said, "In that case, we'll rendezvous at the entrance of resource building tomorrow morning. There are some things we need to be clear about." Luze nodded. Following that, the communication was cut. Nangongjing smiled. "I didn't expect Senior Yan Gu to be here." Kaiuyuhesha smiled. I heard he was invited by many powerful adventure guilds outside the galaxy. He rejected them all and chose to stay in the Void Border. I didn't expect him to not have joined the Shenwu army. It seemed that he chose to join an adventure squad here or made his own. Luze smiled. We can go and ask tomorrow. He was quite interested in this previous young duke too. Lin Ling nodded. Perhaps we can learn more about the Void Universe from him. I wonder if he has been out of the human-controlled region. They were about to go there soon, and of course, it was best that they learned something about it. Okay, go cultivate. We'll probably be experiencing a lot of battles after tomorrow, Nangang Jing said. She drank some wine before returning to her room. Luze and the rest also chose to go back to their rooms. Luze sat on his bed. It was just afternoon. He began to use red orbs to cultivate. He was about to reach level 4 of the mortal evolution state. It was best that he could break through before going to the Dragon Hive. That way, his combat power would increase, and he would gain more. Luze dived into cultivation. The next morning, the warm sunlight enveloped the entire city. Although it was morning, it didn't matter much for powerful beings. They weren't affected by biological clocks anymore. Cultivation was sleep. Therefore, the entire camp was still busy with the traffic of ships. Luze slowly opened his eyes. He was really close to breaking through. He felt his seeping spirit force and smiled. The steady progress every day made him feel great. His mood was as beautiful as the sunlight. He got off the bed and left the room. He saw that the other three had finished cultivating and were sitting on the couch. They all had happy smiles. Nangang Jing said, "Zi, the merit points from yesterday have arrived." Luze's eyes lit up and looked hopefully at Nangang Jing. How much? The only damage to one of the three largest ships was the broken door. It's worth 3,000 points. That rock ship is completely fine, but it is less valuable than the big ship, so it's worth 2,000 points. As for that black ship, everyone looked strangely at Luze. Luze's mouth twitched. He had a bad feeling. That black ship has about the same value as the rock ship, but because it's damaged heavily, it was only worth 1,000 points. Luze's heart ached. He complained, there are only 3 holes. If they patch it up, it can still be used. Do they need to deduct that much? Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Do you think it's sewing a hole? That ship was already heavily damaged due to the long time spent in warp travel. This 1,000 point reward is already a friendly price. Luze. He wanted to beat himself up. That 1,000 points were worth more than 100 million federal contribution points. Luze felt that his heart was bleeding. Seeing how miserable Luze was, the other 3 didn't want to criticize him further. Kaiuyuhesha comforted, who knows about these sort of things during battle? Little brother Luze, you don't need to blame yourself. Lin Ling smiled. Including those high-level space pirate crew, we have 7,700 points. This is quite a lot. Luze could only choose to accept. The group divided the merit points. Lin Ling got 500, Luze got 1,200, and Nangang Jing and Kaiuyuhesha each got 3,000. Now, Luze had 1,900 in total while Lin Ling had 900. They could buy some low-grade planetary state gear. Of course, they were saving up to buy divine art and higher-grade pieces of equipment. Luze smiled. Let's go rendezvous. The group checked out of their room and flew towards the resource building. They soon reached the place and saw the bald-headed man Yangu. Beside him were a cold-looking, golden-haired woman and a bulky, tall, golden-haired man. There were also 2 squads on the side. One squad had 5, and the other squad had 6 people. They were small adventure guilds. When they saw Luze and the others come over, they all looked over with curiosity. While they were studying Luze and everyone, Luze and his group were also studying them. Other than Yan Gu's group of 3, the other 2 squads each had a level 4 planetary state as the strongest. The rest were level 1 to level 3 planetary states. This power was rather terrifying. Yan Gu and the rest could only be stronger. However, Luze saw that Yan Gu's group had pale faces and weak qi. Were they injured? Chapter 561. I really didn't want to either. It was not just Luze. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling also noticed Yan Gu's weak qi. They didn't expect that the 3 were injured, but it wasn't a good time to ask now. Yan Gu saw Luze and everyone. He showed a smile. All right, everyone has arrived. Let's go discuss this collaboration. In fact, different adventure squads at the Void Border would often team up together because some missions were rather hard. One squad would be risky. The method of collaboration was discussed prior to the mission. Their requests for the division of loot would be discussed. For Luze and the others, it would be their first time coming to the void space, but they knew about this. They came to a restaurant not far away and ordered a private room. Everyone sat down and went through the introductions. The blonde beauty next to Yan Gu was Shatara Clive. She became a young duke at the same time as Yan Gu. The blonde man was Shizwaran. He was also a prodigy of Yan Gu's generation. Shatara and Yan Gu were both level 5 planetary states. Shiz was a level 4 planetary state. As for the other 2 guilds, the one with 6 members had a leader with some white hair. His face was cold, and he was a middle-aged man. His name was Hu Xiang, and he was a level 4 planetary state. The squad with 5 members had a leader who had wine-red wavy hair and a curvaceous body. Her name was Leona Beck. She was also a level 4 planetary state. As for the other members, Luze knew each of them. After the greetings, Yan Gu said, I believe everyone knows about the Blue Shell Dragon mission. I won't speak much about it here. Our target this time is a large hive. According to our intel, this hive has tens of planetary state dragons. There might be multiple level 5 planetary states. I believe you guys can tell that we're injured. If we were at our prime, we can annihilate that hive ourselves, but now, we need some time to recover. If someone else discovers that hive in the meantime, it would be a huge loss. This is why we want to find people to annihilate the hive with us. Hu Xiang thought about it and asked, Brother Yan Gu. We don't have an issue with other things, but how should we divide things up? Yan Gu smiled. Regarding this, because we found the hive, we'll take 10% first from the final loot. Is this fine? The rest of them thought about it, and it seemed fine. After all, only he knew where the hive was. This was like an information fee. Luze and the others glanced among each other. Luze nodded. We're fine with it. Hu Xiang and Leona also nodded. Yan Gu smiled. Other than that, we'll divide things up based on contribution. Is there a problem with this arrangement? Luze and the rest assented with a nod. That was the fairest way to divide things. At this moment, Leona spoke. Yan Gu, if possible, can you tell us how you got your injuries? Were you injured by the level 5 planetary state blue shell dragons? This was very important. If Yan Gu and the others were no match, then the risk would be too high. Hearing this, Yan Gu's face tensed up. After a while, he let out a sigh and smiled. We were injured outside our controlled region. It has nothing to do with the dragons. We're injured, and we don't want to waste time, so we came back to the region in order to rest up while taking a few missions. Don't worry, even though we're injured, we can still take on level 5 planetary state void beasts. Yan Gu's words were filled with great confidence. After all, Yan Gu and the others could fight beyond their level. The void beasts were only on par with them. The eyes of Luze and his group flashed. It seemed they needed to have a chat. Leona and Hu Xiang also breathed easy. Going beyond the region was too far for them. They didn't think about it much. Even if they reached level 5 of the planetary state, they didn't dare to go out. They weren't prodigies like Yan Gu. They were not too confident. At the least, they would need to be level 6 or higher to explore outside. Leona said, "In that case, we're fine. I've already worked with Hu a few times, so we're familiar." As for Luze, she studied Luze with intense interest, and she smiled. As for Monarch of the New Dawn Luze and the rest, they annihilated a space pirate crew as soon as they came. This power is adequate. Luze's mouth twitched. "I'm fine too." To be honest, their powers were probably the weakest in the group. They were just relying on them. It was quite nice to get some merit points with them. The only problem was, could this woman stop looking at him? Hu Xiang's cold face also revealed a smile. "Me too." Seeing that everyone was fine with the arrangement, Yan Gu smiled. "In that case then, let's hope we can work well together and benefit from this. Time is limited. If we don't need to prepare anything, let's head off now." Hu Xiang said, "As an adventure squad, we're ready at any time." Leona nodded. "Us too." However, she looked at Luze. "But it's brother Luze's first time here. Do you need to prepare? You can tell us if you have any difficulties." Luze smiled. "Thank you, we're prepared." Yan Gu nodded. "In that case, let's head off." The group left the restaurant and headed to the space station. Yan Gu took out his spaceship there. It was a dark grey 300-meter-long spaceship. It looked very premium. Hu Xiang and Leona also took out their own squad ships. Usually, they wouldn't go on the ships of other squads. One had to be careful. Luze also took out the New Dawn. He looked around, and his mouth twitched. His New Dawn was the smallest ship here. Luze had made up his mind to change New Dawn to the strongest ship and blind people's eyes with it. Then, he could enjoy people's shocked expressions. After they entered their respective ships, the fleet soon established communication. Yan Gu said, "Next, I'll take you to the location of the hive. It's about a day's journey from the settlement. Keep up." Luze, Hu Xiang, and Leona nodded. Thereafter, Luze ordered New Dawn to follow Yan Gu's ship. The 4 ships flew off from the planet and entered the warp tunnel. Inside, their communication was cut. In the living room, Kaiouhesha looked at Luze. "Little brother Luze is really popular. That old woman looked at you like she was going to eat you." Luze coughed dryly. If Leona heard this, she would probably explode. Luze felt good about himself inside, but he sighed. "I don't want this too, but my handsome appearance doesn't allow it. Wherever I stand, I'm like the brightest star in the night sky. My charm is emanating uncontrollably. This is really a headache." Nangang Jing, puke. She couldn't hold it and sprayed her wine all over Luze's face. "Luze." This was the second time. Nangang Jing glanced at Luze and said, "It's your fault. You made me laugh." Luze. The perpetrator made the accusation first. Chapter 562 The Face of the First Monarch. Nangang Jing still took out a handkerchief and moved over saying, "Don't move." Then, she gently wiped off the alcohol from Luze's face. Luze. He smelled the aroma from Nangang Jing. He felt her actions were clumsy, and this thing was unreal. This was his first time seeing her this gentle. Was she really that violent alcoholic? He opened his mouth and wanted to ask if she was possessed by something, but considering his safety, he didn't ask. Kaiouhesha and Lin Ling also looked at Nangang Jing in disbelief. This wasn't real. Soon, Luze's face was cleaned, and Nangang Jing moved aside. Seeing everyone stare at her strangely, she said with some awkwardness, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kaiouhesha smiled. I'm wondering if the muscles in your brain were eaten by the brain-eating insect. Nangongjing just realized what she did and felt a little awkward. She still said, I did it, so that's why I wiped it for this kid. Lin Ling looked at the two and got up. There's one more day before we arrive. I'm going to cultivate first. Hopefully, I can reach level 3 of the mortal evolution state before I get there. Thereafter, Lin Ling left. Likewise, Kaioulyahesha got up too. I'm going to cultivate. Me too. Nangongjing and Kaioulyahesha left. Only Luze remained on the couch. He was still thinking about Nangongjing's gentle side and scratched his head. Cultivation. He got up and returned to his room. A day later. In the warp travel. Luze was covered in this strange shield. This was Luze intentionally using the pocket hunting dimension special shield. It could reduce his breakthrough commotion to minimal fluctuations. He frowned. Countless spirit force surged into his body from the void. His 6 bowels were emitting this white glow. It appeared like crystal jade and looked beautiful. All the spirit force was surging into his heart. Luze's blood jade-like heart was beating steadily as countless spirit forces surged in before flowing into the cell in the center. The spirit force attached to the surface of the cell and started to slowly seep in. He was beginning to break through to level 4 of the mortal evolution state. At the border of Chiun Galaxy, there was a region shrouded in Chiun stardust. There weren't many stars around. Several black blocks of ice were floating all over the area. At this moment, a wormhole appeared, and 4 ships came out of it. Inside the New Dawn living room, Nangongjing, Kaioulyahesha, and Lin Ling were all there but not Luze. During this time, New Dawn's voice sounded, Yangu, requesting for communication. Lin Ling said, accept. Immediately, 3 projections appeared in there. It was Yangu, Huxiang, and Leona. Yangu said, it will take about an hour to arrive at the hive. We've left someone there to watch it. No one has found it yet. We can start killing them as soon as we get there. Only now did Yangu realize that there were only 3 people in the room. He was stunned. Where is Luze? Still cultivating. The 3 looked among each other helplessly. They didn't expect Luze to choose this time to break through. They were cooperating with the other squads. This would seem a bit inappropriate. Kaioulyahesha smiled apologetically. Yes, sorry. Please wait for a little more time. He needs some time, but he will be done soon. Hearing this, the 3 squad leaders were speechless. The monarch of the New Dawn didn't seem reliable. They were collaborating, and before they even got to work, he was already dragging them behind. However, they had no choice but to wait for Luze. Huxiang frowned. Why did Luze have to choose this time to cultivate? What if someone else finds the hive? If they were to fight over it, it would be more trouble. Nangongjing scratched her head. Just wait a little. That kid will be fast. She didn't tell them Luze was breaking through. What if someone interfered? Nangongjing bit her teeth. After this was done, she was going to beat him up. Since when did she talk to someone like that? Huxiang was annoyed, but considering both Nangongjing and Kaioulyahesha were as strong as him and far surpassed him in talent, he eventually shut his mouth. It wasn't worth it to offend them for this. If the dragons were really stolen by someone, then Luze owed them a favor. That would be worth much more than a few thousand merit points. After all, he's the first monarch. Thinking about this, Huxiang even wanted someone to steal the hive. It was very worth it for them. Leona had the same idea too. She kept a smile on her face without a sense of urgency at all. Yangu saw this and sighed. If one really thought that Huxiang and Leona were easygoing, then he would be too naive. Only the face of the first monarch was the only worthy thing that could make them wait. He was the same. Therefore, the 4 ships just stopped there and floated in space waiting for Luze. 2 hours later, Luze's chi calmed down. His heart flashed with starlight. It was a planetary seed. His 5 bowels were forming planetary seeds. This meant that Luze had reached level 4 of the mortal evolution state. His spirit force and body had greatly improved. Luze opened his eyes and clenched his fist. Space twisted a little. He grinned happily, feeling his power. At last, he was finally a level 4 mortal evolution state. He would definitely be able to get quite some dragon shells. Thinking about this, he just remembered that they were almost there. He quickly got off the bed and darted out. In the living room, the other 3 were looking speechlessly at him. There was also the projection of Yangu, Leona, and Hu Xiang. They were also looking at him speechlessly. Luze immediately felt embarrassed. He scratched his head and waved his hand to them awkwardly. Good morning. Chapter 563. Perhaps he's dumb. The atmosphere was silent inside the new dawn. Yangu coughed. Since Luze is done cultivating, let's head off then. He looked at Luze, and his eyes flashed with confusion. Why did it feel like there were some little changes to Luze? This was only a holographic projection though, so he wasn't too sure. Then, the call ended, and the new dawn followed Yangu's ship. Luze was a little worried. The eyes of the people in the ship made his heart feel cold. He looked at the 3 and asked, "What's wrong?" The 3 rolled their eyes at him. Lin Ling asked, "Broke through?" "MHM." Seeing that the 3 didn't do anything, Luze immediately put his hands on his waist and smiled. "Look at who I am. Of course, I broke through. I'm a level 4 mortal evolution state now." He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "You broke through too?" Lin Ling was a level 3 mortal evolution state. Lin Ling nodded and grinned. She was in a good mood to reach level 3 of the mortal evolution state so quickly. Kai Oyahesha leaned on the couch. "Little brother Luze and Lin Ling are getting stronger and stronger. You will be able to catch up to us soon." Nangongjing drank some wine and nodded. After all, Luze's red orbs were now much more useful to Luze and Lin Ling than to them. Unless Luze got stronger orbs, their cultivation speed wouldn't improve. When Luze reaches the planetary state, we can probably go outside the Milky Way galaxy. It wouldn't be too long, right? We can probably go after the East Realm gathering. The group was keen. They wanted to see the powerful races in the elf cosmic realm. An hour later, the 4 ships came to a region with a lot of dark ice floating. Yangu's ship stopped on one. The new dawn stopped too, and Luze and the rest came out. The other squads also came out. They put away their ships, and Yangu said, "That hive is in this region. It's not too far." Yangu suddenly stopped. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Luze in disbelief. It was as though he saw something strange. When Shatara, Shuz, Hu Xiang, Leona, and the others sensed Luze's cultivation level, their eyes bulged. Level 4 mortal evolution state? How is this possible? Shatara barely spoke at all on the trip, but she now exclaimed. It was only a day, and yet, Luze reached level 4 of the mortal evolution state from level 3. This was too insane. They also found Lin Ling went from level 2 to level 3. They were dazed. Were the levels within the mortal evolution state really easy to break through? A one-day breakthrough was just normal? But how long did they take? Yangu remembered that he took an entire 10 days to break through, and his heart ached. He realized that he might not be a prodigy. No. He was dumb. Yangu began to self-doubt. Other people were lifeless too. Yangu's talent was the best in this bunch. Other people might take months to break through. How could they compare at all? Were they not cultivating the same thing? Hu Xiang and Leona glanced at each other, rejoicing that they didn't offend Luze over that small thing. Their progress was too absurd. If they really offended Luze just then, they would even begin considering if they could assassinate Luze. But now, getting on Luze's good side was the best choice. Luze was used to this shock. He smiled humbly. This is not worth mentioning. I was just lucky. Yan Gu and the rest rolled their eyes. How long has it been since Luze reached the mortal evolution state? He was already a level 4 mortal evolution state now. Yan Gu smiled bitterly. I finally understand why the saints appointed you as monarch of the new dawn. With this talent and combat power, he was indeed much stronger than young dukes. They weren't on the same level. He just didn't expect that Lin Ling was also progressing as fast. Was Lin Ling also really talented? Lin Ling's status went straight up in his mind. Yan Gu calmed down his shock and then smiled. Let's go. We just contacted the pals watching here. No one has come yet. The other people didn't want to compare with Luze anymore. Subsequently, the group started flying inside the floating ice cluster. After flying for half an hour inside, Luze and the others saw an extremely huge astral body. It was a piece of black floating ice with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers. It was almost the same size as Earth. The surface of the body was filled with holes. There were long snake-like things going in and out of these holes. They had one horn on their head and looked ferocious. There were 4 claws under their bellies. Their body ranged from tens of meters to hundreds of meters. At the same time, their bodies were covered in faint black scales, and there was a piece of dark scale under their chin that was very obvious. They were all blue shell dragons. Seeing this, everyone was excited. That many? Leona exclaimed. There were more than 1,000 just on the surface of the planet. There would only be more inside. There were smaller blocks of floating ice outside the hive. Luze and the others were hiding behind one. At this moment, a white beam flew over their location. Soon, a black-haired man wearing white armor appeared beside Luze and the rest. His face was a little pale. He was probably injured outside the controlled region too. Yan Gu smiled at him and said, "This is my pal, Ji Cheng." Luze and the others noticed that Ji Cheng was also a level 4 planetary state. Then, Yan Gu introduced everyone to Ji Cheng. After that was done, Yan Gu asked, "How is it?" Ji Cheng smiled. "There are no adventure squads coming nearby. However, there are quite some dragons in this hive. Get ready for a long battle. We need to prepare recovery serums. If a battle was drawn out and one's spirit force recovery couldn't keep up with spirit force consumption, then serums were needed to recover spirit force." However, Luze didn't need to worry about it at all. His own recovery speed could handle ordinary intense battles. If he consumed all his energy, he had red and purple orbs. As for Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling, their recovery speeds were also much faster than ordinary people after using red orbs. Hu Xiang and Leona, along with the rest, were different. They looked at the hive and then nodded. Their eyes flashed with pain. "We're fine." Serums were very expensive. However, the loot from here was enough for them to use a serum. After ensuring that everyone was fine, Yan Gu divided the tasks. Yan Gu and Shatara would draw away level 5 planetary state dragons. Shaz, Ji Cheng, Hu Xiang, and Leona would deal with level 4 planetary state dragons. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and the other 2 squads level 3 planetary states would deal with level 3 planetary state dragons. The rest of the dragons were left to Luze and the rest. After this was done, Yan Gu smiled. "We'll go up first." Yan Gu and Shatara flew towards the hive. As he flew, Yan Gu turned golden. His chi suddenly rose and started a storm. Shatara held a long sword in her right hand. The sword surged with sharp sword rays. Their chi immediately startled the blue shell dragons. Roar! Roar! 5 extremely powerful chi shot out of these hives. Chapter 564 If I survive the first time. Leave the squad. With a violent roar, 5 blue shell dragons, which were hundreds of meters long, shot out of the hive and flew towards Yangu and Shatara. Those were 5 level 5 planetary state dragons. Seeing that they drew out the bosses in the hive, Yangu and Shatara immediately flew away from where Luze and the rest were. Then, Shaz and the others flew out. This time, 13 level 4 planetary state blue shell dragons were drawn out. Seeing so many flying out, Hu Xiang and Leona, who were just ordinary planetary states, were shocked. So many. They were no longer excited. Could the 4 of them even hold off this many? Meanwhile, Shaz and Ji Cheng's face didn't change at all. The two looked at Hu Xiang and Leona, and then Shaz said plainly, "You don't have to kill them. Just hold them off. Wait until Brother Yan and Shatara kill those level 5 planetary state dragons. Your merit points will not be reduced." Hearing this, Hu Xiang's and Leona's face looked better. If it was just holding them off, they could do it. After all, void beasts were weaker than martial artists. They felt they could run fast enough. Those who couldn't run fast wouldn't survive long in the universe. Nangang Jing's and Kaihu Yahesha's eyes were heating up with fighting spirit. For level 3 planetary state dragons, they could beat 5, no, 10, no, 20. The level 3 planetary states from the 2 adventure guilds were 2 middle-aged men. Their faces didn't seem too good. There were 13 level 4 dragons, how many level 3 dragons would there be? They were worried. At this moment, Nangang Jing smiled excitedly. "Let's go fight a wave of monsters." Her black hair turned golden as her dominant chi expanded. With her personal golden armor, she once again changed from a female alcoholic to a female martial god. Kaihu Yahesha's chi also surged, and the two charged out. Witnessing this, the other 2 men had no choice but to follow. They had no other options. When the hive sensed more chi, they went into a frenzied state. They just kept coming wave after wave. Who could handle this? Powerful chi burst out. The level 3 planetary state dragons came charging out. Behind them were level 1 and level 2 planetary state dragons that were eager to move out too. Sensing a few hundred dragons from level 1 to level 3, the remaining people of the other 2 squads had purple faces. Wasn't there just around 100 dragons? Who taught Yangu's math? The 2 middle-aged men at the front were scared by the chi. They weren't even confident they could run away anymore. At this moment, Nangang Jing grinned and clenched her right fist, proceeding to punch a roaring level 3 dragon. Rumble. The fist force was about to hit the dragon. The dragon then tensed up, sensing the lethal threat. Subsequently, a black spirit force flashed, forming a shield before the fist force. Rumble. Spirit light exploded, sweeping across a distance of a few thousand kilometers. The level 1 and level 2 dragons on the side were sent flying by the shockwave. Some level 1 dragons were even injured a little by the wave. Only the tens of level 3 dragons remained sturdy on the ground. At this moment, one of them suddenly opened its mouth and shot out black energy cannon towards a dragon on its right. Rumble. The dragon clearly didn't expect its pal to fire at it. As a result, it ended up being shot. Roar. Its body flew out a few hundred kilometers. Black blood splattered everywhere as it howled pitifully. Oh shit! Why? Weren't they the same team? It would never believe its comrades again. At this moment, the dragon that shot the cannon suddenly recovered. It looked at its friend and the others who were flying away from it. Its heart ached. That wasn't his fault. He looked at 4 small figures in the distance. He was innocent. He was framed up. Roar. The other pals seemed to understand its words. The tens of level 3 dragons came charging at the 4 small beings. Go quickly. Nangang Jing grinned upon seeing this. That was quite a lot. She would take these black dragons away first. Kaihu Yahesha smiled. We'll leave the remaining ones to little brother Luze. The middle-aged men wondered if they heard it incorrectly. There were still a few hundred level 1 and level 2 dragons left. There were even more mortal evolution state dragons. How many people were left? Only 9, including Luze and Lin Ling. All these would be left to Luze? Did the two really hate Luze and wanted him to die? Seeing the dazed expressions of the two men, Nangongjing and Kai Uyuhesha frowned. Nangongjing said, "Aren't you going? If you're surrounded, I can't save you." Kai Uyuhesha could determine what they were thinking and smiled. "You two underestimate little brother Luze too much. Don't worry. It's fine." The two men looked deeply at the two girls and then flew off. Luze's life or death wasn't something they could decide. Most importantly, they had to live first. Now, only 7 people remained from the 2 squads. 3 of them were level 2 planetary states while 4 were level 1 planetary states. They immediately felt weak and vulnerable in the wake of the few hundred blue shell dragons. If they survive this time, they would leave the squad. Luze's eyes lit up, seeing the crowd of blue shell dragons coming. He looked at Lin Ling. "How's your power now?" Lin Ling frowned. "I can barely take on a planetary state level 1 dragon." After all, there was still a huge difference between her and Luze. Luze smiled. "Then, you go behind and deal with those mortal evolution state dragons." Lin Ling's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, but she still nodded. The other members heard their conversation and felt confused. A handsome man pointed at the dragons and said dryly, "Luze, you're not going up to fight, are you?" Luze looked back and scratched his head. "Is there a problem? If I don't fight them, they're not going to kill themselves." Everyone. They looked at the few hundred dragons and then at Luze. There seemed to be a communication gap between them. Luze saw their hesitation and smiled. "Don't worry. Leave most of them to me. Just kill a few as you see fit." Luze looked at Lin Ling. "I'm going up. Be careful yourself." Lin Ling rolled her eyes. "I'm not a kid. Why did this guy keep treating her like a kid?" Luze smiled and said nothing. His body flashed with silver light, and he instantly appeared above those few hundred planetary state dragons. Chapter 565 I'm going to fight a few hundred. The blood-colored lightning entered his body, and immediately, blood lightning flashed around him. His hair and eyes also turned blood red. A trace of brutality flashed in his eyes. There were many more dragons than he had expected. If he didn't break through to level 4 of the mortal evolution state, he would have to fight and run at the same time. Only when those stronger people have finished dealing with the dragons could they help him. That was the plan of Yangu and the others. After all, Yangu and the rest wanted to get more loot, especially since their arrangement was contribution-based. The lesser people the better. Luze broke through to level 4 of the mortal evolution state, and after blood lightning entered his body, his combat power was definitely strong, even among level 2 planetary states. His opponent was a group of void beasts. Rumble. With Luze as the center, the spirit force shot out. A lightning cloud patch with a range of thousands of kilometers appeared above him. All of the dragons were underneath him. Sensing the violent chi from the clouds, these dragons immediately tensed up. Lethal threat. Roar. The dragons roared and gathered their spirit force. They wanted to destroy the lightning cloud in the sky. Luze grinned as his blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent. Too late. Die. Rumble. He inserted most of his power into the lightning cloud while the clouds were also sucking spirit force from the void. Immediately, a few hundred blood lightning poured down. Roar. The dragons weren't just going to sit there. Sensing the lightning, all of them attacked, whether it was mouth cannons or claw attacks. Hundreds of powerful attacks greeted the lightning. Rumble. The clash made the surrounding 1,000 kilometers look like doomsday. A terrifying storm swept across in all directions. Those remaining members watched this scene, and their minds went black. Too terrifying. Level 4 Mortal Evolution State LUZE could really take on a few hundred Level 1 and Level 2 Planetary State Dragons all by himself. Although Void Beasts had no martial techniques and divine arts and were at the bottom of their state, the difference in their cultivation levels was huge. They were completely silent. Am I dreaming? What a coincidence. I feel I'm dreaming too. Can a human really be this strong? They were in deep shock. Lin Ling also looked at Luze with gleaming eyes. This guy was an idiot and always made her angry, but he was a bit handsome. Lin Ling retracted her glance after a while and flew towards the Mortal Evolution State Dragons. She had to work hard too. Luze's power had been drastically depleted. The severe pain and pressure of using the blood lightning made his body spray blood. His blood also seemed to contain pieces of blood lightning. This was so painful. Luze's mouth twitched. He wanted to cry, but he had to hold on. There were so many merit points here. He still wanted to buy a martial god set. He used his mental force to draw in red and purple orbs. Upon entering his body, they immediately turned into a gentle power that replenished his consumption. When the two attacks clashed, most of the level 1 dragons were heavily struck and died on the spot. The remaining ones were heavily injured and extremely weak. While 100 or so level 2 planetary state dragons had powerful attacks, the blood lightning still managed to crush such attacks, but the remaining power of the blood lightning could only give them light injuries. After this wave of lightning, only 100 or so dragons remained. In that instant, more than 2/3 of the group was gone. Roar! The level 2 planetary state dragons roared furiously. Rumble! But before they could finish roaring, the second wave of blood lightning hacked down. Therefore, they could only get ready to defend against the lightning again. Luze could hold on for now as both his spirit force and body were much stronger than level 3 of the Mortal Evolution state. After the second wave, the level 2 dragons had quite some ample injuries. They wanted to retreat while the stronger ones still wanted to charge up furiously. During this time, the third wave struck down. Then, the fourth wave. The fifth wave ensued, along with the sixth wave. After 9 waves of lightning, there were only 3 dragons remaining in the lightning clouds. They were the strongest of the level 2 dragons. Before the blood lightning, they could stay untouched and even counterattack. However, their counterattack was a joke to Luze, who had a black gold battle armor and extreme speed. Eventually, they could only watch their friends die one by one. Those squad members outside watched the floating few hundred blue shell dragons and couldn't speak for a long time. He really annihilated a few hundred dragons all by himself. A level 4 Mortal Evolution state human annihilated a few level 1 and level 200 planetary state all by himself. They felt that they were watching a legend. It seemed too unreal. Right then, the howls made them regain their senses. The range of the lightning cloud was limited. There were still more than 10 dragons who escaped. They were heavily injured and wanted to run back to their base. Seeing this, everyone looked among each other. The handsome man's mouth twitched. Cough, these dragons seem like they want to run, how about we? His face turned red. Compared to Luze, they were like a new kid being helped by the boss. Their feelings were extremely complicated. Luze didn't seem to notice this, but they still flew towards those heavily injured dragons. Those dragons never expected that they would be surrounded as soon as they came out. Meanwhile, Luze was dodging while attacking furiously at the heads of the 2 bosses. Luze suddenly felt immense pain all over his body. His body had become very brittle due to long time use. Luze didn't use more power to attack them. He just let the lightning cloud suck his power to stop the dragons from chasing after him while he used super regeneration to recover. He consumed purple and red orbs, but they were very gentle. Luze slowly started to recover while being chased by these 3 level 2 dragons. He felt great. These dragons didn't have martial techniques to catch up to him. But, it was so painful. If possible, Luze didn't want to use blood lightning. It was too painful. At this moment, the other team members killed more than 10 fleeing dragons and watched Luze dodge the 3 dragons' attacks. They were shocked. Did Luze use too much power? Probably. After all, the power he just used was enough to drain a level 4 planetary state. That 9 waves of attack were too terrifying. They probably couldn't even use one. The group looked among each other, and then, one person said, "How about we go help Mr. Luze?" "Sure." The 7 people flew towards Luze. "Mr. Luze, we're here to help you." Luze looked around and just realized he still had teammates. He accidentally annihilated pretty much all the dragons. Now, his teammates didn't seem to have anything to do. This was awkward. He smiled. "It's you guys. I accidentally killed all the dragons. Did you guys get anything?" Chapter 566. They've never even seen a real boss. Hearing Luze's question, their faces went awkward. Then, the handsome man smiled. "Ha ha ha, there were a few dragons who escaped out of your divine arts range. We went and killed them." Luze stiffened. He had only been watching the inner area of the lightning cloud. He didn't expect there were few dragons that slipped away. Nevertheless, Luze didn't mind. "In that case, I'll leave these 3 dragons to you." "Sure, have a rest first, Mr. Luze." The group showed a warm smile to Luze. He was stronger than they were, and his talent was too scary. This naturally made them fawn over him. Luze nodded and left the battle. He looked towards Lin Ling, who was still fighting. Mortal evolution state dragons kept flying out of the hive and attacked Lin Ling. They surrounded her and wanted to kill her, but clearly, they thought too much. Lin Ling's Spirit Eye God Art had terrifying dodge and attack rate. Moreover, she wore her personal combat armor and had power reaching the planetary state. She could kill a dragon with every spear. Not a single one of them could dodge her attacks. Although she didn't use large area attacks, Lin Ling had already killed a few hundred mortal evolution state dragons. Hundreds of their bodies just floated silently outside their lair. Luze didn't go help. He just watched Lin Ling fight. If he went to help, she would complain. A few minutes later, a wail sounded not far away. Those 3 level 2 planetary state dragons were very strong among those that were level 2, but upon facing 7 level 1 and level 2 people attacking them, they only lasted a few minutes before dying. At this moment, a golden and pink beam sliced across the air from the distance and flew towards this location. There were also 2 faint white lights behind them. The 4 beams soon passed, revealing Nangongjing, Kaihu Yahesha, and the 2 other middle-aged men who were level 3 planetary states. Seeing the few hundred bodies floating in the air, the 2 men were shocked. Nangongjing and Kaihu Yahesha expected this. Just then, Nangongjing and Kaihu Yahesha killed tens of level 3 planetary state dragons, and the 2 men already felt astounded. But now, seeing the dense cluster of bodies, they felt like they were living in a dream. They thought they were the fastest, so they wanted to come back and help. However, right now, only these dragons remained. They looked at Luze and then at their own squad members. They flew up to them and asked about the situation. After knowing that Luze single-handedly killed almost all of them, their face twitched. Even they would take quite some time to accomplish that. Did this mean that Luze's combat power was on par with them or even stronger? Naturally, they overestimated Luze in their hearts. Luze had red and purple orbs, giving him far superior recovery ability. His combat power wasn't as strong, but his team combat skills wouldn't be far from theirs. The 2 middle-aged men looked at Luze like he was a monster. Meanwhile, Nangongjing and Kaihu Yahesha flew to Luze. Nangongjing grinned and patted Luze's back. "You did very well, Ze." Luze rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. No shit. Look at who he is. Kaiulahesha smiled. I'll go help Lin Ling. Although with Lin Ling's power, it would only be a matter of time before she killed all the mortal evolution state dragons. Still, her speed won't be quite fast. She appeared next to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was sweating a little and panting. Seeing Kaiulahesha here, she breathed easy. Sister Hesha, you guys are done. Kaiulahesha nodded. I'll help you. Lin Ling looked at the dense cluster of dragons. She was dissatisfied, but she still nodded. A pink ray shone in Kaiulahesha's eyes. Immediately, those 1,000 dragons stopped moving. The entire region fell silent. In this eerie silence, their life force slowly dissipated. Their bodies turned to corpses. Seeing this, the members of the two other squads were shocked again. This was too scary. These few people were all monsters. No more dragons flew out from the hive. Luze looked at the quiet hive and said, "There's no more." This astral body was quite big. It was the size of the earth. It would take them a long time to go inside and search. Nangongjing shook her head. We'll wait for Senior Yangu to return before we can investigate. Suddenly, 6 more beams flew over. It was Yangu and the others. They soon stopped before the location of Luze and the rest. Yangu's and Shatara's faces were paler. Their chi was weaker than before. If they were at their peak state, they would easily be able to face 5 level 5 planetary state dragons. But they were injured, and thus, it was a bit difficult. Otherwise, they wouldn't be teaming up. Despite so, they still killed all of the dragons. Shi's and Ji Cheng's chi was also weaker. Even Hu Xiang's and Leona's body was a little bloodied. Hu Xiang and Leona were weaker and were hunted by the dragons. Luckily, Yangu and Shatara helped them right after they were done with their enemies. They were desperate to return immediately, in order to help the rest of the people. However, what came before them were these bodies instead. Their eyes widened. All these blue shell dragons were dead. How was that possible? Seeing them come back, Nangongjing grinned. Senior Yangu, you guys are back. The dragons above mortal evolution state should be all dead. Yangu's mouth twitched. He looked at Nangongjing and Kaiulahesha and smiled. You two are stronger than I imagined. He thought they helped with things after killing the level 3 dragons. Kaiulahesha smiled. You've misunderstood. When we came back, these blue shell dragons were already dead. Little brother Luze killed them personally. Luze. They looked among each other in disbelief. Although they knew that Luze was extremely strong, he was still only a level 4 mortal evolution state after all. If he could hold off against these dragons, they wouldn't doubt it, but to say that he killed all of the level 1 and level 2 dragons. This joke was a bit great. Those people, who witnessed it, still felt like it was a dream. Then, that handsome man said to Leona, "Squad leader, it's true. We saw it with our own eyes." Seeing their squad members nod at them, Leona and Hu Xiang didn't feel too good. They looked strangely at Luze. Luze scratched his head. It's not like he did anything amazing. Chapter 567 Loot. Before the blue shell dragon hive, the atmosphere was extremely silent. During this time, Nangongjing said, "Senior Yangu, are there more dragons inside the hive? Do we need to go in and check?" Nangongjing's words made Yangu and the others come back to their senses. He glanced at Luze once more before smiling. No need. There are probably some young dragons below mortal evolution state. Their shells aren't good for materials. Wait for 100 years until they grow up, and people will naturally come here to collect their shells. The universe was boundless, but there was only so much region that humans could control. They couldn't deplete the resources here. Sustainable harvesting was the way. Luze's face was strange. This was akin to raising livestock. However, Yangu was right. Yan Gu smiled. Okay, let's collect the materials here. The most precious area of the dragon shells was that deep black shell under its chin. The mission required the collection of those. There were too many bodies, and they couldn't take all of it away, so they would only gather that black shell piece. After working for 2 hours, everyone harvested the materials. There were 5 level 5 planetary state shells, with a total worth of 300 merit points. 13 level 4 planetary state shells, with a total worth of 520 merit points. 46 level 3 planetary state shells, with a total worth of 1380 merit points. 114 level 2 planetary state shells, with a total worth of 2280 merit points. 282 level 1 planetary state shells, with a total worth of 2820 merit points. Coupled with the mortal evolution state shells, there was a sum of around 12,000 merit points. Calculating this, Luze and the rest smiled. Even Yan Gu and the others seemed surprised and joyful. Clearly, what they got this time went beyond their expectations. Leona and Huxiang looked at Yan Gu, waiting for his division. Yan Gu knew that if they didn't divide things up now, these two would be unhappy, so he said, as per agreement prior to the mission, we'll take 10% first. The two of us killed the 5 level 5 planetary state dragons. On top of that, Shiz and Ji Cheng made contributions too. Originally, we should be able to take another 40%, but considering that the dragons below level 3 of the planetary state were far greater than we described and brought you quite some danger, we'll only take a total of 40%. Is that fine? Huxiang and Leona looked at each other and nodded. That's fine. Then, he continued, other than us, if those few hundred level 1 and level 2 planetary state dragons weren't killed, it would be highly risky to go after the level 3 planetary states. Plus, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha pretty much killed most of the level 3 planetary state blue shell dragons, so this time, they get 30%. Is that fine? Huxiang's and Leona's heart ached. Their two teams didn't do much on this mission. The only people who really did anything were the leaders. Most of the level 3 planetary state dragons were killed by Kaiyuhesha and Nangongjing, while the level 1 and level 2 planetary state dragons, their team members were pretty much just watching the show. However, they still nodded. We're fine with it. Yan Gu said, this time, Mr. Huxiang and Ms. Leona held off the level 4 planetary state dragons. The rest of the people had little contribution comparatively, so the two remaining squads will split the remaining 30%. Is that okay? Eventually, the 4 members of Yan Gu's squad got 4,800 points, Luze and his group got 3,600 points. Huxiang's and Leona's squad each got 1,800 points. They got the least amount of points, but they still got far more than what they expected. Each planetary state mission was worth around 100 to 1,000 merit points. For an adventure squad like them, they could get about 400 to 500 points each mission. This time, they got 1,800. They were rather happy. Even the stern-faced Huxiang smiled a bit. Meanwhile, other people smiled even more. Luze and his team didn't react. After all, they got 10,000 merit points from the space pirates. Their goal was the martial god set. That was 50,000. They still needed to do at least 10 of these missions to obtain a set. This sort of opportunity wasn't plenty. After dividing the rewards, Yan Gu said, since the mission is done, we'll be going back to rest. Leona and Huxiang said, in that case, let's go back to the station first. They could rest for a while and digest these earnings before doing another mission. Luze and his group also agreed to return together. They had things they wanted to ask from Yan Gu. Yan Gu smiled. Okay, let's go back together then. Thereafter, everyone went back to their own ships and left the lair. As for the remaining bodies, the dragons inside the hive would soon devour them to the point of leaving no remains. Inside the New Dawn, Luze and the rest sat in the living room. Nangongjing drank some wine and laughed. This mission is more successful than we imagined. After taking a bit of rest, the group took their showers and proceeded to their rooms to cultivate. A day later, Luze and everyone came out of the wormhole and appeared before the station. The fleet got off their ships and exchanged contacts. They could team up again for missions in the future. This cooperation was rather pleasant after all. After this, Hu Xiang and Leona left with their squad members. Before leaving, Leona turned around and raised a brow at Luze. I know quite some things about the Void Universe. If Mr. Lu needs anything, you can come to me at any time. Luze. Watching her leave, Luze felt some coldness at the back of his head. His mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to respond at all. Yan Gu had a cheeky smile. Junior Luze is quite well received. Luze said seriously, not my fault, this is natural. After all, I do believe I'm a little bit more handsome than Senior. Yan Gu's smile froze. Shatara and the others laughed. Nangongjing said, by the way, Senior Yan Gu, do you guys usually do missions outside the human-controlled region? Yan Gu and the others were dazed for a moment. Then, he frowned and looked seriously at Nangongjing. You guys want to go outside? Kaiulahesha smiled. You misunderstand us. We're just curious. We don't plan to go now. We just want to know about it. Yan Gu nodded, and then, he laughed. I forgot. You guys just annihilated a space pirate crew. You probably know their treasure, right? Luze and his team didn't respond, but Yan Gu didn't mind. Don't worry, I won't be greedy and go after Junior's things. Since you want to know, let's go find a place, and we can talk about it. Chapter 568 Military Rules. The group of people proceeded to the city and found a restaurant. They booked a private room. Inside, Luze and the others waited for Yan Gu to tell them about the situation outside the controlled region. Yan Gu looked at them and said, theoretically, it's too dangerous to go outside with your current power. It's almost certain death if you go out. I know your talents are very strong, much stronger than mine, but talent doesn't mean combat power. He glanced at Luze. This monster was only a level 4 mortal evolution state, but he could kill a few hundred level 1 and level 2 planetary state dragons. This combat power wasn't something that humans should have. Even the prodigies from the other races were a far cry from Luze. Still, Luze was still too young. Luze and the rest didn't argue. They had some understanding of themselves. There were too many powerful beings. Seeing that their attitudes were good, Yan Gu spoke again. If Luze's cultivation level reaches the planetary state, or Nangongjing and Kaiulahesha can reach level 3 of the planetary state, then you can go out to sea. There are too many beings above level 5 of the planetary state outside the controlled region. Even star states would appear there. Of course, the regions where star states appear are highly dangerous but are resource-rich. As long as you don't go to those areas, you won't encounter them. At least, I've never heard anyone encounter a star state and just get casually killed. If you do, then that's just unlucky. But, other than star states, level 5 planetary state beings can appear anywhere. If it's the same race, it's fine, but if it's an alien race, there can be a life and death brawl at any time. Luze and the rest frowned. Yan Gu was telling them things, more exaggerated things than they expected. At this moment, Nangongjing asked curiously, Senior Yan Gu, how did you get injured? Yan Gu and the others were stunned for a moment, and then, their faces fell. Moments later, Yan Gu said calmly, we encountered a few old opponents. Old opponents? MHM, Blade Demons, Dark Metal Demons, and Black Smoke Race Prodigies. I just didn't expect they would act together. This is very rare. Yan Gu's eyes turned cold. It was a good thing we ran fast, or else, we would probably all be dead. Then, he frowned. We didn't expect to encounter those bastards in that region with no astral bodies. We were a bit careless. Black Smoke Race and Blade Demon Race. Luze and the others frowned. They had some conflict with the Black Smoke Race, but they didn't expect to hear it from Yan Gu. As for the Dark Metal Demon Race, Luze and the rest had never heard of it, but they were probably a race under the Advanced Demon Race. Then, they thought back to the Terry brothers. They also encountered the Blade Demons in a region with no astral bodies. Did these guys like to go places where there were no people? Seeing their expressions, Yan Gu asked, "Do you guys know Black Smoke Race?" Luze recounted to them the incident about the evolved insectoid. Hearing this, Yan Gu and everyone frowned. I didn't expect the Black Smoke Race dares to do an experiment inside the Federation. The powerful beings involved with the insectoids were too terrifying. If some insectoid boss found that someone wanted to control them and came to the human race, then they would be over. Subsequently, they looked at Luze and his team with even more surprise. Yan Gu smiled. With your current power, if you really want to go and fight alien races, you can go to the border. There would be conflicts with alien races from time to time. The missions would be harder and more dangerous. However, you would be earning more too. Hearing this, Luze and his group widened their eyes in interest. There would be more mission rewards. Yan Gu explained further, according to military rule, all missions related to the stability of the border would have increased rewards from 10% to 50%. You guys can go to Shangyang system. That region is the poorest, and the missions are easier. However, it will still be quite dangerous for you guys. It's up to you. Hearing this, Luze smiled. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Yan Gu. If they did missions slowly by themselves, it would take them some time to understand the border. Now, they saved a lot of time. Yan Gu smiled. You're too polite, Junior Luze. Perhaps soon, my power would be weaker than yours. I might need help with missions by then. Luze grinned. If you need anything, just tell us. We won't reject it. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for that line. Luze's promise was far more valuable than the merit points from this mission. Yan Gu subsequently told Luze and the rest things about the void space. They chatted for an hour and had enough food before leaving. Yan Gu and his squad needed to recover. It would take them half a month to heal. Then, they would be able to leave the controlled region again. Meanwhile, Luze and his group planned to go to Shangyang system. After they returned to their suite, Luze and everyone sat on the couch. Following such, Luze immediately opened his communicator while Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling came over to look at the screen. According to Yan Gu, every settlement had a mission tab. Some missions were unique to the local settlement and even had military contribution requirements. People couldn't see such missions at Shenwu City. Shenwu City released some missions, but they could be accepted and handed over at the local settlement. Most of these sorts of missions were material and resource searching missions. Local settlements had their own army craftsmen and concoctors. Soon, Luze found the missions in the local net. Chiun system had many more missions than Shenwu City. There were tens of missions. Soon, Nangongjing pointed to one and said, Chiun system is also gathering blue shell dragons. However, Kaiyuhesha soon frowned. They're only collecting a limited amount. They only take in 3,000 and already have 2865. Lin Ling frowned. We have more than this number, right? Luze smiled. It seems we need to return to Shenwu City to hand in this mission. Nangongjing asked, then, should we go back first or go straight to Shangyang system? Luze thought about it and said, there's no quantity limit on the number of shells that Shenwu City takes. We're not in a rush to hand in the mission. The reward is only 3,800 points. It's not enough to buy anything. We might as well just go straight to Shangyang system. It will take 3 days to go to Shenwu City from here. It would be much further to go to Shangyang system from Shenwu City than here. The others had no objections. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. Let's go now then. Luze nodded. Let's go now. Time went by like crazy. They had been at the void border for almost a month. They didn't have much time left. Naturally, they had to make each day count. Chapter 569. So it's you. Luze and the others checked out of their room and then left the city. They got on the New Dawn and headed towards Shangyang system. It took 6 days to get there. Inside the ship, Luze's and everyone's routine were similar to how their lives were at school. In the morning, they sparred in the virtual reality, while in the afternoon and at night, they cultivated on their own. Luze worked on his cultivation level in the afternoon and devoured the god art orbs he got from the pocket hunting dimension at night. Luze was a level 4 mortal evolution state and thus could now barely face a level 9 mortal evolution state Dark Wolf boss. Although he couldn't kill them, he could instant kill level 8 mortal evolution state Dark Wolves. Therefore, he had quite a nice life in the pocket hunting dimension recently. As long as he was careful, nighttime was better than daytime. As his cultivation level kept increasing, the time he could stay in the pocket hunting dimension was extended. Though, he couldn't even survive until the end. Today, Luze made the longest survival record in the pocket hunting dimension. He survived for 7 days, and when he was happily waiting for the sun to come for the 8th day, he died strangely. He didn't even know what happened. He had already experienced this so many times that he wasn't even fazed when leaving the pocket hunting dimension. Luze lay on the bed like a dead fish. Sweat trickled down his forehead and onto the bed sheets. His back was sweaty too. He wondered how long he could stay in the pocket hunting dimension in total now. A month or 2. One day, he will come out of the pocket hunting dimension alive again. Half an hour later, the pain stopped, and he sat up to learn the body of darkness god art. As his cultivation level grew, his choice of targets grew too. He could hunt level 7 mortal evolution state bosses in the day and kill level 8 mortal evolution state bosses at night. This greatly increased his efficiency in acquiring god art orbs. Luze found that his metal, fire, lightning, earth, and chi stealth god art, as well as the body of darkness, had all reached a rather high level on the 3rd map. The secrets in the god art orbs were starting to repeat. Soon, he would be able to fully master these god arts. He just lacked the divine art of the 3rd map. However, Luze couldn't beat bosses with divine arts yet. He had an abundance of god art orbs, and thus, he gave them to Nangongjing and the rest. Their combat powers would improve substantially, especially after using the body of darkness orbs. Naturally, he saved this god art for Lu Li too, as it was the most suitable for her. When would they be able to come out? Then, they could leave with Ying Ying. 6 days later, Luze and the others came out of the virtual reality pod. Nangongjing and Kai Uyuhesha didn't even look at each other. They were evenly matched as usual. Nangongjing frowned. Fox demon, just you wait. I will beat you tomorrow for sure. Kai Uyuhesha said with contempt, hee, you? I will be the winner tomorrow. Luze and Lin Ling looked at each other and were speechless. At this moment, New Dawn's voice sounded. The ship is about to leave warp travel. It is still 6 light years away from Shangyang system. This stopped the two from arguing. Luze and Lin Ling looked out the window. It was a twisted warp tunnel, but after a flash of white light, they arrived at a dark space. This region of space was much more vibrant than the stillness of the Chiun system. This space is really beautiful. Kai Uyuhesha sighed. Luze and the rest nodded. This didn't seem like a place of death. In fact, it was more like a utopia. Luze smiled. I feel this place is much prettier than Chiun system. We probably won't encounter space pirates this time, right? As soon as Luze said this, New Dawn alerted them. There's an energy charge approaching, New Dawn will be evading automatically. Before he could think, a dark red sword light went past the ship. It almost succeeded in cutting the vehicle. The New Dawn wobbled. Luze didn't feel too good. Which bastard was it? He was waiting to enter the settlement safely, and now, he was slapped in the face. Nangongjing stared vigilantly outside and said, "Zi, is your mouth blessed?" Kai Huyahesha asked, "Reversely blessed." Lin Ling laughed, but she still reminded, "We're being attacked right now." Luze's face blushed. Rumble. Rumble. There was a fit of a violent clash in the space. All sorts of spirit light flashed in the darkness. The New Dawn was like a rocky boat in this space storm. Beep, the ship is being attacked. 99% energy remaining on shield. 93%. 91%. Who was fighting? Why couldn't they fight farther away? There were innocent bypassers here. At this moment, another dark red sword ray was headed towards the New Dawn. Luze's face was green. Without hesitation, a silver light covered his body, and he disappeared, emerging once more outside. Luze raised a brow. This was a level 1 planetary state chi. So noob? He originally thought that it was definitely a big boss fighting here. Instead, it was someone weaker than he was. Thinking about this, Luze wore his personal combat armor and pushed forward. A huge black metal palm slapped the sword ray away. Instantly, the sword ray was instantly crushed. Luze grinned. He was going to see which bastard dared to cut his New Dawn. He teleported once again. 6,000 kilometers away from the New Dawn, 4 Shenwu army soldiers were being hunted by a 3-meter-tall, dark red-skinned huge humanoid. Its skin was reflecting light like metal. It had one vertical eye on its huge head. Below it was a mouth filled with sharp teeth. He held a dark red huge sword. Each hack of the sword would release dark red sword beams. Those Shenwu army soldiers didn't even dare to block it. Their battle had lasted quite long. Most of their armors were broken, and they were bloodied. Despite so, they still kept fighting the giant. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Weak. Humans. You are too weak. As he laughed, he sent 4 sword rays towards the soldiers. They desperately dodged while counter-attacking. At this moment, one skinny man suddenly closed in on the giant. His eyes flashed with killing intent as his long sword cut towards the giant's left ribs. The giant was holding his sword with 2 hands. His left hand released the handle and formed a fist, proceeding to meet the sword of the skinny man. Rumble. The giant's gauntlet was cut, leaving a deep mark. As such, blood flowed out of it. Meanwhile, the skinny man's bones cracked as he flew back. He spitted blood. The other 2 soldiers wanted to stop the giant who wanted to pursue the man. On the other hand, the last one flew directly to the location of the skinny man. The giant stopped his pursuit and looked at the 2 soldiers. Weak humans, you can't stop me. You will all die. Arg! He roared, and his chi surged. At this moment, a silver light flashed before him, and a handsome youth appeared simultaneously. He smiled at the giant. So it's you. I found you. Chapter 570 Dark Metal Demon Race and 4 Symbol Crystal. Luze extended his 2 palms and proceeded to smack the red giant. 2 spirit force palms, which were bigger than the dark red giant, were formed. The dark red giant was confused. Why did someone suddenly appear before him? Who was the person? He didn't even have time to think before he felt the terrifying pressure from those spirit force palms. He began to shiver. So strong. Arg! Stop! He roared as he gathered power before him. He clutched his huge sword while his muscles expanded drastically. He aimed the gigantic sword towards the two terrifying spirit force. Palm. Screech. The spirit force wave echoed in the void as the sword ray and the black metal palms clashed. Then, the giant's eyes narrowed. His prided powerful sword ray was crushed by the palms like bubbles. Then, the two palms struck the sides of his body. Dominant force entered his body, and he could feel his entire body was being crushed. His bones broke and his flesh was bloodied. His prided dark metal skin was also torn like paper. Arg! The severe pain made him howl. When the two spirit force palms disappeared, the red giant looked terrible. His battle armor was shattered. His chi became extremely weak. His singular eye was very dim. The giant lost his combat power almost instantly. The battlefield returned to being calm. The Shenwu army soldiers were dumbfounded upon seeing the powerful warrior in such a pitiful state. That entire process only took an instant. It happened so fast that they couldn't even react. Those two soldiers before the red giant were ready to die, but suddenly, a powerful being appeared and defeated the demon. This calmed their minds. Who would want to die? But, who was this person? They looked at Luze's back. Wait. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Level 4 mortal evolution state? This powerful being was only a level 4 mortal evolution state. Did they sense it incorrectly? Thus, they attempted it again, and when they were certain of this person's cultivation level, they didn't feel too good. Oh shit! It really was level 4 of the mortal evolution state? Since when did the human race have such a person? At this moment, they seemed to have remembered something. Perhaps one person could reach this level. They thought of the prodigy who was appointed as the first monarch of the Federation. Luze. He could kill level 1 planetary state void beast at the aperture opening state. Being a level 4 mortal evolution state would be the logical reason why he could kill this level 1 planetary state so easily. The two didn't talk. They haven't seen Luze's front face yet and weren't sure. By the looks of it, this person had a conflict with the dark metal demon race. Was he here to kill this demon? That shouldn't be the case, this demon had been hunting them non-stop. He had the perfect alibi. How could he offend this person? They looked at the pitiful state the demon was in and remembered that Luze used to like planting blade demons upside down. Did he change his hobby now? Luze nodded happily at the red giant he flattened. How dare this demon attack his new dawn? But, he seemed to be hunting humans? He looked at those humans. He was curious why they were being hunted by this demon. Are you guys okay? Luze asked. When Luze turned around, those two before him thought that it was indeed monarch of the new dawn Luze. How was he here? At this moment, 3 more beams flew over and stopped next to Luze. Nangongjing and the others were worried about Luze and followed suit. When they saw the flattened red giant, they were dazed. Thereafter, they looked at the Shenwu army soldiers. Kai Uyuhesha frowned. What is this? Luze shook his head. I don't know yet. I just asked them, then you guys came. At this moment, the soldier looked at the group and provided an explanation. We're the Shenwu army in the Shangyang unit. We were ordered to guard the 4-symbol crystal mine, but we were ambushed by dark metal demon race. Luze nodded as they explained the situation. The void space had bountiful resources, and they found a 4-symbol crystal mine. 4-symbol crystal is an extremely precious planetary state crystal mine. It had several uses for the human race. When they were mining the crystals, they were ambushed by a bunch of dark metal demons. The mining team and the army guarding the place all died. Only a small squad of planetary state soldiers managed to flee. After the hunt, only the 4 of them remained. As for the dark metal demon race main forces, they were moving the 4-symbol crystals. Only 1 dark metal demon race hunted them. They thought 1 was enough, but Luze came. Everyone frowned. They encountered such things as soon as they came. Dark Metal Demon Race. This was the race that had an alliance with the Black Smoke and Blade Demon races. Luze frowned at the almost dead giant. Are all Dark Metal Demon race this strong? They had similar cultivation levels, but this demon could fight for by itself? The two soldiers smiled bitterly. Some of the Dark Metal demons would awaken the Dark Metal Body God Art. It's not some powerful God Art, but it provided people an advantage in defense and power. Luze and the others frowned. It seemed this Dark Metal Demon race was much stronger than the Blade Demon race. This was a race God Art. The humans and Blade Demons didn't have their own race God Art. Nangongjing asked, "What's the strongest Dark Metal Demon race that attacked?" The soldier replied, "The strongest is a level 6 planetary state." Luze and the rest can't beat that. One soldier looked at the demon and said desperately, "This demon has a signal jamming device. Our comms aren't working, we need to destroy that device and contact the settlement. We had dug out a lot of 4-symbol crystals. Now, it's probably all shipped away by them, but there's a part not dug yet. If we contact the settlement now, we might be able to save some." Chapter 571 Why should we give them what belongs to the human race? Hearing the words of the Shenwu army soldiers, Kaiouhesha looked at that heavily injured demon, and her eyes flashed with pink light. Immediately, the Dark Metal Demon was charmed. "Where is the signal jamming device?" The demon's bones were crushed, but his mouth could still move. He spoke, "Inside my combat armor." Luze's eyes flashed with a green beam, and the wind surged inside the demon's armor and soon took out a fingernail-sized red device. "Is this it?" Every race had different technology. Luze didn't know if this thing was the device. He didn't even know what a human race version of the device looked like. The demon nodded. With this, Luze blasted a bolt of lightning onto the device. The device lit up in sparks and exploded. Seeing this, the two warriors rejoiced, and the man on the left took out his communication device without hesitation. Then, they made contact with the settlement and reported the situation. Luze and the others waited, and soon, the soldiers were in touch. The man looked at Luze and the rest and smiled. "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, by the time the settlement acts, all the 4-symbol crystals would have been taken away. There will be Shenwu merit points for you guys." Hearing this, Luze and his group smiled. They could get merit points even from this? They were quite lucky. But Luze frowned and asked, "Where is the crystal mine?" Everyone was stunned for a moment. Nangongjing frowned. "Ze, you're not thinking of stopping those Dark Metal Demons, are you?" "I disagree. What a joke. There were level 6 planetary state beings there. They were stronger than ordinary ones. How could she agree to let Luze take the risk?" Kaiouhesha's smile receded too. "I agree with her. Don't think about going." Lin Ling nodded. "Same. Since the military has moved out, then we've done what we could." Luze scratched his head upon seeing how worked up they were. He wasn't going to commit suicide. He smiled apologetically to the two soldiers and dragged the 3 girls away. Nangongjing glared at Luze. "Don't think you can convince me." She clenched her fists. "I think your skin is itchy. You dare to mess with even a level 6 planetary state. I can help you scratch it." Luze's mouth twitched. He coughed. "I'm not going to commit suicide. I can do it." He looked at Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, remember that time when we went to the Gracious System? The time I transformed?" Hearing this, Lin Ling blushed, but she still nodded. I remember." Then, her eyes widened. "Are you thinking of?" Luze grinned. "Smart?" Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha were very confused. Luze was thinking about changing into Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha to kid with them, but he got scared of getting beaten up. Therefore, the two didn't know about his transformation god art. Kaiouhesha narrowed her eyes. Little brother Luze, did you hid something from me? I will be sad. Luze smiled. Wait a moment. He flashed with silver white light, and soon, when the light receded, a figure was revealed. Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha were in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Ling took a step back. Luze had Kaiouhesha's appearance. However, Luze wasn't Kaiouhesha after all, so he couldn't imitate her charming temperament. He grinned. What do you think? You like the surprise? Nangongjing was stunned, and then, she suddenly started laughing. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ze is really amazing. Kaiouhesha smiled. Can you change into other people? Luze said pridefully, of course. Then, he transformed into Nangongjing. Nangongjing's laugh suddenly halted. Luze smiled. Look, I can even imitate your chi. If I transform into that dark metal demon and survey the place, it should be fine, right? Nangongjing smiled. Ze, how many times have you used this god art? Who have you changed into? Luze was confused. He answered, the first time it was Lin Ling, and the second time, I transformed to save people on planet Gracious. I've never used it since. Of course, the pocket hunting dimension didn't count. Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha narrowed their eyes. Kaiouhesha smiled. So it's your first time transforming into us. MHM. Nangongjing smiled. Change back first. This guy still had her appearance, so she really couldn't do anything. Luze changed back into himself and smiled. The transformation god art, plus my space god art, how about it? You guys wouldn't need to worry about me going, right? Haha, let's not talk about this first, let's talk about something else. Nangongjing gritted her teeth. Kaiouhesha smiled too. Lin Ling looked speechlessly at Luze and had zero sympathies. Luze's heart dropped. He quickly explained, teachers, I just wanted you to know that I have this god art. You must believe me. There's no way I will believe you. Nangongjing rushed forward without even thinking about it. Kaiouhesha also used her charm god art. Arg! Luze's howl made the Shenwu army soldiers shiver. So monarch of the new dawn Luze was finally judged for his four-cornered love? They weren't sympathetic at all and were instead a little happy. This time, Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha didn't deal with Luze for long. After all, there was still the issue of 4 symbol crystals. Immediately, the two let go of Luze. Then, Nangongjing frowned. Ze, are you really going? No one would say anything even if he didn't go. After all, the opponents were far beyond what he could handle. Nangongjing was still worried. Luze smiled. Why should we give them what belongs to the human race? Chapter 572. Even if we don't want it, we can't give it to the human race. Seeing that Luze was adamant, the 3 girls didn't say anything. Although they really want to go with Luze, they didn't have all those god arts and would be burdensome instead. After a moment of silence, Kaiouhesha said, the military is ready to head off too. We'll take these soldiers back and then come with the military. Luze smiled. Sure. Then, he contemplated for a while and asked, by the way, teacher Kaiouyu, can you help me get some information about that dark metal demon race? He still needed to know the basic profile of the dark metal demons. He couldn't tell other dark metal demons that he suddenly lost his memories or something. Kaiouhesha nodded. Subsequently, Luze flew back with the other 3 to the Shenwu army soldiers. Luze noticed that the 2 looked at him with a little strange expression. He then touched his face. Were they overwhelmed by his looks? He didn't think much while Kaiouhesha used her charm god art on the dark metal demon again. Soon, they got the demon's basic information. It's a powerful adventure guild that came to ambush them this time. They weren't from the dark metal demon military. The strongest was a level 6 planetary state demon, and there were 3 level 5 planetary states, 4 level 4 planetary states, and tens of planetary states. Although he was a formal member, his power was at the bottom of these tens of people. Hearing this, Luze and others realized that this guild was much stronger than they had imagined. Tens of planetary states. Military or not, it was no wonder they dared to start trouble. The dark metal demon also said his name, Luce. Luze listened intently to all the information. The Shenwu army soldiers didn't know why Luze was asking about this, but they didn't dare to ask. Soon, Luce finished, and Luze nodded. He looked at Nangongjing and the rest. I'll be leaving first. I'll leave this dark metal demon with you guys. Nangongjing nodded. We'll be going back with him. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with worry. Be careful. Luze grinned. Don't worry. He also felt he was very slick. Luze went on the New Dawn and headed towards the mine as described by the Shenwu army soldiers. It was outside the controlled region, but the controlled region was only 600 light-years away. It only took 4 hours from his current location. Nangongjing took out her golden whirl and looked at the soldiers. Okay, we'll take you guys back. They were heavily injured, and their ships were destroyed. The middle-aged man said, Is it really fine to let Monarch of the New Dawn go to the mine alone? Even though Luze's combat power was very strong, the difference was too huge compared with a level 6 planetary state. Nangongjing and the others frowned. Thereafter, Nangongjing said with impatience, Hurry up, you don't need to worry about them. After sending them back, they would go to the mine with the military. They were quite annoyed that they couldn't help much. Seeing this, the other Shenwu army soldiers didn't say anything. Everyone, including the dark metal demon, went to the Golden Whirl and headed off towards the Shangyang system. 4 hours later, New Dawn left the wormhole. It was outside the human-controlled region now. It looked the same as the controlled region, but the Federation had limited posts. They couldn't control all the areas. Even the controlled region wasn't completely controlled, it was just safer. Monarch of the New Dawn looked at a distant dark star from inside the New Dawn. It was just ahead. He flashed with silver-white light and transformed into a 3-meter-tall dark metal demon. As his cultivation level grew, Luze found that he could change his body size to some degree. 5 meters was fine. Luze stopped the New Dawn, and then, he put the ship away. Luce's ship was damaged by the Shenwu army soldiers too during the pursuit. Otherwise, it would be better for Luze to ride their ship over. That was a very barren planet. There were no astral bodies revolving around it. It was just floating in the vast empty space. There was no life on the planet, but vast winds were blowing. There were also volcanoes erupting. Earthquakes were occurring from time to time as well. Dark ice covered some areas. This planet's environment was very harsh. Beings couldn't survive here unless they were mortal evolution states or above. In some part of this planet, there was a round valley. The valley was surrounded by fire, fierce winds, and sturdy ice. It was the harshest environment on the planet. However, the inside of the valley was very quiet. Dark gray stones were scattered everywhere. There were blue, yellow, red, and black beams shooting out from the crystals in the earth. The crystals illuminated the valley in all sorts of wonderful light. It was like a dream realm. But in this valley, there was an extremely deep ditch filled with blood. Human bodies were everywhere, and there were a few broken spaceships. The dream realm turned into a nightmare. In the middle, there was a huge round ditch with a lot of traces of battle. There were more human bodies here too. At this moment, there was a few thousand meters long, dark red spaceship that stopped there. Many armored dark red giants were busy carrying luminous crystals onto the ship. At the top of the ship were tens of powerful dark red giants watching. Their eyes flashed with greed when they looked at the crystals. One giant said, "Luz is still not back." His voice was coarse, but it carried a powerful will. The other dark red giant replied, "He's probably playing too much." Another giant laughed. "Luz is still young, and it's his first time coming out with us to take resources. Don't worry, boss, it's rather distant from the human settlements. There won't be powerful beings passing by. Even if there is, Luz can run in time." The boss nodded. "We're at the border of the human territory. Once Luz comes back, we'll leave. We won't take the remaining 4 symbol crystals. Excessive greed would only cost you your life." "Of course, but even if we don't take it, we can't give it to humans. Before we leave, let's ruin this planet." "Ha ha ha, boss, you are very wise. I've long disliked those humans." At this moment, a dark beam flew over. The giants sensed the chi and looked over. "Hey, that kid Luz is back. He played for quite a while." The leader nodded. "Let the brothers get ready. We can take the 4 symbol crystal and get ready to leave." "Yes." Chapter 573 Kid, there's something wrong with your thoughts. Luze frowned a little upon seeing the bodies and ruined ships along the way, but he soon recovered. After using Chi Stealth God Art and Transformation God Art, Luze's Chi was no different from the original Dark Metal Demon. He flew towards the mine quickly. On the way, he saw a lot of mortal evolution state Dark Metal Demons carrying out crystals that were shining with 4 colors. He also saw tens of Dark Metal Demons on the ship. These Dark Metal Demons were all planetary states. According to the information given by Luz, he soon came to a conclusion. There were many people in this adventure guild. Among them, tens of Dark Metal Demons were official members. Their powers were all at the planetary state. The remaining Dark Metal Demons had mortal evolution state powers. They were like the working personnel. It hadn't even been a day since this adventure guild annihilated the Human Defense Army and excavation team. Moreover, Luz hadn't come back, so they hadn't left yet. Luze felt great. This time was rather perfect. He looked at the huge ships and then at the powerful Dark Metal Demons. A bold idea came upon him. Luze neared the ship soon and landed on it. As soon as Luze landed, the other Dark Metal Demons saw his body covered in wounds, and they grinned. "Ha ha ha, Luz, you took so long to hunt a few weak humans, and was this heavily injured? Is your dark metal body fake? It seems you're not much different from those weak humans." Several of their companions laughed. The Dark Metal Demons admired the strong. Although Luz learned the dark metal body, he had only joined the guild recently and was rather weak. He had quite some potential but was still a little brother type. Moreover, Luze was heavily injured. This made the grumpy Dark Metal Demons feel ashamed. Luze had no choice. His cultivation level was only at level 4 of the mortal evolution state. If he didn't make himself seem heavily injured, he was scared he couldn't hide it from the level 6 planetary state. He was heavily injured, and his chi became weak. If this still couldn't hide it, he would use Space God Art to run immediately. Luckily, that strongest Dark Metal Demon only glanced at Luze once and didn't notice anything. He asked, "What's going on?" Luz's power was sufficient to take on 4 level 1 planetary state humans. Why was he heavily injured? Luz replied angrily, "Just after I killed those weak humans, I encountered a fleet. My ship was broken by them. Good thing, I ran fast, or I would have died outside." The leader's eyes flashed with doubt. "Did you see who it was?" "It was 3 ships. The largest one is blue and has many spikes. One was completely black and one was a rock-like ship. It didn't look like a human fleet." Luze just described the Terry brothers' fleet. Their strongest member was only a level 3 planetary state. Luz would be able to get away from them. One Dark Metal Demon who was a level 5 planetary state said with killing intent, I seem to have seen this fleet. It's probably a weak space pirate crew. Weak space pirate crew. Hearing his lieutenant say this, the leader didn't doubt it anymore. His vertical eye flashed with blood light. A weak space pirate crew dares to attack the dark metal demon? Let's go find them and annihilate them. Yes. Everyone's eyes flashed with killing intent. They loved killing and robbing. The leader looked at the feeble Luze and said, "Go inside to heal first, we're going to leave immediately." Although they considered humans weak, humans have a lot of strong people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight so intensely with the blade demons. Nevertheless, the blade demons were a weak race. Only the great dark metal demon race was the true descendants of the advanced demon race. Luze replied feebly, "Yes, boss." Then, he flew towards the entrance. This was more successful than he imagined. He was originally thinking about how to get out of here. In this case, he could execute his bold idea. The dark metal demon ship was extremely huge. Luze stopped at a crossroad and was very confused while looking at the complicated tunnels. He was lost. This ship was too big. Every room looked pretty much the same. Who could tell which was which? He got a lot of information from Luz, but he didn't get a map for this ship. This was awkward. Luze calmed himself down quickly. Not a big problem. He looked at the mortal evolution state dark metal demon standing on the side and patted his shoulder. "Kid, good job. I look favorably on you." Luze's force was so big that the dark metal demon kept trembling. He didn't know what exactly he did well, but he still looked joyful hearing Luze's praise. "Thank you, Master Luz, for your praise. This is what I should do." Although Master Luz is weaker than the other masters, his talent can be ranked among the top 5 here. It was an honor to be praised by Master Luz. But, his force was so powerful. No wonder he's Master Luz. Luze wanted to laugh on the inside, seeing this dark metal demon's expression. This kid really liked it. He grinned and said, "Not bad, not bad. Once I make it, you can follow me, and I will take you flying." This mortal evolution state grinned naively. "Thank you, Master Luz, but I can fly myself." Is Master Luz underestimating him? He was a mortal evolution state. He could fly. Nonetheless, he still felt very honored. Luze's smile stiffened. He meant to fly too. Glory! Was this demon's mind dull? Nevertheless, Luze still smiled. "By the way, the ship is about to take off. The boss asked me to go and do a routine check at the motor room. I'm injured and I need a helper, you can follow me." The dark metal demon was a little hesitant. "Isn't it usually Master Dada who checks the motor room? Why is it you today?" Luz's eyes flashed with ferocity. This is the boss's order. Are you doubting his words? Little kid, there's something wrong with your thoughts. How about I tell the boss about it?" The dark metal demon trembled. He knew how the boss treated those who doubted him. He was not a formal member. He didn't have the right to doubt Master Mau Mau. He quickly smiled with intent to bootlick. "Master Luz, you misunderstood. I know your future is boundless. It must be that Master Mau Mau favors you more. That's why he wants you to check the motor room. I was just too shocked." Chapter 574 Take it away. Luze. He looked at the fawning dark metal demon with a strange look. Such a person was a dark metal demon? Didn't seem like it. This stupid-looking dude was so good at talking. However, since he was acting so diligently, then, of course, Luze had to cooperate. He looked up with his hideous head and kept a calm face while waving his hand. "What are you saying this for? I'm just enacting boss's orders seriously. Look at you, kid. Sometimes, you haven't got your head around. But, it's not your fault. It's okay, I'll teach you more in the future." Then, he patted this dark metal demon's shoulder with far less force. Luze gave himself 101% for his acting skills. It was perfect. He should get an Oscar. The dark metal demon saw Luze react like this and felt joyful. It seemed Master Luce had forgiven him. With Master Luce taking care of him, his rise to the peak could be foreseen. He quickly said, "Master Luce, I'll go with you to the motor room." Luze nodded and put his hands behind his back while saying calmly, "You go in front." Although Jiang didn't know why he had to lead the way, Master Luce still had the final say. Right then, Jiang walked ahead, leading the way. Every time he walked past other mortal evolution state guards, he looked up, enjoying their admiring glances. Mau Mau Adventure Guild had more than 1,000 mortal evolution state members. Few had the luck, like Jiang, to hold the thighs of a formal member. Luze didn't care about this dark metal demon showing off. His techniques were too immature. He followed this mortal evolution state across quite some twists and corners, giving him a headache. Luze felt quite proud. Luckily, he was quick and smart, tricking this kid to lead him the way. He wasn't sure if he would be caught if he used mental force, so he had to avoid it. The two walked for a few minutes and finally came to a narrow path. At the end was a black metal door with 2 level 1 planetary state guards there. As the core of the ship, of course, there were official members stationed there. The 2 guards were dazed upon seeing Luze in a mortal evolution state coming here. Then, one of the dark metal demons, who had a knife scar on his face, said, "Luce, what are you doing here?" Luze grinned. "Boss asked me to patrol the mountain." The 2 demons were startled. Patrol the mountain? Where was the mountain? Even Jiang was slightly taken aback. Master Luce didn't say that before. Just when the 2 of them were stunned for a while, a crystal light flashed in Luze's eyes. Invisible needles instantly shot at the 3 dark metal demons, and his body disappeared quickly from the spot. Jiang instantly felt his consciousness being wiped away. Those 2 level 1 planetary states just felt some slight pain and then lost all senses. Luze's mental force god art wasn't too strong. It was a god art from the second map and had no divine art, so how strong could it get? However, that was enough for these 2 level 1 planetary states. He just needed them to pause for that slight moment. Luze instantly appeared next to these 2 level 1 planetary states and struck them with purple-red lightning. Rumble. Luze's powerful lightning spear shook the tunnel. The powerful force blasted bloody holes on their chests. The 2 died on the spot, and the overwhelming power slammed them against the wall. Yet, not a single dent could be found on the wall. Luze frowned and looked at the other areas. This powerful force only gave the walls minimal damage. Such a powerful metal. Even if he used his full power, he probably couldn't damage the ship. Meanwhile, tens of other chi rose somewhere else. A few of them made Luze shudder. Was he caught? If he faced them head-on, he wouldn't be able to run. But Luze looked at the door and grinned. He flashed in silver light and traveled inside. Outside the ship, those dark metal demons were grinning at the 4-symbol crystal being moved in. The guild leader smiled. "Sell these when we get back, and we'll have a lot of resources for cultivation. We need to thank the human race." "Ha ha ha, yes, we should. After we digest these resources, we should come back and thank them well." "Good point. Hopefully, they still have nice things to treat us with. This time, should we leave those bodies behind? Although they aren't complete bodies, at least, they wouldn't be completely destroyed like this planet. Cuckoo's idea is good. We'll put them in." Suddenly, there was a thud coming from the ship. Everyone was stunned, and the discussion stopped. Those mortal evolution state dark metal demons also stopped moving. There seemed to be an explosion in the ship. Why would there be one? Mau Mau's eyes widened. Damn it! Motor room! Mao Mao roared and charged towards the motor room. Other people's faces changed. How is that possible? Who would infiltrate our ship? How could we not notice it? The ship cost them 100 years of savings to buy. Which bastard dares to attack it? They roared and charged over. Inside the ship, Luze appeared in a silver flash. He saw that the motor room was set up with dark red machines with strange connecting lines. This system was drawing in spirit force from space and emitting a dark red glow. This was the motor device powered by spirit force. Luze's eyes flashed. He once again had a bold idea. A few hundred green jade slash appeared in the air and cut in all the connections. Screech! Clearly, due to the spirit force conduction, the connections weren't as tough as the metal outside. They were easily severed. Thereafter, many explosions occurred, and the motor device stopped operating, but Luze didn't stop. Almost instantly, Luze cut all the connections, and then, he put the entire device into his storage ring. Perhaps, he could exchange them for Shenwu merit points. Luze smiled. Great. At this moment, the powerful spirit force was extremely close. Luze grinned and purple-red runes flashed in his eyes. A lightning cloud gathered, and lightning filled the entire room. Luze did take away the motor device, but what if they had a few more and could fix the ship quickly? Luze was going to do his job thoroughly. Still want to leave after taking something from the human race? Rumble. During this time, the people outside sensed the chi inside and tore through the door without waiting for it to open. Seeing this, Luze grinned and flashed in silver-white light, disappearing instantly from the spot. The boss was here. Time to run. Chapter 575. Another bold idea. Mao Mao, who just dashed into the motor room, saw an obscure figure disappear in silver light. Then, the empty motor room came before his eyes. After all the lightning disappeared, what remained was just the broken circuits. Mao Mao was dumbfounded. All his motor devices were gone. Argh! He roared furiously. Terrifying spirit force swept in all directions. Even the hurricane around the valley seemed to have encountered something terrifying and disappeared for an instant. The entire planet was shaking. A high-level planetary state's fury was enough to shake the planet. Those official members who just arrived shuddered. Mao Mao was no ordinary level 6 planetary state. His dark metal body god art was at a high level. He could almost keep up with a level 7 planetary state. Most importantly, things were worst when he was angry. Mao Mao wasn't just their strongest but also smartest. That's why they were willing to follow him. They had a bad feeling upon seeing him this angry. Soon, they saw the empty motor room, and they all roared furiously. Who was it? This person disappeared. Who slid into their ship right under their eyes? At this moment, Mao Mao said, "All of you shut up." His voice was suppressing his killing intent. Everyone immediately didn't dare to talk anymore. Mao Mao said, "The person has space transmission god art. He used that to leave when I just came." Then, his powerful mental force swept the entire planet and spread out nearly 100,000 kilometers. Mao Mao's guild members didn't dare to disturb him at all. More than 100,000 kilometers away, a silver light flashed, and Luze appeared. He was no longer in Luce's form. Luce was too ugly and incompatible with his handsome figure. Luze looked back at the dark planet, and his eyes flashed. Although he destroyed their ship, surely this adventure guild had more than one ship. Perhaps they would take out another ship and flee? At this moment, his eyes flashed with shock. Not far away, an extremely powerful mental force swept past. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it if they weren't swept by it, but Luze had mental force god art. Luze could also sense the fury and killing intent of this mental force. He loved to see the frustration of people wanting to kill him but being unable to. Great! He even wanted to laugh. However, there still was some problem. He couldn't let them run. If they did, they would take away a portion of the four-symbol crystal. Luze couldn't accept it. Several people already saw him letting that kid take him to the motor room. He couldn't kill them at the time, so he left a trace. Therefore, he couldn't stay aboard the ship as Luz. When those dark metal demons couldn't find him, they would go investigate the ship. If they just asked the guards, they would know about Luz. Luze's eyes flashed. He wondered what that leader would think. It was certain that his transformation god art had no flaws. Therefore, there was a very small chance that people would think he was a fake. Luze felt he could play some more. He was a little excited. Then, if it was that dark metal demon leader, what would he most likely guess? First, Luze came to destroy the motor room and was caught by Luz. Luz wanted to stop Luze's deeds, but he couldn't stand up against Luze, thereby sacrificing his life instead. Bullshit. This would have worked before, but after discovering Luz went to the motor room, it would be unlikely. The high-level members of the ship weren't idiots. How could Luz have the ability to predict things? Following that, the remaining choices were simple. One was that Luz was controlled by someone, and the other was that Luz betrayed them. Regardless of which, as long as one person knew space transmission, things would work. It was immaterial whether Luz was controlled or had betrayed them. Both situations meant that the previous hunt went wrong. This would only make the dark metal demons more alert. Perhaps they would be leaving immediately. Luze looked at the dim planet and had another crazy idea. In the warp tunnel, 6 few hundred-meter-long black ships were traveling. They were the border defense soldiers of the Shenwu army. They were the best of the best in terms of equipment and power in the Federation. At the head of one ship stood Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling. Their eyes contained a trace of worry. Luze was facing a level 6 planetary state by himself, and there were tens of other planetary states. A handsome golden-haired man wearing pale blue armor stood next to them. He smiled. You three don't need to worry. The Shenwu ship is the fastest ship of the human race. Perhaps Monarch of the New Dawn wouldn't even get there before us. However, deep inside, he felt that Luze was just trying to get attention. It's not that he was looking down on Luze, but how could a normal person go fight a level 6 planetary state when he was only a level 4 mortal evolution state? Even if that person was Luze. He didn't believe Luze would do something this stupid. Perhaps Luze would be driving slowly, and by the time he got there, they would have dealt with everything. Then, he could say regretfully that he came late. He didn't expect that Monarch of the New Dawn was this sort of person. He shook his head. But he looked at the three girls with some slight amazement. Even he hadn't seen three girls as excellent as them in 200 years. The three girls could sense what he was trying to imply. They frowned. If possible, they would have hoped that Luze would do that, but since that guy said it, he would definitely go do it. They were still annoyed at this person berating Luze. Chapter 576 Smart Mau Mau. 4-symbol crystal mine. Mau Mau ship's motor room. Currently, Mau Mau was full of killing intent. If he could find the bastard who did this, he would let the person know how serious of a mistake it was for him to be born into this world. He expanded his mental force into every corner. Despite this, he didn't find anything abnormal. Using mental force at this degree was too exhausting. In a few minutes, sweat trickled down. He felt his head bursting with pain, but he didn't stop. Damned thief! Damned space transmission god art! This type of god art was too unfair. As long as space wasn't locked, one could go wherever he wanted. If not for that, even a level 5 planetary state would take quite some time to damage the door of the motor room. He didn't find this person anywhere. Nowhere. Mau Mau's chest felt heavy. This fury was raging. He knew little about space transmission god art. Such god arts were too rare. He only saw an obscure figure of that thief and knew nothing else. He didn't even know how strong the thief was and how great his mastery of the space god art was. Perhaps that damned thief already went out of his sensory range? In a few short minutes, his dark red skin turned purple. He could no longer sustain his use of mental force and took it back suddenly. Everyone looked hopefully at him. They believed in him to find that thief. However, upon seeing their boss's furious face, they shut up. Not found. Dark metal demons were hot-tempered. Mau Mau was considered rather chill, but that was just for a dark metal demon's standard. He roared, "Argh! Damned thief! Don't let me catch you!" Then, the ground shook again and cracked under such pressure. The entire planet was shaking. Those mortal evolution state members were shaking too. Mau Mau's force was too strong. They didn't know what caused Master Mau Mau to be this furious. After letting out his emotions, Mau Mau calmed down and said slowly, "Investigate the entire ship. See if that kid left any marks." There was no need for discussion about how the thief got in. He had space god art, and they weren't prepared. The problem was that his chi would be sensed as soon as he appeared. But why did he appear in the motor room? Was that his target? How would he know where it was? They could only look from inside the ship, but he didn't have much hope. He lost 2 level 1 planetary state formal members in a motor device, but he couldn't even find the person to get revenge on. Yes. The trembling members felt relieved and left. Only Mau Mau and another powerful dark metal demon remained. He was the level 5 planetary state who pointed out Luze was attacked by a small space pirate crew. Mau Mau looked at this dark metal demon. "Dada, can you repair the motor room?" Dada was Mau Mau's vice commander. He joined when the guild was founded. He had great knowledge in mechanics. Dada looked around at the purple lightning on the ground and said, "The motor device is fine. After all, we have a few backup ones, but the circuits in the motor room are damaged. By the looks of things, a large route of the lines needs to be changed. It can be repaired, but it would take at least 2 days." Mau Mau immediately shook his head. "No, too long. We're right next to the human race. They're weak, but they still have powerful people. If they found out we killed their soldiers and took their resources, we would be in grave danger. Even if we killed all people who are aware of the situation, these 2 days are enough for them to react. They were planning to retreat today." After some silence, Dada looked at Mau Mau. "What should we do then, boss? Our emergency ship can't seat this many people." Of course, they didn't just have one ship, but they spent a lot of resources on this ship. The materials were extremely strong. Mau Mau sunk into contemplation. Then, the two looked at each other and read each other's minds. Abandon the mortal evolution state members and take the official members with them. The leftover dark metal demons would be annihilated by the humans. This was unavoidable. No. At this moment, one person charged in and spoke with confusion and worry. "Boss." A few guards said that they saw one guard take Luce towards the motor room. Then, the guard died outside. I went inside the treatment chamber. Luce wasn't there. What? Mau Mau and Dada widened their eyes in disbelief. Moments later, Mau Mau's eye grew hideous. Luce had betrayed us, or someone controlled him. Although Luce might be killed and his body could be destroyed, that was unlikely. They just sensed battle near the motor room. This meant the thief didn't fight with Luce. One possibility was that Luce wasn't the real Luce, but that was even less of a possibility. What a joke, he was a level 6 planetary state. How could he not tell who was the real Luce? It was possible, as long as that person wasn't weaker than he was. But if that was the case, then he might not even be able to beat the person. That person didn't need to do things like that then. He could just kill them all. Although Luce was heavily injured, he was 99.9% certain that it was indeed Luce. It was mostly that Luz was controlled. And, he might be lying about his injuries. Luz didn't know space god art, but if he betrayed them and worked together with someone who had space transmission, then everything would make sense. Dada frowned. It's more likely that he's controlled. He has no reason to betray us. But why did they do this? Mau Mau shook his head. That's not important. We need to leave quickly. Chapter 577. Which race is this idiot from? Although he couldn't grasp the entire situation yet, problems started occurring when Luz returned. Who knew if he really killed those humans? Perhaps those humans went back, or he was controlled by humans. If that was the case, they would be in serious danger. Mau Mau's eyes flashed with decisiveness. Tell all the formal members to come over and gather all the 4 symbol crystals. In space, Luze looked at the dim planet. They were about to leave, right? He grinned. He should delay them a little longer. If he couldn't, then pretend he said nothing. What a joke. He wasn't going to fight a level 6 planetary state head-on. That would have to wait until he was at the peak stage of the mortal evolution state and wearing the martial god set, right? Luze flashed with silver light again. This time, he changed into a blade demon. He didn't hide his cultivation level 4 of the mortal evolution state. Very weak. Luze grinned and flew towards the dark planet. He didn't conceal his chi and approached the planet. 4 symbol crystal mine. Tens of dark metal demon planetary states came out of the ship and surrounded the mine. The mortal evolution states looked at them. What happened to Master Mau Mau? I don't know. What happened in the ship? Should we keep moving the 4 symbol crystals? I don't know. The mortal evolution states whispered among themselves. From their perspectives, there were all too many mortal evolution states. No one cared about their lives. Plenty more could be hired. Just when Mau Mau was going to take out his ship, he suddenly looked at the sky. The other people sensed it too and looked there. Some people's eyes flashed with immense cruelty. Is it him? Dada asked uncertainly. No, Mau Mau was also confused. The other planetary states were dazed. Oh shit! What did they sense? Level 4 mortal evolution state? This idiot is so weak and dares to fly so cockily. Did he live life too well? Although there were mortal evolution states in space, they were usually in the military or logistic personnel for the adventure squad. The planetary state was the true combat power here. Even low-level planetary states could be cannon fodder at any time. Yet, they encountered a level 4 mortal evolution state idiot wandering around. Someone said, I'm amazed. I've been in the void space for a few decades. This is the first time I've met an idiot like this. Everyone's mouth twitched. Someone asked, is it the human race? Humans were the closest to here after all. Impossible. The only mortal evolution state humans appearing here would be Shenwu army soldiers. The humans are weak, but they're not dumb. How can they be this dumb? Which race did this idiot come from? Don't know. Perhaps he has friends nearby. With this, everyone immediately became vigilant. At this moment, a faint dark beam cut across the air. He seemed to have noticed these people and flew over without hesitation. Seeing this, the dark metal demons had even stranger faces. Oh shit! Who was this mortal evolution state? This guy definitely sensed their chi and flew over to them without hesitation. What did he want to do? Even the smart Mau Mau was dumbfounded. Screech! A violent wave of spirit force surged. The storm ravaged the outside portion of the valley. Volcanoes erupted. Even the mortal evolution states had to be careful here, but this figure just sneered, and then, tens of dark sword rays sliced the volcano in half. The ground trembled. Those dark metal demons were stunned. Dada's mouth opened, and he said, that strike had a power that almost reached the planetary state. The others could tell as well, but they were still in disbelief. A level 4 mortal evolution state cultivation level unleashing a planetary state attack. Which race is this prodigy from? If it was an enemy race prodigy, they must not let this person get back alive. The stronger the enemy, the more powerful they will be to invade them. Every race hoped their race would get stronger. There was no good in being a lone wolf. You would be ganged up on. This was why there were alliances too. Right now, they were burning with killing intent. That dark beam soon flew into the valley and stopped a few hundred kilometers before the dark metal demons. Blade Demon Luze looked pridefully at the dark metal demons and spoke with a coarse voice, "Dark metal demon? What are you doing here?" The dark metal demons were shocked upon seeing Luze, but their killing intent receded. However, their faces were filled with curiosity with a mixture of confusion. Blade Demon. Since when did such a new race have a prodigy like this? Unleashing a planetary state attack while only being a level 4 mortal evolution state. Even their race only had a few of such prodigies. Mao Mao looked dubiously at Luze and said, "I've long heard that Blade Demon's 3 Blades of Dawn have come to the Void Universe. I didn't expect to meet one here. Are you Guguyate, Momo Erdi, or Lualoxasi?" Before Luze could react, the other people looked at Luze like he was some kind of a rare species. The 3 Blades of Dawn. Luze. These guys recognized him as some blade demon? What was going on? Were those 3 guys famous? Why did they look at him strangely? Wait. Blades of Dawn? Guguyate? Momo Erdi? Lualoxasi? He seemed to have heard of them somewhere. Suddenly, Luze recalled it. They were the 3 people ranked at the top of the 1-star demon hunting list. Did they come to the Void Border? No wonder he didn't have any news about them. Wait. Luze remembered he was on the assassination list too. He heard he was on the Black Blade assassination list? Why has no one assassinated him yet? Wait, Luze just realized that he didn't hide his cultivation level. Yet, they still thought he was one of the 3 Blades of Dawn. This meant that they really did have a planetary state power while only being a mortal evolution state, isn't it? Luze raised a brow. Their power was a little absurd. They should be at the peak stage of the aperture opening state. Even if they broke through, why did they progress so fast? And why were they at the Void Universe? However, Luze couldn't ask this. He was a blade demon right now. Luze grinned. Blades of Dawn? Those 3 imbeciles dare compare with me. He raised his head in contempt. He perfectly acted out the arrogance of an unparalleled prodigy of the Blade Demon race. Chapter 578 Blade Demon Race, Kakarot. Hearing Luze's prideful words, Mao Mao and the others were a bit dazed. Those 3 blade demons weren't as strong as they were, but they had made a name for themselves in the void. They had a much bigger reputation than they did. They were blessed by the advanced demon race. Regardless of the dealings between their races, the only thing that didn't change was that they were all subjects of the advanced demon race. The blessings of the advanced demon race only went to those prodigies they considered worthy. In the recent century, only those 3 demons from the entire blade demon race were blessed. Their cultivation level wasn't strong, but it's said that their combat power reached the planetary state. Yet, such prodigies were looked down upon by this blade demon? They were confused. Who was this blade demon? Was he just blindly cocky or really powerful? But then, they remembered the power his casual strike contained just now. Could he really have the power to back it up? It was so shocking that they forgot they had to leave immediately. Mao Mao stared at Luze. Then, who are you? Luze smiled pridefully. I, Blade Demon, Kakarot. I'm destined to be the strongest in the Blade Demon race. Kakarot. Everyone was taken aback after hearing his name. They had never heard of such a name. Was it a prodigy who was kept hidden? They were dark metal demons after all, how could they completely know what was going on inside the Blade Demon race? They looked at the prideful Kakarot. He seemed like a prodigy who was very confident in his power but hadn't seen the world. Luze didn't bother to explain while the dark metal demons were shocked. It was best that they remained shocked. That way, he didn't need to use any other means to delay them. Was the Shenwu army almost here yet? It had only been half an hour since he ruined their ship. Those soldiers from the Shenwu army said their station wasn't far from here. They should be almost here. If not, he would really have to run. However, Luze didn't cease his performance. That overwhelming cockiness made Luze almost want to beat himself up. The more fearless one acted at this moment, the more people thought you were the real thing. Luze wasn't really this stupid. Everyone in the Federation knew this. He was handsome, but he kept a low profile. However, he could only act right now. The dark metal demons looked at him with different expressions. Some were shocked, but some were dubious. The leading dark metal demons looked at Luze with flashing eyes. The thief who damaged their motor room didn't disappear for long and this Blade Demon prodigy came. Were they connected? Mao Mao grinned and showed what he thought was a kind smile. So it's a prodigy from the Blade Demon race, little brother Kakarot. But, you're a level 4 mortal evolution state. Why don't you stay in the safety region of the Blade Demon race? Why did you come to the territory of humans? Luze smiled. He had already prepared his answer. He could use this opportunity to test some things. His eyes flashed with killing intent. I came here to do missions, of course. A small pirate crew dares to rob the belongings of the Blade Demon race. We found that this pirate crew might have come to the human territory, so I came over. He glanced at these dark metal demons and spoke rather impolitely. Did you see that space pirate fleet? A dark blue ship, a black ship, and a rock ship. Those planetary states didn't even have time to think about Luze's attitude. They looked among themselves. Was it the one Luce spoke of? Otherwise, how could the three ships be exactly the same? Mao Mao was very vigilant with Luze's sudden appearance, but hearing Luze's explanation, half of it was gone. He didn't answer Luze's question and looked at him with confusion. Why are you alone? Here. Luze frowned and looked at Mao Mao like he was an idiot. We don't have a location device to track those pirates, of course, we have to split off to look for them. If we don't go and look for them, are they going to come over themselves? He studied Mao Mao and the rest before saying, there are blade demons nearby, even a level 9 planetary state. Luze gave them a warning. It was very normal to do this. Otherwise, if he appeared alone here, who would care if he was a prodigy? With this, more of Mao Mao's suspicion was dismissed. However, this blade demon's attitude was so disastrous. He was spoiled too much. Was that why his elders sent him out? Even a level 9 planetary state came. Just what did those pirates steal? He was curious. The other blade demons were curious too. This was the territory of humans. It was too easy for a level 9 planetary state to be caught here because their strong power source was extremely noticeable. It was very dangerous for them since they would be hunted upon being noticed. A level 9 planetary state was a mid-range power in the Void universe. If the human race noticed it, of course, they would take it out. To make blade demons risk that much, they were naturally curious about what was taken. However, they couldn't really ask directly. They did laugh at the blade demon's calamity though. Luze spoke with annoyance, I asked you a question. Did you see those space pirates? Those dark metal demons didn't feel great either, but thinking about Luze's talent and the nearby blade demon bosses, they didn't act up. They sneered, but they really didn't know. Even if they did, they weren't going to tell him, given his attitude. Mao Mao smiled. We've never heard of it. Luze was watching their expressions. He didn't see any changes. The only pity was that they didn't know anything about why the Blade Demon ships would suddenly appear. Perhaps their levels weren't high enough, or it was the secret of the Blade Demon race. What a pity! If only he could find out how those Blade Demons got insectoid queen eggs. These people were too noob. At the same time, Luze was a little worried. He said everything that should be said. Other things weren't suitable to his current identity. After all, although he learned about Blade Demon race's language and culture, he knew nothing about Blade Demons in the void space. The more he said, the more likely he was going to make a mistake. According to the situation, he should be leaving now. Otherwise, someone as prideful as him would be doubted if he remained and played with them. He was desperate, but he didn't show any expression. He glanced at the dark metal demons and sneered. I see. Suddenly, Luze had another idea. Chapter 579 I Want to Kill Him. Luze glanced at the dark metal demons and asked, You guys haven't said it yet, why are you outside the human territory? Hearing this, Mao Mao and the others immediately stiffened. They just remembered they were supposed to run. He didn't know if the human race had caught onto them, but it was better to stay safe. You could survive longer in the void space like that. However, Kakarot's sudden appearance and his talent shocked them. Now, they remembered their original plan. Mao Mao planned to take his men and leave, but suddenly, he froze. Wait. Why should he run? Although their two races were superficially brothers, they were still brothers. If they encounter humans, of course, they would take on them together. There was a level 9 planetary state Blade Demon. He didn't believe that the human race would send out a star state straight up. They were extremely rare even in void space. They could join up to excavate the 4-symbol crystal. If the humans didn't come, then they would leave after excavating. If they did come, then they would slaughter them and run. As for the division of the 4-symbol crystals, Mao Mao's eyes flashed. The two races had an alliance. The dark metal demons were quite stronger than Blade Demons. They didn't need to fear for their lives just over these 4-symbol crystals. The only issue was how much they would get. However, they've already collected a part of the mine. They had the primary gains. Mao Mao quickly judged the pros and cons. He didn't think much and looked up at Kakarot. Ha ha ha, little brother Kakarot, you came at the perfect time. We followed a human excavation team here and found a 4-symbol crystal mine. We were planning to excavate it. Since the Blade Demon brothers are here, of course, we need to give you a share. Seeing this, Luze smiled. Indeed, these dark metal demons were planning to leave before. Luze was certain that these dark metal demons weren't sure if the humans received the news, but they still acted so vigilantly. They would rather abandon a portion of the resources and leave. Just as he expected. Even for the defense force at the Shangyang system, only the commander was a star state. One could see that star states were rare in the void space too. He said there was a level 9 planetary state nearby. Indeed, this dark metal demon chose to have a small sip of the soup rather than having nothing. If it were him, he would make the same decision too. Luze felt great. He was indeed a handsome and smart youth. However, Luze's blood-red eyes narrowed. His chi fluctuated a little. Luze showed a surprised expression. 4-symbol crystal mine. They were planetary state mine. They weren't cheap. A little bit of surprise was good enough for Luze's current identity. That's right, 4-symbol crystal mine. Mao Mao smiled and pointed at the broken ships and bodies. See, we've killed the humans. However, we suspect that their stationed armies have received the news, so we're planning to leave after just digging a little. We didn't want to do that, but we didn't expect allies to be here. Now, things are easier. With powerful beings from the Blade Demon race here, even if the human reinforcements are here, we can kill them and leave easily. Luze's eyes flashed with bloody intent. I was wondering why there are human ships and bodies here. So you guys did it. Good job. They deserve to die. How dare they fight over resources with the Blade Demon race? When I reach the cosmic system state, I'm going to annihilate them. His expression was very genuine and hot-blooded. Mao Mao and the others sneered inside. Whether or not you could reach the cosmic system state was debatable, but even if you can, how can you annihilate the human race? The elf race was backing them up. But, this idiot was really hot-blooded. Mao Mao smiled. Great. You're indeed a prodigy of the Blade Demon race. Your great aspirations have inspired us. Luze smiled pridefully. That's because I have the talent. Mao Mao and the rest. They were getting annoyed with how cocky Luze was, but they were scared of getting killed by the boss behind him. Never mind, why care about an idiot? Perhaps he would die randomly at some point? Mao Mao showed another smile. Of course, your Blade Demon race has level 9 planetary state power. You guys can get an extra share. You 60%, us 40%. How about it? Luze's face immediately became unhappy. Do you think I'm dumb? Without us, you guys wouldn't even dare to excavate it. You wouldn't get anything. You guys will only get something with us here. Yet, you still want 40%. The dark metal demons almost went up to beat this Kakarot up. The atmosphere fell silent for a while before Mao Mao revealed a difficult smile. You're right, little brother Kakarot. But we found the 4-symbol crystal mine after all. Without us, you guys can't even find the mine? How about this? We take 30 and you take 70. Luze crossed his arms. He wanted to laugh, but he still kept a contemptuous face and sneered. We take 80, you take 20. Mao Mao gritted his teeth. Little brother Kakarot, this division isn't fair. Then, he spoke nicely, how about you invite your elders to come over to talk? The two races were allies. This sort of division didn't take them seriously at all. He felt that this Kakarot was too greedy. His elders would be more reasonable. Luze glared at Mao Mao. What? Do you look down on me? Are my words useless? I'm destined to be the strongest man in the Blade Demon race. Mao Mao almost cursed upon seeing Kakarot look up pridefully. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Even those 3 Blades of Dawn didn't dare to say such a thing. Or was this guy an idiot? The other dark metal demons almost exploded with anger. Mao Mao took a deep breath and smiled. What are you talking about, little brother Kakarot? How can we look down on you? But, your elders are going to come sooner or later. How about you invite them over? He had no elders. Well, he did, but they were humans. How could he keep the act up? If he kept doing this, they would definitely eat him. Just when Luze was wondering whether he should flee, a huge wormhole suddenly appeared. 6 few hundred meters long black warships emerged. Seeing this, Luze rejoiced. The dark metal demons couldn't bargain with Luze anymore. They tensed up. They didn't expect humans to come this quickly. However, they remembered they still had a Blade Demon boss here. They didn't need to worry. As for the sharing ratio, 80 to 20 was fine. It was better than nothing. Just when Mao Mao was going to look at Luze to express his agreement, his eyes became dazed. Kakarot glowed in the same silver light as the one in the motor room. It's you. How is it possible? Mao Mao had never been this shocked before. The thief he was searching so hard for was this level 4 mortal evolution state Blade Demon prodigy. Chapter 580. These dark metal demons are idiots, right? Mao Mao was completely dumbfounded. After all, this Blade Demon prodigy was only a level 4 mortal evolution state, and his chi was completely different from before. Besides, what right did he have? He was so weak, and yet, he dared to show off in front of them after stealing their engine. Moreover, they were allies. Did he need to do this? However, the important thing was that they were discovered by humans. All those tricked planetary state dark metal demons roared in fury. Countless dark red energy shot at Luze. He was prepared for this. Actually, he wanted to let them hold on, and then, he will pretend to go and find his elders to come and assist. However, it was the cosmic era. Who needed to personally go and bring someone over? There were communication devices after all. Therefore, the best opportunity to leave was when they were all distracted by the human ships. Just when he was about to enter the warp dimension, he felt pressure from the surrounding spirit force. But, it was too late. Luze entered the warp dimension almost instantly. They had missed the perfect timing. Luze grinned at the dark metal demons. Just wait a moment, I'll call my elders to come and help you. You must hold on. Then, Luze disappeared. All the spirit force attacks passed through where Luze was before. Damned blade demon! All the dark metal demons roared furiously. No one believed that Luze was calling for help. If he was, he wouldn't run away using space transmission nor ruin their motor room. Why? Mau Mau roared. He didn't understand why the blade demon prodigy would target them like that and why Luz would betray and join the human race. He was full of questions, but the humans were coming over. On the main ship's control center, the golden-haired man stared at the screen. It was intel scouted by the ship's harsh environment and glamorous valley. There were broken ships and human bodies. Blood covered the entire place. All of the people on board frowned. Dark metal demons. Even though they had seen their fellow humans die countless times in the void space, they were still burning with killing intent. But when they saw the remaining blade demons, they were stunned. The golden-haired man asked, "They haven't left? They still dared to stay?" At this moment, the ship captured that the tens of blade demons were attacking a silver beam a few hundred kilometers away. The attack shook the planet, but that silver light disappeared and all the attacks missed. "What is that?" someone exclaimed. Then, some people caught on. "Silver light, space god Art, monarch of the new dawn. How is it possible?" Everyone was dazed. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling looked among themselves. This guy really stalled the demons until they came? Kaiyuhesha looked at the dark metal demons with amazement. How did little brother Luze do it? Lin Ling and Nangongjing looked at each other before shaking their heads. Then, the three looked at the golden-haired man with scorn. Nangongjing smiled. It seemed Ze really stalled these dark metal demons. It's a different story from what General Yujin said. Yujin's face looked worse. He looked at the dark metal demons and wondered if they were idiots. How could they be stalled like that? How did Luze do it? His combat power was only at level 4 of the mortal evolution state. There was no way he was a match for that level 6 planetary state. He felt a little envious upon seeing their scornful looks, but he soon took a deep breath. Lock onto those dark metal demons, don't let them escape. Prepare for battle. Don't let a single one of them leave. Planetary state warriors, follow me. Let's kill them, he ordered with killing intent. Yes. Nangongjing and the others didn't speak anymore. They were just annoyed that Yujin looked down on Luze. They weren't going to mess with the situation now. In the valley, the mortal evolution state dark metal demons were distressed after seeing the human ships approach them. After all, they didn't know the reason why Master Mau Mau and the others were so furious after seeing that Kakarot use space god Art. Why? He said he was going to bring his elders to come and help fight the humans. Now, it was over. That blade demon would be fine even if didn't bring his elders to get revenge on them, much less help them. They could only save themselves now, but they were just mortal evolution states. Master Mau Mau, what do we do? The humans are here. Let's leave quickly, Master Mau Mau. Yes, get on the flying ship. Let's leave. The Mau Mau was their pride. It could stop level 6 planetary state attacks with its shield. It flew super fast too. They had escaped many dangers in the void space with the Mau Mau. Mau Mau and the others no longer had the time to care about their mortal evolution state subordinates' distress. They looked tensely at the ships. They could feel they were locked on. There was no way these ships were just passing by. These humans were prepared. Staying here meant certain death. Mau Mau said without hesitation, split off and run. It was implausible to leave on a spaceship now. As soon as they took it out, it would be blasted. In space, a planetary state's speed was no lesser than spaceships. Some were even faster, but they just couldn't enter the warp dimension. As for those mortal evolution states, who cared about them? Chapter 581 Terrifying. All the planetary state dark metal demons had no questions about Mau Mau's decision. In such a situation, wealth and 4 symbol crystals were no longer important. Surviving was the most crucial thing. Mortal evolution state dark metal demons. How could they run? Who should they follow? At this moment, tens of figures came out of the human ship and flew over. Rumble. They attacked at the same time. More than 100 spirit force attacks shot towards the dark metal demons. It formed a huge spirit force storm. It was too powerful. The entire planet was shaking. Mau Mau and the others immediately roared. Run! Eugen said coldly, do you want to run? Don't even think about it. Die! Just when the battle was about to start, a silver light flashed tens of thousands of kilometers away. Luze appeared. His body was covered with lacerations and blood splattered out of his wounds. He was like a human fountain. He had no choice. Even though he used space transmission instantly, there were high-level planetary states present, and all of them attacked him simultaneously. Even though they didn't hit him directly, he felt he was almost crushed. Luckily he was good at taking a beating. Thinking about this, Luze grinned. This was a talent. Luze coughed some more before returning to his original appearance. Then, he devoured the red and purple orbs in his mental dimension and recovered his energy. With this, Luze flashed with grey light. Super regeneration. Luze started to heal extremely rapidly. Rumble. At this moment, spirit light flashed in the distance. Even at this distance, Luze felt a bit of the shockwave. Luze frowned. So they have begun to fight. That meant his mission was over. He couldn't beat those bosses head-on, but he could still sneak back to watch. Thinking about this, Luze happily flew towards the battlefield while recovering. In a few minutes, Luze was near the warship. On board the ship, the mortal evolution state humans were watching an intense battle. At this moment, someone exclaimed while pointing at the screen, "Isn't that Monarch of the New Dawn?" Everyone looked over immediately at the screen. Right there, Luze was flying towards the battlefield while covered in blood. It's Monarch of the New Dawn. He's heavily injured. That was the combined attack of all the planetary state dark metal demons. I felt scared even watching from the ship. It seemed that he did indeed stall them. He's too hard-working. He's already so heavily injured, but he still wants to go to the battle. Most of the eyes of the girls inside the ship reddened. Yeah, Monarch of the New Dawn is so hard-working. He really stalled these dark metal demons. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to catch up to them, right? Monarch of the New Dawn is so handsome. I wonder what sort of girls he likes. Pfft, don't think about it. Didn't you see how protective those 3 young dukes were of him? I'm just thinking about it. So what? You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Luze didn't know about the discussion. The blood on him wasn't a recent one. He had long recovered already. Soon, he was near that dim planet. Many people were fighting above the planet and in space. The dark metal demons didn't have a lot of fighting will. They just wanted to run. After knowing the powers of these dark metal demons, of course, the stationed army would send out people stronger than they were. Luze watched these dark metal demons attempt to run but get subjugated. The humans were cold and full of killing intent. The dark metal demons couldn't even stop them. Luze scanned across the battlefield. He couldn't even find a place for him to intervene. If he attacked, it would be robbing someone's work. Luze even saw Nangongjing, Kaihuya Hesha, and Lin Ling. The former two were facing level 3 planetary state dark metal demons while Lin Ling was facing a level 1 planetary state dark metal demon. They all had the upper hand and would soon be able to kill the dark metal demon. Luze looked over at the most intense battle. A golden-haired man held a long sword while fighting that dark metal demon boss. The boss had a decent god art. His skin glowed in metallic red color. His cultivation level was at level 6 of the planetary state, but his chi was far stronger. The golden-haired man was also a level 6 planetary state, but his chi was stronger than the boss. Yujin stared at the dark metal demon and said nothing. He wasn't interested in talking to someone who was going to die. He waved his right hand as golden light gathered. He lifted his hand and hacked down. Luze saw this and became stunned. This move seemed familiar. It seemed to be the move that Teacher Jack used last time. It was golden sword something? Suddenly, Luze recalled that Jack had an elder brother here. Was this guy Jack's brother? What a coincidence! Mao Mao tensed, and his dark red skin glowed even more. He waved his huge 4-meter-long red sword and sliced at the golden sword. The two swords clashed, erupting a huge spirit force wave. Beams shot in all directions. The nearby people had to dodge. Screech! Yujin disappeared and reappeared behind Mao Mao. Mao Mao was just about to turn around, but a sword ray had cut heavily on his back. Clank! The sword ray struck the dark red beam, and another wave of force erupted. Such a ray sliced apart the dark red ray and cut open the battle armor. The dark red skin was cut open, and a deep mark was left on his back. Blood splashed out. Go die! Now! Mao Mao was injured and furious. He clutched his sword with both hands and sliced at Yujin's waist. The dark red sword beam had a sharp chi. When it neared Yujin's body, he remained very calm. His body turned into sword light once again and dodged the attack. Then, he appeared behind Mao Mao and attacked. More blood poured out. Roar! Mao Mao started spinning, turning into a dark red vortex. Amidst the storm, sword rays shot out in all directions, covering the skies. With this move, this boss had no weaknesses. Before, his speed couldn't compare with the golden-haired man. Yujin frowned at this. He dodged the sword rays and gathered more golden light on his sword. It grew more and more intense. Sweat dripped from Yujin's head. In a few short seconds, the golden light became so intense that it was like a miniature sun. Yujin's eyes beamed with golden light as he slowly lifted his sword up. Then, he cut down heavily at Mao Mao, who was chasing him while spinning. The lightning sound spread through the entire space. Even Luze took a few steps back. These two were level 6 planetary states, but their combat power was at level 7. Chapter 582 The Light of the Human Race. After the clash, the sword light shattered, and the vortex stopped. Mao Mao's huge body was blasted away. His armor was crushed, and his body was covered in sword marks. During this time, his chi had become extremely weak. However, Luze was a little dazed at the moment. Mao Mao's body was flying towards him. Seeing that comet-like body crashing before him, Luze's mouth twitched. There was no resistance in vacuum space. Unless Mao Mao stopped himself or he gave Mao Mao some help, Mao Mao would fly to the end of time. Luze didn't want to get smashed to smithereens. A lightning spear gathered on his hand and pierced heavily onto Mao Mao. Rumble! The heavily injured Mau Mau could no longer withstand the lightning spear with just his body. The lightning wrapped around his body and entered inside. The severe pain made Mau Mau tremble and roused him from his dizziness. He spat a mouthful of blood and became even weaker. At the same time, his body stopped not far from Luze. At this juncture, he clearly felt that the purple-red lightning inside him was the same lightning as the one in the motor room. He turned around with difficulty and looked at Luze. Level 4 mortal evolution state. But from the human race. His eyes bulged as though he suddenly understood something. He made an ear-screeching roar, "Arg, it's you! Kakarot! Damn you, Kakarot!" Luze said seriously, "Wrong person, I'm Luze, not Kakarot." Luze was calm and couldn't resist wondering what he was going to eat next. Meanwhile, the dark metal demons' morale dropped straight down upon seeing their boss get beaten. A lot of them were instantly killed or heavily injured. When they heard the name Kakarot, all the remaining dark metal demons looked in Luze's direction. When they saw the lightning, they puked blood at the same time. It was an extreme sight. They were so angry. Some of them died from anger. Kakarot. Eugen and the other humans were confused. Who was Kakarot? Why were they looking at Luze and saying that? What did Luze do to them? The humans felt a chill. Just what did Luze do to the dark metal demons for them to act like that? They looked at the innocent-faced Luze, and their mouth twitched. Just what demon was this Luze? They even felt some sympathy for the dark metal demons. Luze was speechless. He just acted cool in front of them. Lin Ling and Kaiouya looked curiously at Luze. Nangang Jing's body froze when she heard the name Kakarot. She loved hot-blooded anime. It reminded her of an ancient one. She knew without a doubt that Ze used this name. Wait. Why did this guy use that name? Kakarot's transformation was very similar to her god art. Could it be? Her heart jumped. The first person he thought of was her when he came up with a name. Did he like her? For some reason, Nangang Jing found her heart beating fast. No. Alice liked this guy. What was she thinking? She didn't like this retard at all. On the ship, the young girls looked at Luze with starry eyes. He's indeed the monarch of the new dawn. As a level 4 mortal evolution state, he scared tens of planetary states like that, including a level 6 planetary state as well. He's too amazing. Meanwhile, the guys thought about how these dark metal demons were scared. They hated Luze to death. Despite so, they still looked at him with admiration. Monarch of the New Dawn was too amazing regardless. Just what did he do? They were very curious. Soon, the roaring stopped. These dark metal demons were too heavily injured and tired. However, they still stared deadly at Luze. They were going to die, but they still had to express their hatred. Eugen took a deep look at Luze, and he hurled the heavily injured Mau Mau before saying, "We've won." However, no one rejoiced. The atmosphere was heavy. Moments later, Eugen said, "Let's pay our respects to them." Everyone knew them referred to those who made sacrifices. Despite the intense battle, the valley wasn't damaged at all. Clearly, the human side was much stronger than these dark metal demons. It was a crushing victory. The remains and wreckage of the ships were all collected. The bodies were placed into coffins and laid on the ground. They would be shipped back to the station. Their ashes would be delivered to their kins. Under the cosmic soul-soothing tune, it was hoped their souls would return to their families and rest in peace. The soldiers carried the heavily injured dark metal demons and stopped here. Eugen carried a huge half-dead body. It was Mau Mau. He threw Mau Mau on the ground, and the rest of the soldiers did the same. Everyone stared at the few hundred coffins in silence. Death wasn't rare in the void space. People were dying constantly. This was like a meat grinder that devoured countless lives. Despite so, they still felt sad while gathering the bodies of their fellow comrades. This was the fate of a warrior. You were either weak so others had to protect you, or you were strong enough to crush the world. The people in between were often the most tragic. Eugen spoke, "Farewell comrades, we've avenged you. Those who invade our human borders and kill our soldiers will pay with blood. Execute." With Eugen's order, all the dark metal demons were killed. Blood filled the valley. Eugen didn't even look at the bodies and said, "Your will shall be passed down by the Shenmue army forever. The territory of the Federation will never be lost. The light of the human race will shine the cosmic sea." Chapter 583. How about? Come one by one? Eugen and the others collected the storage rings of the dark metal demons and found a lot of 4-symbol crystals inside. They were going to take it and leave, but Luze stopped them. Thereafter, Eugen and the others went to check the dark metal demon's ship. When they saw its defenses, they were amazed. They were confused why the dark metal demons didn't leave on this ship. Perhaps they would have gotten away with it. However, when they entered the motor room and saw the remnants of purple-red lightning, their faces became strange. Clearly, Luze sabotaged this place. How did he do it? Everyone looked strangely at Luze, but Luze said nothing. Eugen felt extremely complicated emotions. Obviously, Luze really stalled these dark metal demons. They might not be able to annihilate this group of dark metal demons without him. He had to admit that Luze did amazing work. His eyes flashed, and he nodded to Luze. "Thanks to you this time, Monarch of the New Dawn. I will report your contribution to the commander. He will decide on the reward." Luze smiled and nodded. There should be quite some reward this time. Luze felt great as he was even closer to buying the martial god set. Subsequently, Eugen reported the situation to the base camp. They would be guarding here as they wait for people who will excavate the mine fully before leaving. Luze, Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling finished their mission. They weren't members of the Shenmue army, so they didn't need to wait here. They went back on the ship, sending the bodies back. On board, Luze met with the fervent gazes of people. He scratched his head in embarrassment. At this time, a pretty woman wearing a black military uniform walked over and looked at Luze shyly before saying, "Monarch of the New Dawn must be very tired stalling the dark metal demons for us. Please come this way, we've prepared a room for you to rest." Nangongjing and the others were speechless. They were very tired too. Why did the girl only look at Luze? They were completely ignored. Nevertheless, they still followed Luze to the room. "This is the room prepared for you. I hope you get a good rest. You can call me anytime for anything." "Anything?" Luze looked at her red face and thought of something inappropriate. He coughed and quickly suppressed the thought. Luze smiled and nodded. "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome." The girl blushed even more. "Monarch of the New Dawn smiled at me." His smile was so pretty. Nangongjing spoke impatiently, "Okay, we're going in. Go do your business." Then, she dragged Luze into the room. Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling entered too and closed the door, leaving the girl outside stunned. She gritted her teeth, but she could only leave. Inside, Luze was leaning against the wall while Nangongjing pressed her hands to the wall on his two sides. Her dark eyes stared right at him. Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling glared at Luze too. Luze's mouth twitched. "What are you three doing? I'm just a kid." Should he resist or accept? But, he couldn't beat Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. The three of them were coming together for the first time? Wasn't that a bit too fast? His mouth twitched. "Cough, how about, one by one?" The three girls. They felt awkward and annoyed. What was this guy saying? Nangongjing knocked Luze's head. "Kid, what are you thinking about? I'll beat you up." Then, she took a few steps back. Luze. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. Little brother Luze, how did you do it? I'm very curious. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Luze. They still couldn't imagine it, despite knowing Luze had transformation god art. Luze felt disappointed. He thought they were going to do something to him. Then, he recounted what happened earlier. Luze said regretfully, Senior Yangu said that the dark metal demon race, black smoke race, and blade demons are allies. Blade demons and black smoke got the insectoid queen egg. I was wondering if I could scout some information from the dark metal demons. What a pity. Lin Ling and the rest were speechless. Luze was too bold. He dared to stall time after ruining the motor room. He dared to be that cocky. Their skin crawled. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to do that. But Luze succeeded. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. Perhaps the level of these dark metal demons aren't high enough. Lin Ling said, of course, it's possible that the dark metal demons aren't involved. They began discussing seriously. They were very curious about this matter but had too little information. Nangong Sing drank some wine and said, wait until Ying Ying comes. Then, we'll go to the region that the Terry brothers spoke of. The group nodded. Lin Ling looked at Luze's blood and said, go take a shower, you're covered in blood. They weren't worried since they knew Luze had regeneration god art. Luze nodded. They all took a shower and began discussing cultivation. As Luze's and Lin Ling's cultivation level grew, the differences between them shrunk. Within the same cultivation level, Luze was definitely the strongest, but the others weren't weak. 4 hours later, the ship returned to Shangyang Galaxy. It was a dwarf galaxy and only had 3,000 light-years in diameter. But this was at the border of the human territory and thus had stronger forces stationed here than Chiun Galaxy. The soldiers here were mortal evolution state. Planetary states were the middle power, and the commander was a star state. Luze and the others went straight to the city instead of the base of Shenwu Army. The city here was about the same as the one in Chiun Galaxy, but the adventure squads were much stronger. There were very few planetary states in the cities of Chiun Galaxy, but here, there were plenty. Luze went to the resource hall to recycle the motor device he got. He couldn't use it, so the best choice was to sell it. Clearly, it was very good as he got 3,000 Shenwu merit points for it. The entire main ship of the Terry brothers only fetched an amount of 3,000 Shenwu merit points. Yet, one Spirit Force device cost 3,000 Shenwu merit points. How much was that entire ship worth? What a pity, he couldn't take it. Right now, he had 4,900 Shenwu merit points. This was 10% of the martial god set. Luze and the others booked a suite in a hotel. He felt bad about this since the suites were expensive, and they didn't stay inside for long. However, they had to wait for the rewards to come out, so they had no choice. Chapter 584 Blue Sky Above Your Head. Shangyang Galaxy Station. Inside the suite, Luze, Nangong Jing, Kai Uyuhesha, and Lin Ling were lying on the couch while watching their own phones. They weren't playing. They were searching for missions. Local missions. Local missions were usually published by the stationed army or adventure squads. Most of the missions here were planetary states. There were mortal evolution state missions, but there were few of them. After all, this was at the very border of human territory. Some missions can be done inside, and some were outside the territory. The military has quite a lot of missions. Luze sighed. He lifted up his leg and put it on Lin Ling's leg on the other couch. It was soft and bouncy. Comfortable. Lin Ling expressionlessly slapped Luze's leg away. In turn, Luze silently took his leg back. Kai Uyuhesha said, what can we do? There aren't a lot of planetary state humans. The military has the most planetary states, but the territory is so large. They don't have enough people. Nangongjing nodded. The missions outside the territory are much more numerous than the ones inside. The army ensures the safety of the territory first. Luze nodded. It wasn't too plausible for the stationed army and planetary states to guard this region that had an area of tens of thousands of light years. That's why they needed help from the adventure guilds. No wonder Senior Yangu said there would be more missions here. Lin Ling scanned the missions and sighed. There were indeed a lot of missions, and most were suitable for them. From hunting foreign beings inside the territory to guarding resource planets, there was everything. A few hundred missions. Everyone flicked through the missions and discussed them. This mission is good. Hunt a being from the Tiger Tail race, who comes inside the territory to steal resources. Cultivation level is level 3 of the planetary state, but he seems to possess a god art to hide himself. 1500 Shenwu merit points. Just how much did this guy steal? This mission isn't bad. They found a small squad of blade demons near the Shiwo Star region. The strongest is estimated to be a level 3 planetary state. However, they may also have a level 4 planetary state. If we kill them, we get 750 Shenwu merit points. If we capture them alive 1200. Do we have the power? The strongest was only a level 4 planetary state, but the reward reached over 1000 merits. Clearly, this could be attributed to the difference in the race. Never mind, let's just take it first. If we can't finish it, we'll just pay 5% of the reward as compensation. Let's try it. Okay. Tens of Shenwu merit points were probably the reward of a few missions for mortal evolution states, but it wasn't much for them. This mission isn't bad too. A group of silver hook beasts appeared on planet Nanlis. It seems the Shenwu army stationed there finds it hard to defend the area. They need to be cleared out. Silver hook beast's tail was a planetary state material. There's a recycle mission for that. It's like getting 2 rewards for 1 mission. Should we try it? There were too many missions, but most of them would be safe if a level 5 planetary state accepted it. Their squad was a noob team. The strongest among them, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha, only had a combat power near level 4 of the planetary state. Luze could be considered high at level 2, and Lin Ling was merely level 1. They could only get middle to low missions. Despite this, the rewards were quite plenty. After accepting the missions, 3 hours had passed. Nangongjing exclaimed on the couch. Pity that each team can only accept 3 missions at once. The other missions have to wait until the accepted missions are completed. Kaiyuhesha replied, this is just what it is. Some missions can't be accepted after others accept them. If you take it and don't complete it, it's wasting time. Nangongjing didn't argue back. She was just complaining. Luze lay on the couch. They were waiting for his reward before going to do the missions again. How much would he get? Luze was quite hopeful. Luze looked at Lin Ling and said fawningly, Lin Ling, I'm hungry. I want roast pork. Lin Ling. She rolled her eyes and got up. I'll go cook. After dinner, they went back to their own rooms. Luze sat on the bed and closed his eyes, entering the pocket hunting dimension. He looked around and saw the huge forest in the distance. His eyes lit up immediately. Forest. He hadn't been near here for a long time. Luze remembered those golden monkeys. He still had half of the golden fruit wine left after a month, but Luze cared more about their god art. It was probably a body god art, right? Luze was keen. Last time, he was still a noob, but now, he was a boss. Even during the day, he could kill level 7 mortal evolution states and be on par with level 8 mortal evolution states. There were level 7 mortal evolution state monkeys. Luze flew towards the forest. As soon as he came in, his vision dimmed. It was rather dark here, but Luze didn't mind. He already had night vision from the body of darkness. He started to conceal his chi and scan around carefully. Soon, he found his target and disappeared from the spot. A few minutes later, Luze looked at the animals below the tree, and his mouth twitched. It was a strange animal with grey fur and sharp claws. It was 5 meters tall and looked like a rat. It had triangular ears and a fluffy tail. Its appearance was quite cute. The only strange thing was that the hair on its head was green. This was the first time Luze saw such an animal. The rat was only a level 4 mortal evolution state and was a safe choice for Luze. It didn't notice him at all as it was happily gnawing away at the tree roots. Luze appeared above the rat's head, and his hand struck down. Rumble! A huge black golden palm flattened the rat into the ground. Chit! Chit! The rat's 4 legs convulsed before dying. Its body then turned to ashes, leaving 5 red and purple orbs, as well as a green orb. Luze had never seen this before. New God Art Orb? Green? Was this a wood element? Luze took it happily. Wood God Art was the elf race's racial God Art. Other than water, he gathered all 5 elements of God Art. Even if there was no water God Art on this map, there was probably one on the next map. Luze happily picked up the orbs and left. In the next 10 hours, he found more beasts. They were mostly stronger than the beasts outside the forest. The weakest was a level 3 mortal evolution state. Luze even saw a huge anaconda that was a level 9 mortal evolution state. Luze didn't even dare to breathe upon seeing its crisp green body. Luckily, he had Chi Stealth God Art. The anaconda didn't notice him. Luze was at the top of the food chain on the 3rd map now. He couldn't beat those bosses, but he could deal with the ordinary beasts rather easily. Chapter 585 flexed like crazy. After spending more than 10 hours in the forest, Luze once again saw the golden light ahead. Luze rejoiced. He found it. The golden fruit forest. The potential body God Art on those golden apes was Luze's target this time. He rapidly sped towards it. When he arrived, he smiled at the golden fruit trees in front of him. Luze once again turned into a small golden ape. There were bosses here. He couldn't just waltz in. He stepped inside the forest. The last time he came in, the apes had already collected the golden fruits. Now, as Luze kept going forward within the trees, he saw that the trees were blossoming with golden flowers, which smelled satisfying. Oof! 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 Distant roars sounded from all directions, and there were trees wobbling from time to time. Luze had some guesses. The harvest season was over, and those golden apes had nothing to do, so they're playing here? The roars gradually became more prominent, but Luze felt that the sounds were strange. Soon, he neared 2 apes who had left the group. Then, he saw an eye-piercing situation. One golden ape was standing on the tree and shaking its body while making strange noises. In front of him was a smaller ape that also called back. They were moving back and forth rhythmically. Were they singing? Did the apes have such a method to entertain themselves? At this moment, the ape that was squatting suddenly stopped roaring and turned around, facing away from the ape. The other ape that was jumping and singing suddenly became desperate. However, the ape ignored the other ape. Luze's face became stranger. How could they have conflict while singing? Was it some competition? He didn't understand. The desperate ape saw this and stopped calling the other ape's attention. However, it suddenly appeared behind the ape and then slammed its huge fist at the latter's head. Dong! The ape fell down. Luze! From singing to murder, what was going on? At this moment, he realized that the fallen ape was still alive, it was just dazed. Then, what happened next completely dumbfounded him. The huge ape grinned and crawled onto the fallen ape. Luze! He felt his eyes were ruined. This was a male and female? Wait. That singing competition was mating? Luze's eyes widened. This large ape couldn't make it, so he knocked the female ape out to rape it. Luze's mouth twitched. He didn't feel too good. He was single, and yet, he encountered such a flexing male ape. He felt he needed to do something. Luze disappeared from the spot. A lightning spear formed around his hand. The male ape was only a level 7 mortal evolution state. It was having a great time and couldn't react in time. When the lightning spear was near it, it was too late for it to turn around. Rumble. The lightning spear pierced its body, including the female ape below it. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Luze had no shame. Instead, he laughed merrily. The 2 bodies soon turned to ash, leaving behind 11 red and 9 purple orbs, as well as 2 golden god art orbs. Luze's eyes flashed with joy. There was indeed god art orbs. He wondered whether it was body god art. It was quite likely. He could sense it. When he used the lightning spear, this ape's body had reached the planetary state. This was rather terrifying, but he was stronger. During this time, a furious ape roar could be heard and was rapidly closing in. Luze sensed the chi and instantly picked up the orbs and disappeared. Time to run. Level 9 mortal evolution state boss. He couldn't beat it. After gaining some distance, Luze felt that the furious chi was rapidly closing in. Luze concealed his chi and hid on a fruit tree, acting as a weak and pitiful golden ape. A golden light flashed and a 10-meter tall ape appeared before Luze. It became stunned when it saw that Luze was only 2 meters tall. It stared at Luze for a moment and left. Luze breathed easy. This ape was really strong. Luze felt it wouldn't be weaker than when he wore his personal armor or used the body of darkness. This ape's power might be at level 2 of the planetary state. Luze's mouth twitched. He was in the pocket hunting dimension. He couldn't use his personal armor nor use the body of darkness in the golden fruit forest. Luckily, he survived by using his transformation god art and chi stealth god art. After some time, he flew off in another direction. Afterward, Luze looked for lone apes or a pair of them. Lone apes were very rare. They were more likely to be in twos. It seemed to be spring right now for the apes. The forest was filled with love. Luze's mind was scarred by those scenes. He really couldn't take it anymore. A few hours later, 13 apes had died in Luze's merciless hands. Other than one lone ape, all the others were pairs. At this moment, all the apes suddenly flew towards the mountain ranges. Luze wondered if they were going back to rest. The rabbits had such habits too. Luze thought about it and also followed. It was hard to encounter this forest again. He should go and get some more golden fruit wine. Otherwise, his supplies might not last long enough. He felt he should find an opportunity for the girls to drink this. The female alcoholic would love this especially. Soon, Luze arrived at the cave he went to last time. After going through some tunnels, he reached that golden wine lake. On the side were vases filled with wine. Many golden apes were coming back. They would take one and return to the caves on the wall. Luze also went there and carried a vase bigger than he was and planned to run. Right then, Luze saw that 12-meter tall golden ape come out of the room. Luze. It was the same location, same position. Luze met someone he shouldn't have. Without hesitation, he wrapped the wine with his mental force and sent it to his mental dimension. Thereafter, that familiar feeling of being crushed by a planet came. When he woke up, he was already back in his room. Chapter 586 More and More Shameless. Luze's face turned blue, and his whole body curled up, trembling constantly in pain. After a while, he lay back and looked at the ceiling with tears. This was the second time. Sigh. When could he come out of the pocket hunting dimension alive? After being in a dazed state for about half an hour, the pain stopped. Luze started feeling good again. He harvested quite a lot this time. He had never gotten the green and golden god art orbs before. He sat on the bed and looked at them in his mental dimension. He had 17 of those green orbs. They seemed to be teeming with life. The golden god art orbs were emitting domineering chi. They were flashing gold, and there were 13 in total. He also got plenty of red, purple, and earth god art orbs. Luze took out a green orb and devoured it. Immediately, Luze felt he seemed to have taken root on the bed and couldn't be separated from it. Wood god art knowledge started to appear in his mind. Indeed. This really was wood god art. Luze used another level 8 mortal evolution state purple orb and began learning. 4 hours later, he finished comprehending the knowledge. Luze opened his eyes and spread out his hands. Green vines crawled around his hands. This was the most basic wood god art. He could control plants and had healing energy, though it was not very strong. As he learned more, perhaps there would be other effects. But without divine art, this god art wasn't very strong for Luze. When would he be able to get a suitable divine art for it? Luze took back the vines. Then, he looked at the golden orbs with anticipation. This was the main point. This golden orb was different from the metal god art orb. It was more vibrant and dominant. Luze devoured one. As the orb entered his body, the violent power charged into him like an unstoppable beast. His body shook with pain. However, this pain was tolerable to Luze. He used another purple orb and started learning this god art. As he learned, Luze found that the golden light he had inside from the golden fruit wine started to fuse with the god art knowledge. Every part of his body started to be painted in golden color. His body was rapidly getting stronger. At the same time, Luze found that his first body god art had some connection with this new god art. All body god arts made one's body stronger. Perhaps they strengthened different areas, but there would always be similarities. Luze became immersed in learning god art. The next morning, Nangongjing walked out of her room with a bottle of wine. She noticed that Kaiouhesha and Lin Ling had already come out. "Good morning, Fox Demon," Lin Ling, Nangongjing greeted. Then, she sensed something and looked at Luze's room in disbelief. Seeing this, Kaiouhesha asked in confusion, "What happened?" Nangongjing spoke with uncertainty, "I feel that Ze's room has similar god art chi with my golden battle blood." Hearing this, Kaiouhesha's and Lin Ling's eyes widened in shock. Lin Ling blinked her eyes. Ze's new god art. They were used to Luze learning new god art from time to time. "Wait." Kaiouhesha spoke in shock. "If that's the case, then if there's a god art orb, then the female T-Rex would benefit from it the most." Nangongjing clearly thought of this too and laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, Fox Demon, soon you will be no match for me." Kaiouhesha said with dissatisfaction, "We can use this god art orb too. Plus, it's not your own handwork. What are you proud of?" Nangongjing replied, "What is mine is Ze's, what is Ze's is mine. Shameless." Kaiouhesha looked at Nangongjing with contempt. She wasn't like this before. The first time Luze gave her orbs, she was very embarrassed. Now, she was getting more and more shameless. Nangongjing rebuked, "Are you not the same?" Kaiouhesha was at a loss for words. Lin Ling looked down in embarrassment too. Their cultivation now was pretty much dependent on Luze. Nangongjing said, "Ze is improving too fast. He's almost catching up to me. In this case, I can last longer." Body god art was her strongest god art. If it could get stronger, then her combat power would improve quite a bit. Now, she wouldn't worry about being surpassed in the short run. Thinking about how that guy might want revenge, she was quite nervous. Would her head get flicked? Nangongjing was scared. She drank some wine and said, "Going back to cultivation." Right after, she returned to her room. Kaiouhesha and Lin Ling did the same. Another 8 hours later, Luze was sitting on the bed, gleaming with golden and black rays. The two rays were fusing together. The black ray seemed to be merging into the golden ray. Luze was excited. He didn't expect that these two body god arts would fuse together so well. Luze felt that if the golden body god art reached perfection on the third map and fused with the first body god art, then his body god art would not be weaker than the evolved lightning god art. As his body god art progressed, his body was also getting stronger. Soon, Luze used another purple orb to learn the golden body god art even more. Time passed quickly. Once again, it was night time, but only then did Luze slowly open his eyes. Pant. Luze didn't use spirit force nor god art. He just clutched his fists. Rumble. There was a deep sound in the air. Luze smiled. He used 4 golden god art orbs. Now, with just his body, his combat power could reach level 8 of the mortal evolution state. This didn't include god art and divine art. Yet, his combat power went 4 levels beyond. This was stronger than most young dukes. What would they think upon hearing this? Luze grinned. He was indeed a prodigy. Luze came out of his room and saw that the living room was empty. Were they still cultivating? Luze felt hungry, but no one could cook for him. During this time, Luze took out his phone. There was news from the military. It was about his reward for the dark metal demons. He protected the 4-symbol crystal mine and stalled the dark metal demons, helping the sacrificed soldiers get revenge. He even got a share of the remaining ship. This time, he got 6,000 Shenmue merit points. This was more than all his previous missions combined. He had 10,900 Shenmue merit points now. Just when Luze was happy, the other 3 doors opened at the same time. When he saw their phones in their hands, he realized they received the rewards. Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha asked at the same time, "How much did you get?" Luze and Lin Ling. They were speechless. Chapter 587. Why do their names sound familiar? 600. Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha spoke at the same time. It was the same again. Clearly, they were expecting this and didn't say anything else. Luze looked curiously at Lin Ling. "How much did you get?" Lin Ling smiled. "Less than the 2 sisters. I only got 300. What about you?" Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha looked over immediately. Luze's contribution was huge. It would definitely be a substantial reward. Luze waved his hand. "Nothing much, just 6,000. Lin Ling, Nangongjing, and Kaiouhesha, 211. Seeing how Luze tried to act cool, they wanted to eat him. Nangongjing spoke lifelessly, "This kid has 10 times more than I have. So envious." Luze silently took a step back, fearing he would get beaten up. Kaiouhesha looked at Luze. Not just that, Luze recycled the motor device which was worth 3,000. In total, he got 9,000. Luze felt great upon seeing the 3 girls being so envious. Perhaps he would be the first one to buy the martial god set. Once he put the set on, perhaps his combat power would be close to the alcoholic and fox demon. Nangongjing finished her alcohol and said, "Let's go and do missions now." Luze said, "Hey? We haven't even had dinner yet. How about we leave after dinner?" Lin Ling dragged Luze outside. "Get on the ship first before eating." Kaiouhesha nodded. "I'm not super happy that little brother Luze surpassed me." Then, Nangongjing, Kaiouhesha, and Lin Ling dragged Luze out of the suite. After checking out, the 4 came outside the city and left the planet through the new dawn. They accepted 3 missions. It was the Blade Demon Squad mission, Tiger Tail Race Hunt, and Silver Hook Beast mission. The Tiger Tail Race Thief mission could be accepted repeatedly while the Silver Hook Beast mission had a time limit. Therefore, they had decided to accomplish that mission first. Planet Nanles was situated in a small solar system. It's inside the Federal-controlled territory. That planet had a rare metal called Nanles alloy. It can be used to forge equipment and flying ships. Like the 4 symbol crystal mines, there was also an excavation team and Shenwu army soldiers guarding there. Now, a group of Silver Hook beasts appeared on that planet. The Shenwu army was having difficulty defending it. Luze and the rest were going over there to clear out the Silver Hook beasts. Planet Nanles, Nanles alloy mine. This was the largest mining area in the planet. The mine was a mountain range that was thousands of kilometers long. In one corner, there was a small base located there, spanning 10 kilometers long. The base was surrounded by a dark blue spirit light. Outside the barrier were a few hundred strange beasts that ranged from tens of meters to hundreds of meters long. These beasts had black tough scales and silver runes mixed within them. Their tails were almost as long as their bodies. The tail was entirely silver and glowing with metallic color. It was like a sharp scythe. These beasts surrounded the base. They either used spirit force attacks or attacked with their body. Each strike they made created a ripple on the barrier. There weren't many constructions inside the base, but there were several mining carts and AI mining robots. Now, they were all useless. They might not even be able to defend the base, much less the mine. At the border of the base, most of the soldiers were watching those beasts with pale faces. At one side of the city wall, there were tens of Shenwu army warriors who had powerful chi. They were all planetary states. Their leader was a black-haired female warrior wearing silver armor. Her cultivation level had reached level 4 of the planetary state. These soldiers, more or less, all had injuries. Their armors had cracked quite a bit. The strongest warrior's chi wasn't very stable. One middle-aged man frowned. The defense barrier would last 2 more days at most. Another blonde youth nodded. Should we go out and fight another wave? They would often go out to send these beasts away, but soon, they would return. Their injuries were accumulated by going out, again and again. They didn't even have time to recover. During this time, a mortal evolution state warrior came out with joy. General, the rescue mission has been accepted. People are coming over now. Hearing this, those soldiers relaxed a little. A bulky man with a severed arm snarled, "When the reinforcements come, I'm going to slaughter all of them." His arm was cut off by the Silver Hook beast's tail. It could be recovered with modern technology, but he would need to recultivate his hand again. Even the dark-haired female smiled. "Who are the reinforcements?" The soldier answered, "It's Nangongjing, Kaihu Yahesha, Luze, and Lin Ling." The bulky man laughed. "Why do I feel their names are familiar?" Luze. Then, his eyes suddenly bulged. Wasn't that monarch of the New Dawn? Everyone fell silent. The middle-aged man frowned. "Why is it them? Those beasts aren't weak. There's a level 4 planetary state. Can they do it?" Nangongjing and Kaihu Yahesha just recently reached the planetary state, right? Are their combat power at level 4 of the planetary state? They were in shock. The leader sighed. "I believe they're confident. That's why they accepted this mission. If it's too dangerous for them, there would be punishment, and it would endanger their safety. They're not this dumb. If their power isn't enough, at least, they can help clear the beasts around the base. We can ignore the cave mines they've taken over. Once we break free and return to the station, we can bring an army to annihilate them." The others nodded. The bulky man frowned. "I was waiting for the army to come and annihilate them all. Instead, a few noobs came." The blonde youth smiled. "Haha. You can't say they're noobs. They're very talented." The bulky man disagreed. "Talent isn't equivalent to power. They might be powerful in the future, but now, they're only so-so. The female frowned. Okay, stop complaining. It's good that we have reinforcements. Just wait for them first. A day later, the new dawn came out of the warp tunnel. This was a star much larger than the Sun with more than 10 planets circulating it. Luze looked at the mission. 6th planet, let's go over. Half an hour later, the ship neared the destination. Planet Nanles was gray-white. The gravity was much greater than Earth. The metal content of the planet was pretty high, and there was a very large reserve of Nanles alloy. The storms and natural disasters on the surface were rather serious. There are no ordinary life forms there. Only those aperture opening states and above could survive. Of course, the excavation team and soldiers here were at least mortal evolution state. Lin Ling pointed at one part of the planet. Look, there's a battle over there. Luze and the others looked over. The spirit force shot out into the sky. The battle seemed intense. Kyohesha flicked her hair. There is a level 4 planetary state beast. Their numbers are also quite many. Be careful. Luze nodded. Let's go land first. We'll get off the ship and fly over. The new dawn couldn't stop the attacks of a level 4 planetary state. Chapter 588 I can only do some supplementary work. The new dawn entered the atmosphere and stopped above the grey barren lands. The four came out of the ship, and Luze put the ship away. Searing winds blew over. Luze looked and could see the flashing spirit light. He smiled. Let's go over. The four started flying. A few minutes later, Luze and the others crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and were very close to the battle region. Rumble. 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 Thunderous clashing sounds were accompanied by the storm and spirit force wave. A small black base came before Luze and the rest. There was a blue spirit force defense barrier. Outside it was tens of Shenwu army soldiers fighting a few hundred strange-looking beasts. Watching their waving scythe tails, Kyohesha narrowed her eyes. Are these silver hook beasts? This was the first time they had seen such beasts. They had sleek bodies, sharp teeth, and claws. Their terrifying tails were full of lethality. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the endless mountain range with her glowing eyes. There are a lot of silver hook beasts in the mountains. They seem to be startled by the battle and are keen to move, but for some reason, they didn't come out. Nangongjing raised a brow. Let's go over to help first. The four had put on their special armors and unleashed all their chi. There were quite some of these beasts. They had to use full power. Outside the base, the silver hook beasts had attacked the barriers non-stop during the past day. The energy in the barrier was running out. The dark-haired female warrior led planetary states out to fight the silver hook beasts, allowing the spirit force barrier to rest and charge. Not all the silver hook beasts were planetary states, but there were more than 100 planetary states. They could fight evenly for a short while. The female warrior held a long sword and faced two level 4 planetary state beasts. With a sweep of her sword, a sharp golden sword ray surged out and forced them back. She panted and frowned. How long does the recharge need? It's at 40% now. It still needs half an hour. Roar. Before she could answer, the two silver hook beasts rushed toward her again. She gritted her teeth and charged up once more as well. Her cultivation talent was quite good. She even learned a weak metal god art. But these silver hook beasts were much stronger than ordinary void beasts. Their bodies seemed to be made of special alloy and were extremely tough. Facing such powerful defenses, even she could barely kill them. At this moment, there was another furious roar. The bulky man with the severed hand was surrounded by three level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts. Their tails kept slicing at the man, giving him quite a hard time. His armor was getting cut up, and blood poured out. His injuries were getting worse. Despite this, the man didn't retreat. He just kept blocking their attacks. Seeing this, the female warrior gritted her teeth. Jeffrey, go inside the barrier first. I'll stop these three. Jeffrey hacked down his long sword, which clashed with a silver tail. Clank! The shock wave spread in all directions, and his body was forced back. At this moment, 2 more silver beams were incoming. He barely dodged the lethal spots. Screech! 2 deep marks were left in the armor. No. General. I'm not going back. These beasts' tails were unstoppable and eerier. They were enough to create a threat for a level 4 planetary state. 2 level 4 planetary states and 3 level 3 ones ganging up on the general will be a bit riskier for her. The female warrior looked around the battle. Everyone was struggling to see more than 100 planetary state silver hook beasts and more mortal evolution state ones. Their injuries hadn't healed yet. They weren't at their peak. She spoke firmly, retreat. Go back. The charge is at 40%. That's enough to last until help arrives. At this moment, 4 beams rapidly neared the battlefield. A pink mist loomed over the entire battlefield. In that instant, all the silver hook beasts stopped. Those 2 level 4 planetary state silver hook beasts had a very strong mental force and broke free almost instantly. They remained attacking the female warrior. The other silver hook beasts weren't strong. Those 3 silver hook beasts attacking the bulky man paused completely. The man quickly flew out of their range. His eyes still had some fear. The other warriors also found that their opponents had suddenly frozen. Right then, all the mortal evolution states and level 1 planetary state silver hook beasts lost their life force. Their bodies fell to the ground, carving out small ditches in the sturdy land. These thudding sounds struck into the hearts of these warriors. Dead? How? Roar! Just when everyone was dazed, these 3 level 3 planetary states finally broke free. They roared in fury and set their gaze on the bulky man again. Suddenly, a golden beam flashed above the heads of these 3 silver hook beasts. Rumble! 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 3 golden fist forces landed heavily on their back, smashing them into the ground. A crater of a 3-kilometer radius was created. Inside the crater, the scales on their backs were crushed. Blood gushed out. Then, roars could be heard again. The golden beam turned into Nangang Jing. She looked at the 3 silver hook beasts and frowned. Their defenses are so strong. They're not dead. Her attack should have killed ordinary level 3 planetary state beasts. Rumble. At this juncture, the sky turned black. A few 100 kilometers wide black lightning cloud covered the battlefield. Bolts of purple-red lightning surged and struck the tens of level 2 planetary state beasts that were resisting Kaihu Hesha's charm god art. They were all crushed into the ground. Luze saw that they still had remaining life force and raised a brow. They're a bit tough. Let's do it again. Then, another wave of lightning struck down. The ditches exploded with lightning, and blood poured out. Still not dead? Quite sturdy. Let's do it again. After 3 waves of lightning, all these beasts finally died. Luze looked at the bodies in surprise. These silver hook beasts are really something. Lin Ling smiled. Let me have a look. Lin Ling ignited all her spirit force into her eyes. Using this divine art past her full power made Lin Ling's face go instantly pale at this moment. She stared at the 2 level 4 planetary state beasts attacking the female warrior. In a short second, the light in her eyes dimmed, and Lin Ling fell down. Luze quickly grabbed her and asked, "Are you okay? You're trying too hard. You dare to look at a level 4 planetary state." Luze remembered that was what she did back at the entrance test. Lin Ling was very feeble, but she smiled. "I'm fine. Sister Jing, Hesha, and you can all do something. I'm not strong enough, so I can only do supplementary work." Luze replied speechlessly, "You don't need to do it with your life. Last time, she almost lost her eyes, and yet, she still dares to do this. Lin Ling looked at Luze's face and smiled. Are you worried about me? Chapter 589. This is so amazing. Before Luze could reply, Lin Ling became stunned first. She had never expected herself to say such things. They were in battle right now. What was she thinking? A pink beam stopped by the two. Kyohesha's face was a little pale too. She used her charm god art at full power to control the situation. After all, there were too many enemies. Only when all the low-level silver hook beasts died could she relax a little and fly over. Seeing Lin Ling's pale face, she asked worriedly, Lin Ling, are you okay? Lin Ling felt more awkward and struggled out of Luze's arms. It was just a brief moment's rest, but she could continue flying. She shook her head and smiled. I'm fine. These silver hook beasts are far stronger than I am, so I couldn't get much information, but I found one weakness. Luze was a little hesitant. He still hadn't answered Lin Ling's question before, and now, she changed the topic. He was going to reply that he was worried about her. If she was happy, perhaps he could get a big meal at night. Regardless, Luze asked curiously, what weakness? Lin Ling answered, the scales of the silver. Okay, beasts are very strong, but those silver runes seem to be some natural rune. It can greatly amplify their body. The connection point between the silver tail and their backs is crucial. Attack there, and it would damage them a lot. Luze and Kyohesha looked at each other. This weakness wasn't a weakness for normal warriors. Their tails were the strongest body part. How was it easy to attack the joint? However, this could save them quite some effort. They looked at the battlefield. Only 2 level 4 planetary states remained. They were attacking a woman. She was probably the commander here. There were also 7 more level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts. 3 of them were injured and getting beaten up by the alcoholic. Despite so, they still viciously tried to counterattack. The other 4 were attacking 3 level 3 planetary state Shinwu army soldiers. 1 blonde youth, a middle-aged man, and a bulky man. Luze remembered that the bulky man only rested for a brief moment and went to help his comrades. The 3 were covered in wounds, but the fight was rather stable. These silver hook beasts were really good at fighting, but they don't seem very smart. They seemed even dumber than the ordinary void beasts. Now that he knew their weakness, it was easier to deal with them. Luze grinned and spread his voice across the entire battlefield. The weakness of the silver hook beasts is the joint between its tail and its back. Hearing this, everyone became dazed. Many of them got a chance to rest after all the low-level beasts were killed. They were very shocked by the reinforcements that suddenly killed large amounts of silver hook beasts. That pink mist and violent purple-red lightning shook their hearts. Too strong. Didn't Monarch of the New Dawn only reach the mortal evolution state not long ago? Didn't young Duke Nangong and Kaihui recently break through the planetary state? What was with their combat power? Why was it so terrifying? This didn't make sense. Then, they heard Luze's words. Weakness. These silver hook beasts had a weakness. They had been fighting here for 10 days. They took the bodies back for research and didn't find any weakness. Yet, as soon as they came, they found a weakness. How did they do it? The bulky man grinned. Let's try. I'll stop 3. The other 2 nodded. Hi-ah! The bulky man roared, and his sword flashed with purple spirit force. He executed 9 purple sword rays. He didn't have god art nor divine art, but he had martial techniques. The 3 silver hook beasts charged at the sword rays. Currently, the middle-aged man disappeared from the spot and appeared before the remaining level 3 planetary state beast. His hands clutched a huge sword, which exploded with powerful spirit light and hacked down. Screech! The silver hook beast's tail went to strike the sword and so did its front claws. Rumble! During this moment, the blonde youth disappeared from the spot. He held a spear with a sharp yellow beam at the tip. Hi-ah! The spear shot out like a roaring dragon and penetrated the joint. Clank! He felt he struck a hard metal, but the spear ray surged and soon fractured the joint there. It seemed to work. He surged with more spirit force, and the spear ray grew even stronger, hitting the joint with massive strength. Screech! The scale cracked open, and the spear tip entered the body. Violent spirit force surged inside the silver hook beast's body, and in a short second, the beast's chi rapidly dropped. It worked, the youth rejoiced. Roar! The silver hook beast reacted and aimed its tail at the youth. However, it was much weaker. The power and speed of the tail were incomparable from before. The youth easily dodged it and stabbed his spear in the wound again, inserting more power to damage its internals. Roar! The silver hook beast was heavily injured and became even weaker. Every time it tried to turn, it would be stopped by the middle-aged man. Eventually, the youth's spear ray penetrated through its body and killed it. It really died. The two landed in disbelief. This was the first time they had killed them since their peak. The weakness is true. These silver hook beasts had strong fighting instincts but zero intelligence. If they worked together, they could kill them without much difficulty. Then, they looked at Luze. He was indeed the monarch of the new dawn. He found their weakness as soon as he arrived. This was too amazing. Luze felt awkward. He wasn't the one who discovered this. Lin Ling found it. He was just spreading the message for her. Chapter 590. He seems to have been abandoned. Just when everyone was a little shocked, a desperate cry could be heard. You two, look over at my situation. Luze and Lin Ling looked at the bulky man. He was still being attacked by the three silver hook beasts. Those beasts ignored the death of their pal and just kept on fighting him. He had even more injuries now. He had no choice. Two of his teammates clearly killed a silver hook beasts, but they didn't come over to help. Instead, they were looking at Luze. He felt he was abandoned. Hearing the man's call, the blonde youth and middle-aged man returned to their senses and charged over at the three silver hook beasts with their weapons. On the other side, Nangang Jing was beating down the three level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts. She had reached the planetary state for nearly 2 months. Although she hadn't been receiving red orbs of her level, she had still acquired several Heaven Yang Spirit Fruit and Planet Forge fruits. Her cultivation level increased very rapidly compared to others. Such a level was very high in level 1 of the planetary state, and soon, she would be able to reach level 2. After she learned the first body god art and other god arts, her combat power was extremely strong in level 3 of the planetary state. However, she couldn't kill these beasts quickly. Their defenses were strong. Hearing Luze's words, she smiled and exploded in golden light. She appeared behind one silver hook beast and punched at the tail joint. Rumble! Her attack was stronger than the blonde youth and instantly crushed the scales. The fist force penetrated the body, and the silver hook beast was sent flying. Its chi became extremely weak. Heavy injury. At this moment, 2 more silver lights flashed. The other 2 silver hook beasts attacked without hesitation. Nangang Jing flickered and disappeared from the spot. The scythe tails ended up slicing the air. Nangang Jing appeared behind another beast and punched. Golden fist force surged and struck the joint again. Heavy injury once more. The remaining one couldn't last long alone and was soon heavily injured by Nangang Jing. The 3 silver hook beasts were still ferocious and wanted to charge up. Eventually, they were easily killed by Nangang Jing. Meanwhile, for the black-haired woman's battle, it was extremely hard for her to attack those spots. During this time, a pink light flashed, and Kaihuya Hesha appeared next to her. General Yu Wenya, I'll help you. Her eyes flashed with pink light, and she used Charm God Art again. Now that she focused it purely on 2 targets, those 2 silver hook beasts paused. Yu Wenya wasn't going to let such an opportunity pass. Her long sword let out a sharp golden light. Despite not learning a metal divine art yet and the insufficient strength of her metal god art, her attacks were still stronger than an ordinary level 4 planetary state. Screech! The sword ray shot out from the sword and struck the tail of one silver hook beast. With this full-powered attack, the silver hook beast died on the spot. Only then did the other beast break free from Kaiulahesha's charm. Kaiulahesha grinned and used her god art again. That roaring beast stopped once more. Yu Wenya's glance was a little strange, but she charged behind the beast again and pierced the beast with her sword. Seeing the two silver hook beasts drop to the ground, Yu Wenya let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Kaiulahesha with disbelief. She knew how strong these beasts were. She could only fight evenly with them, but when Kaiulahesha came over, killing them became this simple. If she wasn't wrong, Kaiulahesha was only a level 1 planetary state. Yet, she could easily control level 4 planetary state beasts. Just up to what level did she learn her charm god art? Yu Wenya didn't dare to imagine. She wasn't a young duke, but she was still a prodigy. Ordinary young dukes weren't this strong. Kaiulahesha smiled. What's wrong, General Yu? Yu Wenya realized her glance wasn't too polite and shook her head. Nothing. At this moment, there were rejoices from the other side. The two looked around and saw that the last level 3 planetary state beast was killed by the blonde youth. All the silver hook beasts attacking the base had been annihilated. Everyone rejoiced. Even Yu Wenya smiled. She had the greatest pressure. If the defense barrier couldn't hold up, they would have to escape. Then, people would be sacrificed. At this moment, Luze, Lin Ling, and Nangang Jing flew over. Hello, General Yu. Luze smiled. Yu Wenya looked at the four and smiled. Thank you so much this time. The younger generation is really amazing. Your combat powers make me feel ashamed. Kaiulahesha smiled. We were just doing support work. She could control the level 4 planetary state beasts with her charm god art, but when using it at full power, she couldn't unleash powerful attacks. Even for support, you're probably the only prodigy to support a level 4 planetary state while being a level 1 planetary state. Yu Wenya smiled bitterly. Did Kaiulahesha have to kill a level 4 planetary state herself to be satisfied? Then, she looked at Luze. She sensed how powerful the lightning cloud god art was. Even she felt it was terrifying that a level 4 mortal evolution state was slaughtering level 2 planetary state beasts on a large scale. As for Lin Ling, she didn't know what she did. Just looking at Nangang Jing, Kaiulahesha, and Luze, she felt this squad was too powerful. God art and divine art. Thinking about this, Yu Wenya felt a little dejected. When she first broke through the planetary state, she learned a weak metal god art. However, she wasn't talented enough and couldn't learn more. Otherwise, she would have become a prodigy at a young duke level. Yu Wenya said, let's go in the base first. I'll tell you about the situation here. Chapter 591 Wail for the Monarch of the New Dawn. Everyone flew back towards the base. All the planetary states were looking at Luze and the rest. The tide of silver hook beasts they had so much trouble defending against the past 2 weeks was annihilated as soon as the group came. The strongest of them was only a level 1 planetary state. They even had a level 3 and level 4 mortal evolution states. Yet, with that cultivation level, they were able to unleash such power. This was unfathomable for them. They were indeed monarch of the new dawn and the strongest young dukes. Yu Wenya ordered, keep charging the defense barrier. Ready the ships, be prepared to leave at any time. Yes. She looked at the planetary state soldiers and said, everyone, return and receive treatment. Jeffrey, Dandan, Joseph, you three, follow me. The bulky man, blonde youth, and middle-aged man came over and expressed their assent to the order. Then, Yu Wenya left with them and Luze's group. After they disappeared, the other soldiers started discussing. Oh shit! I've long heard that Monarch of the New Dawn's talent is astounding. I didn't expect it was this absurd. That wave of lightning struck my heart. A level 2 planetary state Silverhook beasts died with 3 strikes. I feel the strongest is still Kaiouya Hesha. That wave of charm god art was too absurd. If it wasn't for her, I would be heavily injured. She even helped the general kill the 2 level 4 planetary state Silverhook beasts. It's too scary. Most importantly, she's so pretty. Agreed. Nangongjing is also very pretty. She killed 3 level 3 planetary state Silverhook beasts with her fists. Why don't you guys talk about it? She's good looking and strong, but her fists are too powerful. Only Monarch of the New Dawn can stand up against it. This makes me think of something. If the young Duke likes domestic violence, would Monarch of the New Dawn be able to withstand it? Everyone shuddered. Cries for Monarch of the New Dawn. But, young Duke Linling is very strong. You might have not noticed, but she found the weakness. Really? Yes. I saw her use some divine art, and after she did, she lost her power. Monarch of the New Dawn caught her, or she would have fallen out of the sky. Amazing. Yu Wenya took the group into a building and then a meeting room. After sitting down, Yu Wenya smiled. Thank you for coming this time. Otherwise, our situation would be much worse. Luze smiled. You're too polite. Yu Wenya smiled and continued, although you've helped us clear the Silverhook beasts, the mining caves are pretty much all taken over. If we don't clear the beasts inside, we won't be able to keep mining. I hope you can continue to help. Luze nodded. Since we accepted the mission, we will help to the end. Linling said there were Silverhook beasts in the mountains before. They were probably the ones in the mining cave. These Silverhook beasts were strange. They were much stronger than the void beasts but less intelligent. Kaiouya Hesha asked, by the way, General Yu, do you know where their hive is? We can also try to clear out that place too. After all, if there was some hive, they wouldn't clear the root of the problem unless they emptied the hive too. Yu Wenya smiled bitterly. We haven't found a hive. The bulky man explained, when we found this planet, the station sent a scout team that scanned the entire solar system and regions in the nearby light years. They only sent in the mining team after all the threats had been cleared. Our mission was to protect the mining team, but we didn't expect this large number of beasts. The blonde youth said, this is the first time we've seen such beasts. The general named them Silverhook beasts based on their tail. However, their tail is a very good material. Luze looked strangely at Yu Wenya. He thought this was a special breed of void beasts. Her naming talent was too stupid. Luze felt that even Silvertail Beast was better than the Silverhook Beast. Luze and the others weren't shocked that this was a newly discovered beast. There were too many unknown things in the universe. The Federation's resources couldn't be wasted on exploring and studying strange beasts. Each region might have unknown beasts. They might be discovered for the first time or came over from wormholes. Although the surrounding regions have been cleared, void beasts can open wormholes to escape. Mass migration was nothing uncommon. Luze felt it was more likely that they came from another region of space. These Silverhook beasts were much more aggressive than void beasts. Yu Wenya said, thank you for your concern. It will be good as long as we clear the beasts in the mining caves. Later, we will send scouting ships to see if there are Silverhook beasts nearby. Kaiouya Hesha nodded. Yu Wenya continued, there are about 2,000 Silverhook beasts we encountered before 1,000 of them entered the mining caves. The rest were annihilated just then. There are still 3 level 4 planetary state Silverhook beasts in the caves and more level 3 planetary states. She looked at Luze. Are you guys confident? If not, you can leave first and wait until the post can send an army over. Luze answered, we'll go have a look first. Those beast tails were Shinwu merit points. How could he give it up easily? Yu Wenya nodded. Okay, I'll take you to see the situation. Luze shook his head. No need, I can go alone. Alone? The Shenwu army people looked at Luze in shock. A level 4 mortal evolution state going alone was a bit too risky. Luze nodded. Your people should get treated first. By the way, Luze just remembered he gained a wood god art. It could heal others. His regeneration god art was extremely potent, but he couldn't use it on others. The wood god art was different. I'll treat you guys first. Yu Wenya and the rest were stunned. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling were shocked too. Since when did this guy was able to heal others? Then, they remembered the chi they sensed at the hotel. Was that a newly learned god art? Wasn't that a body god art though? Nangongjing was a little disappointed. She was looking forward to that. Meanwhile, Kaiyuhesha felt great. Yu Wenya nodded dazedly. Oh, okay. They had no healing god art here. After this period of battles, their injuries were quite serious. It was affecting their combat power. Chapter 592 Who could take this hit? Inside the meeting room, Yu Wenya, Jeffrey, Dandan, and Joseph looked hopefully at Luze. If Luze could really heal them, their combat power would greatly increase, and it would give them more confidence to deal with accidents. Luze smiled. Let's begin. He looked at Jeffrey. How about you first? Your injuries are the worst. He was a tough guy. He was covered in wounds but didn't even make a sound. Jeffrey grinned. Sure. He got up and sat next to Luze. What do you need me to do? Luze answered, just stay seated. Jeffrey nodded. Subsequently, everyone looked at Luze curiously. Luze reached out his right hand. A vibrant green light flashed. There was a bit of life force in the light, and it seemed to contain the chi of spring. Wood god art! Everyone exclaimed. They didn't know Luze too well, but they've heard of his name. They didn't know he had wood god art. Clearly, this was recently learned. Thinking about this, their hearts ached again. Why did this guy keep getting god art after god art while they couldn't learn a single one? This was painful. Yu Wenya felt the blow the most. Meanwhile, Nangongjing and the others didn't react much. Kaiyuhesha, Nangongjing is right, what is mine is Luze's, what is Luze's is mine. Lin Ling, Sister Jing's words are right. Zi will definitely give it to us. By the way, what are we eating at night? No, I can't get infected by that idiot. Lin Ling quickly suppressed her thoughts. Luze slowly pressed his hand on Jeffrey's shoulder. The green light spread onto Jeffrey from Luze's hand. Jeffrey's body trembled. He felt his body was covered by some kind of life force, and his wounds began to heal. His tired body felt nourished. Luze frowned. This was quite taxing. Jeffrey was a level 3 planetary state, much higher than Luze. Luze had an estimate after starting the treatment. It would take a lot of spirit force to cure his wounds. It was a good thing that Luze's spirit force recovered rather rapidly. He kept a steady flow of output. This would take longer to treat, but it was sustainable. Everyone saw that Jeffrey's wounds were covered in a hazy green light. Then, the wounds writhed and recovered. This wasn't an instant recovery, but it was extremely fast. The people felt more envious. Planetary state healing serum was extremely precious, and it was far less effective than Luze's wood god art. They wanted to cry. 10 minutes later, all of Jeffrey's wounds had recovered, other than the broken arm. Even his fatigue from the battles was gone. He sensed his state. He felt great. His mouth twitched. I have completely recovered, even internal injuries. He felt great that he could fight again, but he couldn't stop the envy. Luze. He looked at Jeffrey speechlessly. What was with this guy? He cured him, and yet, this guy seemed like he wanted to cry. However, Luze was still a little excited upon seeing Jeffrey had recovered. He had wanted to become a doctor when he was young, but studying medicine was too hard. Now, he fulfilled his childhood dream. However, this god art was too weak compared to his regeneration god art. Perhaps he could use it to save people during emergencies. Luze asked, "Who's next?" Yu Wenya said, "Dandan, you go." Luze nodded. The blonde youth walked toward Jeffrey's seat. "Thank you, brother Luze." Luze smiled. "You're welcome." He then patted Dandan's shoulder and used his wood god art. Dandan's injuries were much lighter than Jeffrey's, so he only used 10 minutes to cure them. Then, Luze cured the middle-aged man in less than 10 minutes. The hardest was Yu Wenya. Her cultivation level was level 4 of the planetary state. Even though her injuries were similar to Dandan and the others, Luze still took half an hour to cure her. Luze breathed out. He had used his wood god art non-stop for an hour. Although it didn't exhaust his energy, he was still mentally drained. Seeing this, Kyoyuhesha asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" She knew that Luze just learned the wood god art, so it was quite arduous using it like that. Luze smiled and shook his head. "Just a little tired, I'm fine." Yu Wenya and the others were touched. They weren't as jealous as before now. Luze could have done it slowly, but he didn't rest at all to treat them. Yu Wenya had recovered and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? How about you go rest first? It should be fine tonight." Luze shook his head. "General Yu, call the other soldiers over too. I'll cure them all. If we have some other battle, things wouldn't be too passive." He saw that many soldiers had some injuries. After healing them, it would make things easier to clear out the mine caves. Luze was a little speechless. Instead of a jungler, he became a healer. This wasn't too good. Nangang Jing frowned. She didn't want Luze to exhaust himself like that, but since he already said it, she couldn't really stop him. Men still needed their faces. Yu Wenya saw the firm look on Luze's face and nodded. Jeffrey reached out his hand and patted Luze. "Brother Luze, I need to apologize to you." Luze. He took a step back in vigilance and asked, "What's wrong?" Jeffrey grinned. "Before you came, I called you a noob. Now, I need to apologize to you." He bowed seriously to Luze and said, "You're a strong warrior with a big heart. You're a great prodigy. I'm sorry." Luze scratched his head and smiled. "It's what I should be doing." Kyoyuhesha, Nangang Jing, and Lin Ling smiled. At this moment, Yu Wenya said, "I've notified the other soldiers. They'll be here soon." Luze smiled. "Okay." Chapter 593. If this continues, he's really going to get cocky. A few minutes later, those planetary state soldiers came inside. After hearing Yu Wenya's explanation, they all stared at Luze with wide eyes. Did this guy know how to cure people? Just how many god arts did he have? Luze didn't mind their strange glances and smiled. "I'll be healing you guys." He glanced at a pale-faced middle-aged man who seemed the most seriously wounded and said, "You first." The middle-aged man was a level 2 planetary state. He took off his armor. On the inside were white long robes. His injuries couldn't be seen, but his chi was weak. He immediately got up and sat down on the chair. However, he was still quite nervous. Luze smiled. "Don't worry, I'm healing you. Don't treat me like a demon." The middle-aged man laughed dryly and relaxed. Seeing this, Luze's right hand flashed with a green light. Everyone looked at this scene with bewilderment. Wood god art. Healing type god arts were far scarcer than fighting god arts. They rarely saw them. This also made them think about Luze's other god arts. Lightning god art, space god art, body god art, wind god art. After counting, they felt quite crushed. Luze placed his hand on the man's shoulder and started healing him. During this time, Luze was a little surprised. He used up very little spirit force, much less compared to the previous ones. Luze focused on healing, and then, in a short minute, the man had recovered. The room fell silent. It was the first time the others saw Luze using wood god art to heal people. Watching their comrade go from being pale-faced and weak to being back in prime within just a minute, they felt things were absurd. People didn't even react in time, and the middle-aged man didn't even realize he was healed. He sensed his body and asked uncertainly, "I've recovered." This was so quick. He felt like he was in a spa, and it was very comfortable. Luze smiled. "I've already cured you. You're not thinking about staying here and not leaving, right?" The man's eyes looked disappointed. If possible, he really wanted to have it again. Even without injuries, it felt great. But, his comrades were waiting for their turn. He got up reluctantly and bowed to Luze. "You're indeed the monarch of the new dawn. Not only your combat power was shocking, but you even have healing techniques as well. It's really the luck of humanity to have you." Luze's mouth twitched. Did they all want him to get cocky? No way. He was never going to become cocky. Luze smiled. "You praise me too much." Seeing Luze being so humble, the middle-aged man had an even greater impression of him. He even wanted to introduce his daughter to Luze, but after glancing at Nangongjing and the rest, he gave up on the thought. Seeing everyone looking at him eagerly, Luze felt like they were children who wanted candy. He thought about things and said, "All the level 2 planetary state people can come over." There were still 10 of them. Luze calculated his spirit force expenditure. He could heal 10 of them simultaneously. Most importantly, it would save time. The other people were stunned once again. Luze urged, "What are you doing in a dazed state? Time is precious. All the level 2 planetary state, come over." Yu Wenye was dumbfounded and ordered, "Listen to Monarch of the New Dawn's order. All level 2 planetary states, stand out and accept treatment." With this, they walked next to Luze and sat around him. Just when Luze was going to start, a seductive voice suddenly popped into his head. "You're really amazing, little brother Luze. 1 isn't enough for you now? You need 10 to satisfy you." Luze glanced at Kaihuyu Hesha and found her smiling at him. His mouth twitched. This fox demon. Why did she have to put it in such a strange way? Lin Ling saw Luze's face was strange and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Everyone looked at Luze. Luze shook his head. "Nothing, it's just a level 2 planetary state. I won't get tired." He couldn't tell them he just got teased. After calming down, Luze's eyes emitted a vibrant green light, which shot into the bodies of the people around him. He had become quite good at it now. 5 minutes later, all of the level 2 planetary state people got up in joy. Their wounds had recovered. They bowed to Luze. "Thank you, Monarch of the New Dawn. It's really the fortune of the human race to have you." Luze. He laughed dryly. "Thank you, the remaining wounded can all come up." The rest were 32 level 1 planetary state people. They came up without hesitation and sat around Luze. Luze began the treatment immediately. 6 minutes later, all of them were healed. They also got up and bowed to Luze. Monarch of the New Dawn's talent is insane. The saints are right. All sorts of compliments came out. Luze's face went red. If this continued, he really would get cocky. Kaihuyu Hesha, Nangongjing, and Lin Ling grinned after seeing Luze being embarrassed. What a rare sight! Right at this moment, Yu Wenya got up. Okay, everyone has seen Monarch of the New Dawn's talent and character. No need to compliment him more. You have all recovered. There might be a big battle soon. Go back and prepare. Hearing this, the soldiers glared with battle intent. They were keen on getting revenge. Yes. They all retreated, leaving the meeting room empty again. Yu Wenya smiled at Luze. Thank you again, Luze. Luze shook his head. I'm just doing my mission. The four of them weren't enough to clear out the beasts. Healing others was helping himself. At this moment, Luze said, I'm going to go check out the situation at the mine now. Everyone was shocked again. Jeffrey frowned. Luze, isn't it a bit too dangerous to go alone? I'll come with you. Luze smiled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Nangong Sing also said, let him go. Chapter 594. Did this guy discover his conscience? Nangong Jing and the rest of the group weren't worried about Luze going to investigate the mines alone. Even a level 6 planetary state dark metal demon couldn't notice Luze, much less a level 4 planetary state silver hook beast. Nangong Jing didn't even want to go with Luze due to the fear that she would only obstruct him. She didn't have Luze's strange god arts. Thinking about how Luze changed into her, her fists began to itch. Yu Wenya and the others saw that Luze's closest friends were confident with him going alone, so they couldn't say much. Yu Wenya smiled. In that case, be careful, Luze. We won't join you. Luze smiled and nodded. I'll be back soon. Yu Wenya replied, then, we'll walk you out of the base. She was the commander of the base. Opening the barrier would require her permission. The group returned to the city walls, and immediately, many soldiers looked over curiously. They were already shocked with what Luze accomplished here, and yet just then, their injured commanders had all recovered. They heard that Luze healed them. This made them respect Luze even more. Yu Wenya said to a soldier, open the barrier a little. This soldier was the one that Luze treated recently. He was just looking at Luze as well. Hearing the command, he immediately nodded. Yes. Thereafter, the soldier disappeared from the spot. A few minutes later, the blue barrier buzzed, and a 2-meter-long and wide opening appeared. Yu Wenya said to Luze, okay, Luze, you can go out. Be careful. Luze nodded and flew out. Seeing this, those people who were watching became dazed again. Why did Monarch of the New Dawn fly out alone? Where was he going? There are plenty of silver hook beasts outside. Yu Wenya and the rest didn't explain. They just watched on the city wall. Outside the base, Luze flew towards the mountain ranges. As he neared, he sensed countless threatening chi inside. They were mixed together, making the spirit force inside quite chaotic. Luze stopped. Then, he flashed with silver light and turned into a 5-meter-long silver hook beast. This included his tail length. His body length was only 2 meters long. Luze looked at this and became speechless. He still couldn't change too much. Those beasts attacking him were at least tens of meters long, and they were mortal evolution states. Was he a newborn? Luze dashed into the mountain ranges. It was extremely massive and boundless. There were different-sized mining caves within. This mountain range seemed to be the largest mining range for Nanli's metal. He saw a lot of minefields and robots, but they were just stationary on the ground. Luze started looking at the mining caves for silver hook beasts. Soon, when he passed before a tall mountain with more than 100 mining caves, a low growl sounded. It was the sound of silver hook beasts. Luze approached the cave, and soon, he felt the threatening chi coming from inside. Clearly, there were quite some silver hook beasts within. Luze used chi stealth god art and flew in without hesitation. The cave tunnels were very dark. They twisted and turned like a maze, but Luze only needed to sense the chi of the silver hook beasts. Soon, he arrived at a half-open space. It was a few kilometers wide. There were strange silver ores glowing on the wall. These ores were Nanli's alloy. Luze then looked at the ground. There was more than 100 silver hook beast resting there. The smallest was only 10 meters, but the largest was a few hundred meters long. Luze saw a lot of silver hook beast digging out Nanli's alloy and throwing it on the ground. There were already quite some piled together. What were they doing? Luze watched those silver hook beast dig out the metal and throw it in piles. He was stunned. Were these guys mining? Did they find their conscience? They took over someone else's mining cave, so they're going to mine out the ores and send it out? But soon, Luze saw that there were many black huge eggs around the metal piles. The eggs were in the center, and they sucked the silver lights from the piles. Subsequently, the silver runes on the eggs started to become clearer. Were they hatching eggs here? Nanli's alloys were planetary state alloys. Of course, they contained special energy, but this was his first time seeing living organisms use mineral energy to hatch eggs. Luze looked at the eggs and felt they looked like insectoid eggs. The queen egg he got from the Terry brothers also had several complicated runes on it. This egg also had runes, but it was not as complicated as the queen egg. Thinking about their flexible silver tails, Luze remembered the insectoids he encountered at his graduation trial. He encountered an elite insectoid infant. It had tens of whiskers that were extremely agile like the silver tail. Luze felt that these silver hook beasts seemed like low-grade elite insectoids. If he went to steal a few eggs, it should be fine, right? The strongest one here was only a level 3 planetary state. It was not a threat to him. However, Luze didn't do it immediately. He had decided to check the rest of the caves first. There were plenty of them. Luze remembered this place and secretly flew towards another tunnel. The silver hook beast pretty much had no intelligence, and with how Luze's chi became one of the silver hook beasts, he was able to go through caves very easily. Soon, he had surveyed all the caves in the entire mountain range. He had some idea regarding the numbers and powers of the silver hook beasts. There were over 1,400 silver hook beasts. Among them, 5 were level 4 planetary states, 66 were level 3 planetary states, and a few hundred were level 2 and level 1 planetary states. The rest were all mortal evolution states. This power was overwhelming. If they teamed up, the base wouldn't probably last long. However, perhaps due to the need to raise their children, all these beasts stayed within caves. He wondered whether annihilating the beasts here would cause the other ones to come out and help. It was most likely. If only he could separate them. Luze didn't have any ideas at the moment. Then, he set his gaze on the black eggs. Chapter 595. They're all living in a dream? Although there were several caves, not all the caves in the mountain range had silver hook beasts. Only the 8 largest caves had silver hook beasts. 5 of the caves had level 4 planetary state silver hook beasts, and the other 3 only had level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts. All of the caves were filled with Nanli's alloy on the ground with eggs around it. At this moment, Luze was in a cave that only had level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts. There were more than 100 silver hook beasts. Luze then transformed into a silver hook beast. He looked at the other silver hook beasts and just walked over. Many silver hook beasts glanced at him but didn't find anything unusual, so they got back to what they were doing. Luze smiled. He snuck over to a Nanli's alloy pile. There were 5 black eggs there. They were about the height of a half-human, with faint runes. When they had absorbed the energy from the metal, these runes would probably light up. Luze looked around. No silver hook beast was watching him. He quickly grabbed an egg in front of him and then started walking towards the tunnel. Luze chose this pile as it was the closest to the exit. Soon, Luze was near the tunnel. Roar! A suspicious growl sounded behind Luze. Luze stiffened up. He was still caught. He wanted to sneak out without using Space God art. Otherwise, it might enrage the entire hive. But he still had the appearance of a silver hook beast right now. Perhaps he could get away with it. A level 2 planetary state silver hook beast chased after Luze. He looked at the huge egg in Luze's hands. Luze looked back innocently at the silver hook beast. The atmosphere was awkward. Then, the beast reached out its claw towards Luze. Luze tensed up, but he didn't use Space God art since the claw moved very slowly. It had no spirit force on it too. The claw touched Luze and brushed him back into the pile of Nanli's alloy. Luze didn't resist at all. Thereafter, it growled and slowly went back to where it was resting. Luze's mouth twitched. These silver hook beasts weren't dumb. They had a negative IQ, right? They still didn't notice anything unusual about him. After waiting for a while, Luze made sure there was no silver hook beast looking over and subsequently grabbed 2 eggs. He was very careful this time and didn't startle any other silver hook beast. He grinned and soon ran out of the tunnels and came outside. During this time, he heard chaotic growls from inside. Clearly, these silver hook beasts finally realized their egg was gone. But Luze suddenly had a bold idea upon sensing that chaotic chi. He was thinking about how to annihilate these silver hook beasts. Their numbers were overwhelming. Fighting head-on wouldn't be good for them. Now, it was different. Luze was planning to go back to the base. However, now, Luze looked at the tunnel and waved some spirit force on his 2 paws. This spread the chi of the egg. It was weak, but it was still dispersed. In an instant, the chaotic chi inside the tunnels stopped. Clearly, they sensed the egg's chi. Roar! Beams of chi started to rapidly close in on Luze. Luze grinned. They were out. There was still some distance between different caves. Luze carefully controlled his spirit force so that the egg's chi wouldn't spread to other caves. Luze flew off into the distance. On the way, Luze changed back to his human form. Right now, a nearly 2-meter-long figure flew out of the cave. There were huge figures behind it. They looked ferociously at Luze. Luze's mouth twitched. There were 14 level 3 planetary states and many more level 2 planetary state silver hook beasts. The entire hive came out. Luze rejoiced that he checked the situation before and only drew out 1 cave. Otherwise, the entire mountain range would be startled. The current situation was the best for them. The distant silver hook beasts saw the egg in Luze's hand and roared while charging at him. The level 3 planetary state was extremely quick and closed in rapidly. Luze grinned and flashed with silver light, disappearing from the spot. He reappeared 100 kilometers away. The silver hook beast missed and sensed Luze's chi again. Then, it continued chasing Luze. As such, Luze started to draw them towards the base. At the base, several people were standing on the city walls. Some of them were worried. "General, are we really not going over to look?" Yet, Monarch of the New Dawn is powerful and talented, but there were quite a few level 4 planetary state silver hook beasts. Even Yu Wenya could only fight 2 of them evenly. Hearing this, Yu Wenya and the others were hesitant. They wanted to help, but Luze said he would be fine. Moreover, Nangongjing and the other girls were completely calm. Lin Ling saw their glances and smiled. "General Yu, don't worry. Zi is very strong. Last time, he even managed to stall a level 6 planetary state dark metal demon. A dumb level 4 planetary state beast won't put him in danger." Level 6 planetary state dark metal demon. Yu Wenya and the others were stunned. Jeffrey gulped and said in disbelief, "Young Duke Lin Ling, are you saying that Monarch of the New Dawn stopped a level 6 planetary state dark metal demon all by himself?" His tone was shaky. This was a level 6 planetary state. This was a dark metal demon who had naturally more advantage than humans. Wasn't Luze just a level 4 mortal evolution state? How could he stop it? Were they living in a dream? Was Luze actually a level 4 planetary state and not a level 4 mortal evolution state? Yes, Lin Ling confirmed. Everyone, Yu Wenya smiled bitterly. It seems we are far from knowing the monarch of New Dawn's real power. It should be fine. The others breathed easy too. These silver hook beasts were nothing compared to a level 6 planetary state dark metal demon. Roar! Suddenly, the distant mountain ranges were flooded with shocking roars. Even from a faraway distance, they could still sense how angry the beasts were. Chapter 596. This twisted aesthetic view doesn't seem right. With the roars, the base instantly became quiet. After some silence, Yu Wenya gritted her teeth and yelled, "Get ready for battle. Luze must be protected, or she would die from guilt." If all of the silver hook beasts came out, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop them, but they needed to help Luze first and then think about escaping after. Nangang Jing's, Kaihu Hesha's, and Lin Ling's faces slightly changed, but they knew that Luze had space transmission god art, so they weren't too worried. However, the base might not be able to hold off. Roar! The silver hook beasts chased Luze like crazy. These planetary state silver hook beasts could keep up with his speed and still launch attacks. Waves of violent spirit force kept striking at Luze. However, they couldn't pose much of a threat to him. As for mortal evolution state silver hook beasts, they could only roar and cheer their bosses on. Soon, Luze flipped over mountains and flew out of the mountain range. He was only 10 kilometers away from the base. As soon as he saw the base, he saw an opening in the barrier. Planetary state soldiers were coming out from there. Luze was dazed. They reacted so quickly. He just wanted to let them come out and kill monsters, and yet, they came out. Luze smiled, and he quickly flashed before everyone and spoke excitedly, "Quick, I drew out a wave of monsters. Let's beat them up first. Everyone, hey!" At this moment, Yu Wenya saw that Luze had 2 giant eggs in his hands and asked, "What's in your hands, Luze?" These 2 eggs almost covered his head. It was quite eerie holding 2 eggs. Luze answered, "I took it from the caves. It's a silver hook beast egg. You guys can study one. I'll let Lin Ling cook the other one." Lin Ling. She stared at that pitch black egg, and her expression seemed terrified. "Don't even think about it. I won't do it." What a joke. Was that even edible? What if someone dies? Even Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha stared at this egg in terror. They definitely didn't want to eat this. Luze's face was disappointed. "Hey? Why? What if it's very tasty? Some things don't look really nice, but they taste delicious. For example, snakes. They look scary, but it was rather delectable." Just when Luze decided to persuade Lin Ling, a wave of roars behind him could be heard. In a few short seconds, the silver hook beasts charged over. Luze gasped. He could only talk about that later. He said, "Not all the silver hook beasts are together. I've drawn out a wave. We can beat them." They had all realized by now. Yu Wenya and the others seemed happy. There wasn't even a level 4 planetary state. They didn't expect Luze to not only find out the situation inside the mountain range but also separate the silver hook beasts. This was the best situation for them. Looking at the 14 level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts at the front, everyone smiled. "Soldiers! Prepare for battle. Let these animals know our power." Immediately, all the planetary state soldiers charged up towards the silver hook beasts. Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha looked speechlessly at Luze and said, "Let's go help." Without their help, this wave would be very hard for these soldiers. Luze nodded. He looked at the barrier that remained open and said, "Go up and put my egg inside." This was a live creature after all. If he put it into his storage ring, it would die. Thereafter, the three girls flew up to help join the battle. With Kaiulahesha's god art controlling the situation, the battle became very easy. Soon, the silver hook beasts were rapidly killed. Meanwhile, Luze placed the two eggs on the city walls and then smiled at the soldiers. "Please help me take care of it." The soldiers didn't expect Luze to be this easygoing and didn't know what to do. "Okay. Don't worry, Monarch of the New Dawn." Luze nodded and flew back out. When he joined the battle, the mortal evolution state silver hook beasts just flew over. Only 6 level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts remained in the air. The other silver hook beasts were all dead. With Kaiulahesha here, they couldn't even organize a proper attack. In addition, there was a level 4 planetary state being. These silver hook beasts were slaughtered, almost without resistance. Luze pulled back his hand. This was really easy. Roar! During this time, 3 20-meter-long silver hook beasts charged out. They were only level 2 and level 3 mortal evolution states. They were at the bottom of the pack. When they saw the bodies on the ground, they charged at the planetary state enemies without hesitation. Luze. For some reason, Luze felt they were a bit cute. But soon, Luze put a stop to this idea. This aesthetic view wasn't right. Kaiulahesha just glanced at 3 of them, and they exploded on the spot. All the level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts were killed, and this entire wave of nearly 200 silver hook beasts was all dead. The world finally became peaceful. No one got hurt in this battle. Such an easy victory almost seemed unbelievable to them. Their memories of the past 2 weeks were still vivid after all. Looking at the ground full of bodies, Uenya blinked and smiled. "We've won." All the soldiers smiled. Young Duke Kaiulu is invincible. Monarch of the New Dawn is invincible. Hearing the rejoices, Nangongjing glanced at Kaiulahesha with dissatisfaction. She just killed 3 level 3 planetary state silver hook beasts. In terms of combat power, she was on par with Kaiulahesha, but in this situation, Kaiulahesha was indeed more useful than she was. She was annoyed. Chapter 597 Unbelievable. Uenya arranged for people to clear the battlefield while they returned to the base. The soldiers looked curiously at Luze. They really wanted to know how Luze did it, but this was his secret, so they couldn't really ask directly. Uenya smiled. "Luze, how is the situation there?" Luze recounted the situation. After hearing this, everyone frowned. "They're using the Nanli's alloy to hatch eggs? In that case, if the energy inside the metals is sucked, then it would just be normal metal. They originally thought the silver hook beasts just wanted to find a cave to use as a home. They didn't expect the situation to be like this. Nanli's alloy was very precious to the human race, and it couldn't be given up easily. Luze understood this. He smiled. "I'll draw the silver hook beasts out wave by wave." Hearing this, Uenya felt relieved. "Thank you, Luze. It is a good thing you came this time, or the Nanli's alloy would be ruined by those animals." Jeffrey added, "Yeah, otherwise, even if the reinforcements are powerful, they probably wouldn't be able to do it as well as Monarch of the New Dawn." His impression of Luze greatly improved since he healed him. The others nodded too. Jeffrey was right. Those martial artists with god art can often do things that those without can't do. Luze didn't like their compliments because it would make him become arrogant, but he couldn't just say it out. Thus, he could only accept all their compliments. Then, Luze smiled. "By the way, take an egg for research." "We'll take one for research too." Everyone. Lin Ling and the rest held their breath. They would definitely not eat this. Jeffrey laughed dryly. "I didn't expect Monarch of the New Dawn to have such expertise in Eggs. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what to say. Luze was dazed too. He had no expertise in eggs. Yu Wenya smiled. Okay, we will research this egg. It was very rare that an egg could use the energy inside the metals to hatch. It indeed had research value. Luze smiled and nodded. But I still need to use this egg to attract the other silver hook beasts. The most important thing now was to clear all the silver hook beasts and receive their mission rewards. Yu Wenya and the others had no objections to this. Accordingly, Luze left the base again with an egg. Luze used the chi of the egg to repeatedly draw out the silver hook beasts in the caves and slaughter them at the base. It was a very successful process. 3 hours later, with the death of the last level 4 planetary state silver hook beast, all the silver hook beasts were cleared. Everyone gazed at each other for a while. The situation now was like a dream compared to when they were guarding the base before. It was all too easy. This was due to Luze. Luze could feel everyone's glances, which seemed to contain more fervor. What could he do? He was just this excellent. Luze sighed, he was indeed not just handsome. At this moment, Yu Wenya flew over. Luze, has all the silver hook beasts been cleared? Luze nodded. I've drawn out all that I've noticed, but we should still go over and see. Lin Ling can check if I missed any. Compared to his senses, Lin Ling's god art was the most convenient and accurate. Lin Ling nodded. Therefore, Yu Wenya arranged for some people to guard the base while the rest of the soldiers followed Luze and the rest into the mountain ranges. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Ling started looking around. Everyone went inside and collected all the eggs. Seeing the Nanli's metals that were already dim, Yu Wenya and the others felt quite upset. However, it was a good thing that there weren't many metals that were devoured. To prevent any accidents, Lin Ling searched the entire mountain range carefully. Finally, they collected all the silver hook beast eggs and made sure there were none left out. Returning to the base, everyone breathed easy. Yu Wenya bowed to them. Thank you for this time. She was still shocked even now. In just half a day, those extremely annoying silver hook beast tide was so easily dealt with. She would have never imagined this. She was quite disappointed when she first knew that Luze and the girls were the reinforcements. Yet, a team of 2 level 1 planetary states, 1 level 4 mortal evolution state, and 1 level 3 mortal evolution state solved the silver hook beast crisis so easily. Luze smiled. You're too polite, General Yu. This is what we should be doing. They would get rewards for this. Because this mission involved a pack of silver hook beast, with more than 2,000 in numbers, they will receive 3,000 Shenmue merit points. This didn't count the tails which could be sold for more points. Yu Wenya nodded. At this juncture, a soldier ran over and reported, General, all the bodies have been dealt with. Yu Wenya said, You 4 mainly contributed this time. The silver hook beast tails can be exchanged for merit points. The 4 of you can take 80%. The remaining 20% will go to the army. What do you think? Luze and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Yu Wenya to be this generous. Although they made great contributions, Yu Wenya was a level 4 planetary state. Was her contribution little? Were those tens of planetary states' contributions little? Yet, Yu Wenya still gave them 80%. This pretty much meant that the Shenmue army earned nothing. Jeffrey and the rest nodded. I agree with the general. Me too. Without them, we would suffer quite some losses. Seeing this, Luze smiled. In that case, we won't reject it. This was a huge gain. Yu Wenya nodded and let the soldiers bring the tails over. Taking the storage ring, Luze was quite excited. This was probably worth more than 10,000 Shenmue merit points, right? Just this mission alone gave them this much. Other young dukes might not get this amount from doing missions non-stop for half a year. The border of the controlled region was indeed too rewarding. Yu Wenya said, by the way, there are a lot of eggs. We don't need that many for research. Do you want it? Luze was just about to agree, but he felt 3 gloomy glances. Lin Ling smiled. Thank you, General Yu. We only need 1. If possible, she wanted to throw that one out. Luze. He gave up. Yu Wenya spoke again, I will report the mission's situation to the HQ. Chapter 598 Egg Inheritance. Luze smiled. Thank you, General Yu. Mission complete, 3000 Shenyu merit points achieved. Feels great. Luze continued, we'll be leaving since the mission is complete. Yu Wenya stiffened a bit upon hearing his words. Already? It's pretty late now. How about you take a night's rest at the base? Jeffrey and the others asked for Luze's group to stay as well. They still wanted to show them some hospitality. Luze smiled and shook his head. We still have 2 more missions. It's urgent. Yu Wenya felt regretful, but she still said, MHM, in that case, I wish you success in your mission. Luze nodded and bid the soldiers farewell, along with Nangongjing and the rest. He then grabbed an egg and rode the New Dawn. The ship took off and left planet Nanles. In the base, Yu Wenya and the others watched the ship disappear into the clouds. Moments later, Yu Wenya sighed. I've long heard that the saints have appointed the first monarch. Now that I've seen him, he's indeed worthy. The other soldiers nodded. Doing something that not even a level 4 planetary state can do as a level 4 mortal evolution state, only the monarch of the New Dawn can do this among everyone in the Federation. Young Duke Nangongjing, Kaihu Hesha, and Lin Ling are also very excellent. It's indeed the fortune of the Federation to have them. Is this the dawn of a new era? Everyone looked at the spaceship in awe. On the New Dawn, the group lay on the couch, not wanting to move at all. Although this mission only took half a day, they were still tired. That was a large wave of planetary state silver hook beasts. There was even a level 4 planetary state. Now that the mission was finished, they just wanted some rest. Luze thought of something and waved with his hand. The wind carried the black egg over. Seeing this, Nangongjing's face changed. She almost spat her wine out. Lin Ling and Kaihu Hesha also looked at this vigilantly. Zi, you're not thinking of eating it, are you? Lin Ling asked. Luze smiled. How is that possible? Did you really think I brought this egg back just to eat it? Am I that sort of person? Hearing this, everyone looked at Luze questionably. Did they not know what sort of person he was? Luze didn't feel good. Their expressions revealed that they didn't believe him one bit. He didn't come on this spaceship to taste the flavor. Luze said seriously, you can't frame me like that. I have serious business. They looked at Luze incredulously. Kaihu Hesha smiled. What is the serious business, little brother Luze? Luze smiled in return. You guys still remember the queen insectoid egg we got from the Terry brothers? Everyone was taken aback. The egg was right on their ship. Luze got up and took out a black orb that was flashing dark red. Its diameter was about 20 centimeters and was smaller than the egg. However, this insectoid egg had extremely complicated runes and seemed more advanced. They had studied the egg before after getting it. Lin Ling used her spirit eye god art on it too. The result they got was that this insectoid egg was in a death-like state. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to put this in the spaceship and put the spaceship in a storage ring. Luze placed the 2 eggs together. Don't you reckon they look quite similar? Hearing this, the 3 girls immediately looked at the 2 eggs. The eggshells were all black, but that was very common in the universe. However, those runes did seem quite similar. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes glowed up and looked at the 2 eggs. After a few minutes, Lin Ling stopped using her god art. She closed her eyes and rested for a brief moment. Then, she said with shock and uncertainty, the runes on the black egg seems to be a part of the insectoid egg. It seems, like the runes on the black egg was inherited from the insectoid egg. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Kaiulahesha frowned. The source of the silver hook beasts is uncertain. Yu Wenya said before that this beast seemed to come from somewhere else. Nangongjing frowned. Did these beasts come from the same place as the insectoid egg? Luze nodded. This is possible. They had gone through quite a few natural wormholes. The group didn't expect they had this much connection with the insectoid race. Luze said helplessly, however, before we can know the source of these silver hook beasts, we wouldn't be able to find out the exact situation. I believe General Yu will report everything about the silver hook beasts. There will be people investigating it. We'll just keep watch, Lin Ling said. That's all we can do now. While the three girls were trying to discover something about the egg, Luze smiled. Lin Ling, how do you think we should cook this egg? Lin Ling's body froze. She turned around and saw Luze smiling. Her mouth twitched. Seeing how ferocious the silver hook beasts were, she already didn't want to eat this. Nangongjing and Kaiulahesha were speechless too. Nangongjing pointed her finger at Luze. Ze, I'm telling you, I'm definitely not eating this. Kaiulahesha sat on the couch and smiled. I won't be eating this too. Luze rolled his eyes. If it's tasty, you better not ask me for it. Luze turned to Lin Ling and asked, Lin Ling, help me cook it. Lin Ling was helpless. Seeing how excited Luze was, she didn't want to deter him. She sighed and said seriously, I'm saying this first, I'm not eating it too. Then, she took the egg and headed to the kitchen. Luze followed her curiously into the kitchen. Nangongjing and Kaiulahesha glanced at each other and also tagged along. Luze raised a brow and started to poke at the eggs. Then, cracks appeared, and the liquid came out. After a hole was made, beams of silver light shot out. Luze and the others were surprised. Nangongjing said, this egg had already devoured the special energy in Nanli's metal. Chapter 599 Must have drunk too much. The white of the black egg was clear, and the yolk was silver white. It didn't seem as dark as its shell. Following that, Lin Ling began to get busy in the kitchen. Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiulahesha, who can't cook, just walked in shamelessly. Luze couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ling was really nice. She will be a good wife. Unlike these two. Did they not feel guilty at all? Sensing Luze's gaze, Nangongjing looked up and asked, what's wrong? Luze. Nothing. She was beyond help. Lin Ling had been learning cooking with Alice this whole time. She was very fast at dealing with ingredients. Moments later, an intense aroma permeated the air. Luze's, Nangongjing's, and Kaiulahesha's eyes immediately lit up. Vas. Luze wasn't sure before, but upon smelling this, it was clear that this would taste good. He was indeed a prodigy to have discovered the egg's tastiness beforehand. Soon, Lin Ling carried out a plate of green-peppered scrambled eggs. The egg was glowing with silver light. Spirit light? Spirit food? This was the first time that Lin Ling cooked a dish that was shining. Did Lin Ling cook spirit food? Lin Ling didn't expect this either. Seeing how eager Luze was, she smiled. This seems edible, but it's best that you consume a few first. Luze had all sorts of god arts. Even if it was poisonous, he would still be fine. Luze nodded. He placed a piece of the scrambled eggs inside his mouth, and immediately, Luze's eyes lit up. The aroma was intense and had a slightly sweet taste. It was amazing. Although this cooking wasn't as good as Alice's, it was definitely the best that Lin Ling had ever done. Seeing how immersed Luze was, Nangongjing and Kaiulahesha looked curiously at the dish. Was it really tasty? Even Lin Ling was curious herself. Luze didn't sense any poison. Perhaps due to devouring the Nanli's alloy, it could even increase spirit force by a little. Of course, it was far from being as beneficial as Luze's red orbs. Luze began to eat again. Finally, Nangang Jing couldn't resist it. She got some chopsticks and wanted to try a piece. At this moment, Luze slapped her chopsticks away and protected the dish. He glared at Nangang Jing. What do you want? You said you weren't going to eat it before. Honor your own words. Nangang Sing argued back, I'm a woman, not a man. Luze. She was getting more and more shameless. Luze smiled. It's fine if you want to eat. Nangang Jing's eyes lit up. Really? Luze smiled. Compliment me. If I like it, I'll let you have it. Nangang Jing. Her smile froze. This kid. Her pretty face was distraught. She took out a bottle of wine and guzzled it before saying, Luze is the most handsome in the world. Lin Ling said this last time, so she said it too. After saying it, she felt her face redden. She must have drunk too much. Luze nodded happily. During this time, Kaiuyuhesha looked at Nangang Jing and smiled. Little brother Luze, I want some too. Then, she slid her fingers across Luze's face. Little brother Luze is the most handsome. I like little brother Luze the most. Luze. Oh shit. Was this a confession? Just when Luze didn't know what to say, Kaiuyuhesha smiled. Okay, I've complimented you, so can I have some too now? Luze was speechless. He was played by this fox demon again. He thought it was her confession, but she only said it for food. As for Lin Ling, she came and sat on the side saying, I'm the chef. Luze had nothing to say about that. If he annoyed the chef, he would have no food. Only now did Nangang Jing's face return to normal. She laughed and started fighting over the eggs with Kaiuyuhesha. As soon as she ate it, Nangang Jing said, this is really amazing. Luze. After they finished the rest of the food, Nangang Jing called for the remaining egg to be cooked. Luze nodded in agreement. In the end, they finished the entire giant black egg. Thereafter, Luze placed all the dishes in the dishwasher before lying down next to Kaiuyuhesha in the living room. They were all very satisfied. It was a delicacy they hadn't tasted before. At this moment, Luze gasped. We should have taken all those eggs. Hearing this, the three girls felt a little embarrassed. They didn't want it, and yet, it was so delicious. The ship had entered the warp dimension already. Too much time would be wasted if they return and collect them. Moments later, Luze's phone rang. He took it out and checked. The rewards are here: 3000 Shenwu merit points. Everyone smiled. Nangang Jing asked, how many points do we get for those silver tails? Luze took out his storage ring and scanned it. There were 5 level 4 planetary states, 50 level 3 planetary states, 200 level 2 planetary states, and 300 level 1 planetary states. The rest were mortal evolution states. After calculating them, there would be 10,050.5 Shenwu merit points. The 0.5 came from the odd level 1 mortal evolution state beast. In total, it would be 13,050.5 points. It was a huge reward. This was enough to buy a divine art more powerful than the flame clone. This was just one mission. Chapter 600 Famous. In this Silver Hook Beast mission, all of them made great contributions. If Lin Ling didn't find out their weakness, it would be much harder to kill them. Kaiuyuhesha's charm god art was very useful as well. On the other hand, Nangang Jing stopped many level 3 planetary state beasts. As for Luze, he killed large numbers of low-level ones and drew them over in batches. As such, they split the mission rewards evenly. Each person got 4,200 Shenwu merit points. Luze looked at his total. He had more than 12,000 Shenwu merit points now. Another step closer to the martial god set. Then, the group began discussing their next mission. They still had 2 missions they accepted. It was the Blade Demon Squad and the Tiger Tail Race Thief. Many people probably accepted the thief mission. This thief seemed to have his own stealth god art. It was rather difficult to find him. After the discussion, the group decided to go and check out the Blade Demon Squad first. Luze changed the direction of New Dawn's flight and headed for planets Hiwo. The 4 of them went back to their own rooms for cultivation. It would take nearly 3 days to reach their destination. In the human-controlled region, on some unknown green planet, there was a stationed ground for Shenwu army. Luo Bingqing, Derek, Jack, and Lin Kuang were eating spirit food in a restaurant. Their faces were pale but joyful. Jack smiled. Indeed, doing missions is only efficient if we work together. We've more than doubled our Shenwu merit points acquisition rate after joining up. Lin Kuang, Jack, and even Luo Bingqing smiled. Jack said, I've been used to solo battles. This is the first time. They had a very easy life inside the Federation and worked mostly alone. Now that they came to the Void Border, they experienced some hardship. The missions were far difficult than they had imagined. Therefore, they decided to join forces. They could easily finish level 9 Mortal Evolution State missions. They even struggled and finished a Planetary State mission. This made them quite confident. Lin Kuang grinned. With this speed, I can reach the Planetary State in 3 months. This was much faster than he had imagined. He had quite a build-up at level 9 Mortal Evolution State already. Despite so, he was estimating he needed a year to break through. Yet at the Void Border, it was so much faster. Derek smiled. The resources here are too abundant. It's dangerous but much quicker than inside the Federation. At this moment, a discussion caught their attention. Did you guys hear? What? What happened at Shangyang Galaxy a few days ago? The Dark Metal Demon won. Dark Metal Demon? What happened? Several people looked over curiously. Luo Bingqing and the others were curious too. They had heard about this race at the border. You know Monarch of the New Dawn, right? Luze? Luo Bingqing and the rest looked among each other in confusion. What did Dark Metal Demons have to do with Luze? Monarch of the New Dawn? That Luze? Yes, him. What's the Dark Metal Demon got to do with him? I heard he's only a Mortal Evolution State. Haha, the news over there is going crazy. The army there found a 4-symbol crystal mine outside the controlled region. They were caught and annihilated by the Dark Metal Demon Squad. Everyone exclaimed, What? How dare they? Let me finish. In that situation, that squad was definitely going to run. But do you know what happened? What? Wait, don't tell me this is related to Luze. Everyone was in disbelief. It really is. The strongest in that squad is a level 6 planetary state, and there were tens of planetary states. But guess what happened? Monarch of the New Dawn stalled them all until the reinforcements arrived. Then, the entire squad was annihilated. The place fell dead silent. Everyone couldn't process what they had heard. Moments later, someone said, Isn't he only a Mortal Evolution State? How did he stop a level 6 planetary state Dark Metal Demon? The middle-aged man shook his head. How am I supposed to know? I heard this news from the Shangyang army. What if it is fake? The middle-aged man was annoyed. Do I need to lie to you? Check your own devices. The news is definitely out now. Quite some people checked their phones. It's real. How did he do it? Luo Bingqing and the others also saw the news on their phones. Moments later, Luo Bingqing said, Let's go Shangyang Galaxy. Jack grinned. I'm thinking about the same thing. Perfect, he could go visit his brother. The other two nodded. It's dangerous there, but the mission rewards are better. Let's leave now. On a barren planet, at the door of the mission hall, Mos Yat, Chi Xiaomo, and Bernie looked among each other in shock. They just handed in a level 1 planetary state mission, and they heard about Luze's news. Mos Yat smirked. Luze is much stronger than we imagined. Let's go to Shangyang Galaxy. Chi Xiaomo said, it seems we have fallen behind them. Bernie nodded. Level 6 planetary state, how did he do it? What a monster. Mos Yat shook his head. He can't beat it on a head-on battle. He probably used some special way. We've been out before and worked together better than others. Our efficiency is much faster than others. We can still catch up. The three people had firm eyes. They had been outside the Milky Way galaxy and had seen more than other young dukes. The three didn't stop for long and left the planet for Shangyang Galaxy. On a purple ship, Daphne, Xian Yuji, and Louisa were sitting on the couch. Xian Yuji was covered in blood. Louisa was next to her. Her hands sent warm white light into her body, curing her wounds. Moments later, Louisa stopped. You're all right now. Daphne breathed easy. That mission was too dangerous, but it was a good thing we finished it. Xian Yuji smiled. Our God art works together perfectly. We can barely take planetary state missions. You're right. With Louisa's healing ability, we'll be safe. We can do missions better. Perhaps we can surpass Jingjing and the rest. The other two smiled. They didn't want to lose. They quickly went into the stationed grounds and handed in their mission. Half an hour later, they came out in a daze. Xian Yuji gritted her teeth. Let's go to Shangyang Galaxy. We'll fight with them. Daphne nodded. Let's go. Louisa smiled gently. I'll go where you guys go. I'll heal you guys. Xian Yuji hugged Louisa. Wow, you're too gentle, marry me. Daphne, go away. Louisa is mine. Louisa pushed the two away with a red face. Okay, let's go.